ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello and welcome, everyone, and we are back ready to go. Week 2, it's week 3 calendar year, but that's fine. Chad, we survived Vegas.
We made it.
We made it. I didn't gamble once. I was very impressed with myself.
Me either.
Yeah, no. And
we're outstanding citizens of Vegas.
Well, that's something to note, because not only are we outstanding citizens of Vegas, we're outstanding citizens of the world in that we left Vegas alive, or just left at all. A couple of things went down there. What happens in Vegas doesn't stay in Vegas. It actually ends up on Twitter. Nico obviously had a birthday. Well, there's lots and lots of stories. There's tons of stories. But Nico did have a birthday while he was there. However, he was turning 21. The after party at the 21 Plus City says, "Can I please have some drinks?" And then about 15 hours later, Lowell sends out a tweet saying, "Time to go. We'll be back home in around 15 hours. Thanks, DreamHack. Yada, yada, yada. Everything was a pleasure." Nico says, "Thanks for waking me up, you..." That's a word. You know that
Australian word.
That Australian word. I have to say, and then Lowell laughs out loud about it and says, "I tried." I actually can attest to that. I was in the lobby, seems like this morning. We haven't really slept. We had a little nap over there. I was actually in the lobby with them, and I actually know that they held our shuttle because Lowell was on the phone calling Nico's room about 20 or 30 times. Oh. So, Nico, you kind of did that one to yourself, but hilarious sequence of tweets when you see how that played out for him.
Well, it didn't unfold so well for our colleagues either, did it?
It didn't. They were not the only ones to miss flights. There was some technical delays on a few flights. I think a couple teams may have missed, but so too did Chad, sorry,
I'm here.
You're here, Alex and Henry. Hence why I'm here hosting the desk, because those two, they're still as missing as Alan was in The Hangover, honestly, at this point in time. No idea. We've not seen them. They might be dead. If you have seen them, I'm offering a reward to get Alex back, but I hope I get a double reward if you tell me Henry's dead. So let me know if you've seen them. Let me know where they can be found. But unfortunately, yeah, they did not make their flight. They were supposed to be on your flight.
Yeah, well, there's another thing that they probably haven't done, which is update their fantasy league, because they've probably been dead to the world.
It's a fantastic point. I updated mine.
Yeah, if you want to, you can update it now before the first match starts. Otherwise, you're going to be locked out for the week, so get on that.
Yeah, it does lock out. You can do so at fantasy.eslgaming.com/CSGO. It'll lock you and you just join up. If you haven't already, you should be playing from last week. I think I'm in second to Moses in the standings for us.
That sounds accurate.
Yeah, that sounds right. That said, though, it's definitely worth playing every week. Basically, you lock in, the 3 days of Pro League goes by, and you get to unlock. Now, that said, we're going to take a peek at our matches tonight. We've got a lot of them coming up this week. Tonight, it's a couple teams that weren't obviously at Vegas. It was tough traveling back. In fact, to the point, like we said, not only did people miss flights, but there was a couple flights that didn't even take off. So we've got a team we have not yet seen on Pro League. We start with Envy, and then we go to a team that's been surviving in Pro League for seasons and struggling, but HellRaisers.
Look, I'll correct you, Matthew. We did see Envy. They played G2, and that's where they had the crazy upset where Scream just went nuts.
You're right.
It just went insane. Right. But HellRaisers as well, they have actually been struggling because they lost to LDLC in the opener. So not too good for them. And then LDLC get to play tonight against Heroic, who just added, I don't know how we say his name. I'm going to assume it's Yugi.
Yeah,
this is the pickup. It's the Swedish thing. It's like pronouncing Yoi.
Exactly. Yeah, Pure Yoi. Yep. His name's Pure Yoi. This is the pickup that obviously goes in where Freese used to be, and then Cadian stepped in for a while. Actually played, I have to say, I'm kind of hard on Cadian because I know him. Played quite well in the qualifier.
My brain went somewhere else when you said that.
All right. Yep. I'm going to leave that one alone, Chad. Your brain should be fine. Look, but before we get into the specifics and semantics of all this week's games, including tonight's matchups, we have to stand by who goes to the man with, or we go to the man, excuse me, who's got it all to talk about, the rundown, and much, much more. It's over to you, Mitch.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. And of course, as the conversations are taking place on the desk, we invite you to get involved with the conversation yourself with our polls over at facebook.com/ESLCS or at ESLCS on Twitter. And before the break, we did ask you all a question at home. The poll was who would go furthest at DreamHack Las Vegas. You guys basically said Astralis or VP. A lot of people, of course, with faith in the Danes after the victory at the Major, but Virtus Pro, that was a well-placed vote, no doubt about it. And of course, the event was an incredible one at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas. Virtus Pro coming out on top there, silencing their critics. And of course, the celebrations were forthcoming. This one here, of course, up on the stage after they did claim the total. And of course, Snacks did claim the MVP for the entire event. Of course, that's the HLTV MVP by Zowie. So congratulations to him. And we'll talk a little bit more about that on the desk shortly. But now, here are our top plays from week 1 of the ESL Pro League.
And one of the best maps in CS right now.
Oh, JDM chiming in for the first one, but oh my god, JDM with the double no-scope destroys!
There's still Screamer.
Oh my.
And Apex is proving maybe this is the gun to use, but Scream, that's 2. Can he get more? He gets a tag there. Shock's now low, Apex is low. Oh my god! Scream, what is this?
Simple gets closer as a result. Good opening shot. We're still over toward A. It's right now that the action starts, and Simple's got 3 already in the round. Both of them go down. No flash that time. They already threw it, and he's not going to peek, and Simple's got up to 4. He might get the ace spot.
Simple's off the platform, and he's rising to the occasion, finding 2 tremendous headshots there.
Second one was snappy. Waits as well. Neo's going to try and push him. Gunbarrel's going to show us a respawn. He certainly does, and what is that shot to be Ali?
Bit iffy because he's moving right now. Doesn't want to miss this headshot. He's hoping he'll stop and he can actually pick it up. And also, as well, this patience can do huge work. There's one. Oh my god, Nifty. He's even going to go for the 4th right now. He gets it out of ammo, stuck in the corner. Finally goes down to Gusta.
That is a pretty sick highlight. I have to say that last one, very, very effective. We talk about crosshair discipline. It's as cloudy as exactly. This is a representation of my sleep, proportionate to how I feel on display with you guys. Look, speaking of sleep, we did already touch on it. We were at Vegas. We've got a team in this league that struggled last year. Started off, they've been around for, I think, 36 months or more as a roster, and these guys can still win. Virtus Pro.
They're probably the most unique team to Counter-Strike, right? And these guys pulled off another win. It's crazy. It was actually insane, like, just to see how consistent they were and the type of beating they put on old mates Astralis, right? That was huge. It just
up toward Fallen, who now goes back
to the
toward
major, you know? They still had a couple of the same issues where they had really good leads and the other team was able to claw back into the game, but they looked solid across. All the players were doing what they needed to do.
And, well, an interesting series in the fact that we thought SK with Phelps wasn't really going to be in it. We actually thought Virtus Pro looking so invigorated. So this would have been the 4th straight. If they didn't win this, it would have been the 4th straight final they didn't win. And this guy who pulls this play, not Phelps that we're watching, but this is the clutch from Taz, in a 4-spy situation where they lose this, they lose the game. He was motivated the entire week, and this is ridiculous.
He looked so determined throughout that whole event, right? Every time I walked past him, he was stone-faced. Even when he was playing, you know, he wasn't really like smiling like the Taz you see at other events. He was there to win, and he basically, with that clutch, like you said, pulled it across the line for VP.
It was an A-class clutch, but I think for him it was the E-class clutch because he got to pick up the car. That's a pretty interesting story in itself.
Yeah.
Trying to motivate them a little bit more, but all week saw tweets back and forth. We know after the major there was some talk between Astralis. You know, obviously they were super happy to make it through and win the major, but VP thought, you know, maybe that they didn't play their greatest. Here we go after this one. Obviously, straight elation. Neo brought his girlfriend over. Right now, fiance, I have to say, to be technically correct.
First time she'd ever been to America. I was on the plane with them on the way back.
Interesting place. I don't know if I would want to take my fiance for the first time to Vegas.
There's a lot to see. My girlfriend came over and surprised me.
It's a good point, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Emily was there. Who else was there? There was a few people that had spouses, I think. Most of the North American players did. Obviously, it was in North America. But, yeah, no, very, very cool. And on top of that, like we say, there was some other tweets that went back and forth between them. Obviously, like we say, Astralis was very happy, but VP, after the major, thought exactly this. Hard loss. Kiebi wrote Astralis underperform. I promise you here, we will crush them next event. And that was the start of it. He was focused from then on, and he certainly delivered.
Definitely crushed them, yeah. I like this as well, you know, they're being humble about it. Even though they beat Astralis, that wasn't the grand final, they were still hungry for the win. It wasn't just their vendetta against them, it was the whole event that mattered. And
do you think Taz was playing this up a bit?
I'm not sure. Taz is one of my favorite people on camera, right? I liked being a personality when I was a player, and to see him being a personality throughout his entire career. He told me when we were on the plane, when he walked off stage after they beat them 16-3 on the first map, he walked off doing the Conor McGregor walk because he knew that they'd see him. They all had to walk off the same way. So he definitely wanted to show that, you know, Counter-Strike is still the game for these guys.
I did have to laugh that he said, "Oh, we're gonna win because we met Conor McGregor." That's a sign of things to come. Okay, you were on a plane that had about 6 teams on it. One of them was Fnatic, and they went out in groups, which is another talking point as well. New Fnatic back, first event.
Maybe it's a sign, you know, because they're big UFC fans in that team. They love it. I think Neo does.
Oh, I said Pasha versus Conor would be the fight of the century.
Well, Neo does jiu-jitsu, I think.
Don't care. I want to see Pasha fight. Everyone wants to see Pasha fight.
Okay.
Don't fact with Papa.
Sorry.
His words, not mine. can't fault me on that one, I'm afraid. No, but again, very invigorated performance from them. They would have lost since E-League Finals, which they won the first season, obviously, not the one that that Optic picked up. But they obviously went through 4 finals now and finally picked up the 4th one, so it did take a while. That said, shifting to tonight, we got to get there. You mentioned it. We have seen Envy already before. My mistake, I thought we hadn't seen them on the mainstream. Obviously, they played some games this year. New Envy was supposed to be the secondary French team.
Yeah.
There was one man that stood above the rest to prove that they were not ready to take that title, rolling over or lying down.
I can't believe how well Scream played, you know, in this matchup that they had. It was insane. He basically carried it. I think he channeled his inner Goku, which he loves the Dragon Ball Z, that guy. And yeah, he was able to carry.
Has the hair for it.
Yeah, he's able to carry Envy. It gets so confusing now, right? Because players have swapped teams. You see the names. It's so confusing with these team names right now. But something that's interesting for me is I think Happy is going to be more of an integral factor in this team now, because he kind of not dropped off, but he had so many stars around him. He was just doing his lurk role. He has to do a lot more in this team now. So that's something that I'm going to enjoy seeing out of Envy, because I think Happy's a super skilled player, and it'd be nice to see him get back to some form. And then with HellRaisers on the other side of things, I think it was Sticko. I think he stopped studying now and he's going full-time Counter-Strike, if I was reading the tweets properly. So that's exciting, because this guy's a talented player.
He's a very talented player. It was one of the players they picked up late when they decided they were going to go bulk EU and had to play the first minor that ever existed. Obviously some footage versus Astralis as well, which they did very well in this particular game. Obviously beating Astralis right now in any situation is no easy task. The interesting thing for Envy, like we say, is talking about the secondary B team, but with HellRaisers going against them, this is another team for me that I have to say survives a lot. They went through so many roster changes. We thought they were going to be done. It's almost like Mouse Sports is right now. We're looking at them going, are they going to survive a roster change right now? Another roster change. That was them at the start of last season's Pro League.
Well, the thing they had, like Oscar taken away from them, who was a superstar, and then they were still able to recover from that with other players. Dead Fox came in. He's filling a role. You know, he's not doing the Oscar superstar stuff, but other players like Zero and Sticko have definitely stepped up. So they're a team, like I said, they do survive, and they do have upset potential. They're a weird one, right? You're not going to expect to see them consistently in the top 10, but they can definitely upset any of those top 10 teams any given Sunday.
And I think that's the surprising part, because they always had that, but we never thought it was going to last that long. We thought they'd eventually die off. I mean, this team's had, what, Bondic go through it. Did it have Simple at one point before the Flipside tenure? I think originally for about
ago, right?
But that's the point. This is how many roster changes have gone through for them. Probably one of the most, like everyone talks about FaZe. These guys must be up there close to FaZe's total in terms of roster changes, I would think.
Probably not as much money as FaZe, though.
With that, you got me on that one. You're right. Rumor has it, per sources, the last one was worth more than all the others. No, that's probably not true. The Nico transaction. That's supposed to be memeing. Chad, don't look the other direction. That one was fine.
I missed it.
Head-to-head, though, these guys, hard to really boil this down when we really look on paper that the French side still does have players like Scream, has the illustrious presence of RPK, who isn't quite the same in CSGO, but as anyone who knows Counter-Strike over history knows, was the best, perhaps, overall source player.
I think the most interesting thing individually for both of these teams is since the major, obviously the roster shuffle came in for Envy, HellRaisers have only really been practicing for this league, right? They haven't had a lot on their plate so far, and the same with Envy after the roster change. So this is their main focus. So they want to show here. It's not like they have a LAN event coming up where they can prove themselves. This is their proving ground right now, and if you want to make sure that you stay in this league and get a chance to actually evolve, you have to start performing against other teams of your level. So for me, it's going to be interesting to see their approaches to these maps and how much they've been able to do, because online Counter-Strike's a lot looser, as we know, and they only need probably 1 or 2 different things in their arsenal to be able to compete and be able to throw other teams off guard, because you can, rely on clutches, or you can rely on more YOLO plays, I guess.
Is it fair to say that they need to? I think it is fair to say they have to capitalize on online CS right now.
Definitely.
On paper, if you're a tournament organizer and you're going to give out invites, you're going to look toward G2 right now because it's the quote-unquote super team.
Yep.
Opping for me is something that stands out for this French side, and I'm not sure how they stack up yet and where they want to go. Is Happy going to be picking it up more regularly? In this particular game, you're going on a train. You're going against Dead Fox. These are battles they have to win.
It's going to be Sixer who's AWPing.
It is going to be Sixer now full time. Okay.
Sixer used to AWP in 1.6 for, I think it was Millennium he was playing for.
And he was played with Millennium and CSGO as well.
Yeah, so he was the AWPer back then. He wasn't like a Markov 1.6 AWPer who was just like going to take over the whole game. But he's pretty flashy, if I remember rightly, having to roll back the years here. He can AWP, and we saw him AWPing in their previous matches, and he was consistent enough, especially versus like Kenny, that he can do the job. And I think that was the interesting thing, you know, when he was in that team with Kenny, he wasn't AWPing at all. Like Happy was the one who was doing the majority of the secondary AWPing. You saw him pick it up very rarely, and now he gets a chance to do something which obviously he's done for a large portion of his career.
It's true, absolutely, and familiarity in the fact that Sixer is there, but RPK, he'll know as well. Obviously, these French guys have played together for years and years going back. I still think that it is a bit of an... I mean, Dead Fox is a guy for me. Let's just shift it there, staying on the op focus rather than team to team. Came in to replace Oscar, who went out, departed from Mousesport's first tenure at a team that didn't really work out. Obviously, things went kind of sour quite quickly for them in that case. But Dead Fox stepped in and was a player for me that came out of I think, Pixel Fire, was it? At the first minor, and it wasn't impressive, and I wasn't expecting much. You know, he was a decent player, but he was a decent player in Tier 2 realms, and now he's stepping into the mix with Tier 1-ish at times, with HellRaisers obviously being in Pro League Tier 1, and putting up numbers I didn't know he was capable of.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? If you're a consistent AWPer who can just... Something that a lot of people don't realize, an AWPer like KGB or Device are the ones who hold the line, they'll take a shot, they'll fall back, they'll do it for another one. Or if you're a flashy AWPer like Kenny, there's in-between ground, and I think that's where players like Dead Fox kind of find themselves. That's where you're trying to find World Edit. They can do... They try to maybe do it all, and it's too much. So him putting up consistent numbers is a good thing as like a middle ground AWPer. You want someone that can entry frag. You want someone that can passively AWP, and it's hard to find people who can do all that and do it well. So, and what is he? He's from Hungary, right? How many players we got from Hungary? Not many.
I don't know. There might be a few from Thirsty. Speaking of that. Oh. Just kidding. My puns are terrible. I'm sorry.
That was nice. Dad jokes.
Our dad jokes. I think my dad's the head moderator, so it's fine. Moving swiftly along, shall we?
Let's do that.
In terms of maps, though, for Happy and Co., if he wants to lurk, Train seems to be a fairly decent one that would lend itself to that. Being able to push through. Now, the other French... I think Happy or MBK was the very first one when Train was brought back that said they actually really liked the map when everyone was still cursing it for being the first new style Valve map. There's some tactical plays that definitely can lend themselves to Happy's style of in-game leading.
Yeah, I think so. I was preaching on this last season as well. I want to see Happy go and do like the Yanko Nico Weatherman segment he did, where it was, Nico, you can run out here, we'll throw all the smokes and stuff for you, you kill 3 people, and then we'll go into the other bomb site.
That's all they were doing at Vegas.
I think Happy has the potential to do that in certain scenarios, right? Because once you see him, once he's killed a player, or once it's showed up that it's Happy, you're going to rotate because you expect him to be the lurker. You don't expect him to be with the main front of attack.
There used to be, actually, last season, I think, in Pro League, we had a discussion. Maybe it was actually on Drop the Palm. We had a discussion where we said, I think you suggested it, why don't you just send Happy in first, let him die, and then go in like 10 seconds later, because everyone's going to rotate as soon as he dies and think that that's the lurk.
For sure.
That was your chance to follow up on your tactical mastermind chat.
I'm dropping the ball right now, mate. But on Train, that's definitely possible, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I expected you to take that and run with it, Chad. You let me down. I agree. You definitely can do stuff like that on Train. It does fast rotations. It's one of the faster ones, to be fair. If you're playing in the brown halls, you need to have someone in your pop dog, I think, every single round.
I think this is probably going to be a map going in the favor of HellRaisers, actually. I think they have a lot more depth on their T side.
There's your prediction done?
Yeah, well, I wanted to get it out of the way early, right?
Okay.
But when you look at a map like Train, it's if you take that inside bomb site, for example, it's very easy to take control if you're willing to push up, right? You use your Molotovs, your utility to smoke off the CT spawn entrances to the site. You use the Molotovs in CT connector. And once you're holding off that point of the map, the CTs are basically stuck in the chokes and they can't do anything. The more time you delay, they're just going to have to save their guns and back off, or have to have saved their utility to be able to put it out and have something to fight with. So Train's one of those maps that it's very utility dependent, and you need that utility to open up the round and find yourself space. I want to do some pro tips with Rush soon, showing players how to make space on their own. So maybe that's coming in
on their own without the use of teams.
No. Without teammates, with their own utility.
Exactly. Yeah. Because that's what I was going to say. Is one thing we know on trainers based on timings, a lot can be done with smokes going over top of A and capitalizing on that. But you need wall of smokes, which takes care of a lot of people. So that would be kind of interesting. That said, we think we touched on just about everything we need to. What we haven't touched on is who's going to be casting the first game, because like we said, we're the only two that are here, but thankfully, there's Old Faithful. Lauren and Mitch are standing by to bring you map number 1.
Wow. Old Faithful.
Yeah, well, they do just sort of dust me off and drag me out of the closet when they...
Can we just appreciate the smug look on that guy's face? I don't need to see it. I know it's happening, but it feels nice to be a lifeline for those two.
It's nice. So, like, they had to, like... it's like add water. It's like budget cast to add water, and they just roll me out of the basement and then just
slowly
put a sprinkle on there, and here I am. Yeah, larger than life, unfortunately. So, yeah, this one's going to be interesting, Lauren. HellRaisers in Team EnVyUs. The last outing we saw from EnVyUs was the one where they, I guess, silenced a lot of their critics and also a lot of the chirping G2 fans at the time.
Yeah, and what a display. You know, I think we can easily go to Scream and say he played well, but actually Happy had a very good game too. He was also actually quite impressive throughout that one. But as a team, it clearly felt like this is a revenge match. We have a lot to prove here. But let's not paint this picture, you know, away from what it really is here. HellRaisers, they are a team who can cause upsets. There's no disputing that. But in 2017, they played 10 games and only won 2. They are actually not having a very good year just yet. Haven't seen particularly much from them. It's been a rocky road, and none of these maps, again, prove particularly great for them. But again, if you're having that sort of start to the year, not much is going to sit well for you. So hopefully if HellRaisers, they start building up in this, because we saw a lot of potential in the likes of Deadfox and such and so on, but we need them to deliver now. And
even the Sticko as well, they recently announced that he went full-time into gaming. He was actually at university before that, and they couldn't cater. So he's put his focus on towards CS. We'll see how it works out for him now. It's going to be EnVyUs on the CT side, HellRaisers on the CT.
Yeah, and the hit towards B is certainly coming in pretty darn quick. Scream as well, the man to touch on very quickly, has officially joined EnVyUs. That just got announced before the show went live, so that is now locked in, but Happy does at least find one in RPK, just holding the back of those trains. 3 players now present towards B for the CT side, so they should be in a good stead here unless they just kind of feed needlessly. And Angel going to be gifted a massive chance there. Now will allow the bomb to go down, but there is a Tech 9 in Happy's hands, which could cause problems now.
Always the aggressor, Angel. Now, though, getting a little bit caught out. The Tech 9 from Happy going to be ringing true, and now Sticko in a 1v2. The bomb is down, though. That's the upside here for HellRaisers, and Sticko has a nice vantage point here. The smoke will obscure.
He's not letting go of that defuse. That's being held. He's got a kit as well, so the timing to the back of Sticko's mind will be off as well, and there's Happy leaps through. Really nice round from Happy, and they get the defuse, they get everything dealt with. 2 alive. Probably would have wanted more, but it's all you're going to get here. HellRaisers at least get a plant. I guess that's the only way you can look at it at this point. I'm not sure how much they're going to go for in this round. Of course, it is going to be light no matter what, because it probably will be that third. Ooh, no, okay. We've got quite a bit invested here. A couple of them dropping below 1k, so you've got the Deagle with armor, a smoke. They're not going down without a fight, and we've got the full SMG, if you can call it that, buy coming in from EnVyUs. We know they like this. I'm not so sold. We've seen the UMPs being far more favorable, but we do see the MP9s slipping back through. Yeah, I mean, there's been a big discussion about the UMPs in recent times. Let the desk touch on that one later on, but the first few shots have been fired. Sixer, some glancing blows taken as he's forced to back away. They push it in towards Ivy. It's 3 players from HellRaisers that have made their way through via cover of smoke. Now setting up on either side of this A bomb side. It's going to be 3 players for EnVyUs are corralled essentially on towards that bomb. Can't but Scream get the 2. RPK pulling those a massive pickup for them. They can go towards B. There's no one there. They're still taking these fights, and they believe in it. Deadfox catching out XMS is massive. So now you've actually got 2v2, and look at the HP on Happy. It's dwindling. It's down to 12. So now they've actually got a bit of a reign here. They can actually do something with this. We've got a UMP with Happy and just the MP9 with Scream. So positions are key, and Angel and Deadfox have everything to play with in this round.
EnVyUs trying to spread out a little bit more at the moment here. Happy in towards backside here, and Scream pretty much up on the other side. They've got this one pinned quite nicely with some crossfire, and Scream takes his opportunity when it presents itself. Angel will fall And now Deadfox has yet to plant the bomb. Now EnVyUs able to peek from closer angles. It's going to be much harder for Deadfox to break through. He needs to try and isolate the situation, but Scream yet again stands tall. 4 kills for him. And I mean, the earlier performance from EnVyUs against G2 before the break, all that really told us is what we already knew, Lauren. It was that Scream is a monster, still continuing to perform, but all eyes on the rest of EnVyUs to see if they can even stand in his shadow.
Yeah, and it was already highlighted on the desk about Sixer. When I was speaking to MBK about their roster just before it got announced, he was actually rating Sixer as one of the better AWPs out there. He says that maybe he's not the most flashy guy in the world yet in CSGO, but he's a guy you want on your team.
About 1.6.
I'm pretty sure he did, yeah. So it was in the discussion on the point of Twanu as well, because he's coming. But look at this buy again from HellRaisers. These guys are relentless going in on this. Galil's coming out, something you just don't see that much again anymore. We're seeing a real want to turn the tide here for HellRaisers. I don't know if it's really worth it at this point.
Yeah, from round 1 up until now, it's been aggression from HellRaisers. Last time, though, they pushed 3 players through Ivy. Now with 2, Deadfox and Angel will sit back and play it slower.
I guess they know that the money's going to be weak for EnVyUs. They've got these rounds close. It's just, this is risky. But HellRaisers have been keeping them on their toes on the side of EnVyUs. They haven't been having the easiest of matchups, but now Sixer might have a little bit of a peruse over. No, it's actually XMS to have a little bit of a look, see if there's anyone still down by Ivy. But this slow creep back from HellRaisers, not become... I guess it's not too subtle now, because EnVyUs did look for information and they found it.
Yeah, XMS pushed far enough to see whether HellRaisers were playing aggressively around Ivy. And maybe they would have pulled back, but this is obviously informed now. The B plays, RPK up front and center. And that Molotov surely being loosed if he does hear any sight or sound. Yep, shot comes in. And that was Angel as he crossed here. Molotov being thrown down and happy with the smoke.
Yeah, but they've got to be ready. They do have 2 of the guns, at least on this site right now. Happy being one of them, and of course RPK the other. And he's going to wait. The bomb's going to go down, but it's actually Happy pushing forward, taking the opportunity that was given to him, and it's worked out. RPK and Happy just halting this, but the bomb has gone down, so there's still a chance here for HellRaisers.
Again, Sticker not able to get the angle, though, straight up on the vertical. Close quarters combat, though, with the Desert Eagle from Bonding. It's going to work out, but Sixer eventually ascends to the top of the card and finishes that one off there. EnVyUs give HellRaisers just enough ground on that B side, just enough rope to hang themselves with, and they press forward with a quick counter-attack. It's 3-0. And HellRaisers, despite all their aggression, Lauren, have not been able to slow EnVyUs down so much now, and those guns are starting to filter back. Sixer with an AK recovered, and XMS happy at this stage than MP9.
Yeah, every single round so far, Envy have had 2 players left standing. There's been a lot of bomb plants though for HellRaisers, and they're going right back in on this. Galil's a plenty limited utility, but it's enough to create something with. Still got the armor. It's not the worst in the world. It is just really weird to see Galil's for me. It feels like a long time since they've been a go-to in comparison to the UMP that's become far more favorable and such more of a, I guess, usable piece in this. But Sixer does have the AWP, so this might create a couple of issues if he actually landed a shot there. Angel does manage to stay alive. Peeks from that higher angle, so hoping, if anything, he'd get legged as he would be pre-aiming the body rather than that angle he was going for. So, nothing really gained nor lost so far. No smokes being given out from HellRaisers. If anything, just trying to work down what Envy have.
Yeah, no real big changes in position for EnVyUs on the CT side here either. They're just hovering happy at this stage, just sort of sitting inside connector in case he needs to be brought over towards A, but it is on HellRaisers right now to make the first move, and they seem to be setting up for it. Again, no flashy set plays in towards A yet, no setup really being telegraphed here. They have a lot to work with. They've got a few smokes. They've got 3 smokes, so it is enough to cobble something together on towards A if they want to go for the set play. But right now, their positioning is giving the game away if they were able to be seen. He smokes over the top. I'm going to be hit on towards A.
Scream timing on that reload, not brilliant, but it is the hit, and he's going to be aware of it once he sees the players. Wants to be cautious, does want to over-commit to the angles he's playing. He's fallen back towards the back of the train. They're on the back of the bomb train, and he does find the shot. Bomb going down is a huge problem now for HellRaisers. They've got to find that one, and in their way is Scream, and he's got friends with him. XMS supports perfectly, and now we're in this 4v2. HellRaisers struggling to even get stepped towards that site now. Yeah, and substandard weaponry here for HellRaisers to play a long-range game. The bomb not planted and only 12 seconds left in the round. It's not much time to work with. Deadfox needs to make a move pretty quickly. He finds Happy. It's a 2v3 now. But RPK making himself scarce over on that bomb card. It's impossible for Deadfox to get there. Scream picks him off. And Zero just needs to get the heck out of Dodge here. A cold shower and forget the horror that was that round. Because HellRaisers just straight up ran out of time. Again, they get a couple of opportunities. They get relatively close, but then just starts to slip away a little bit. And the thing is, they've had some decent results on Train back in 2016. I say that very tentatively. It's not brilliant for them, but you know, you're clutching at straws for these guys when you're looking for results. Sure. They managed to beat Mouse Sports on here, managed to best Godsent, but 16-14 isn't exactly a one-sided matchup. That was quite a close affair. So Again, this time HellRaisers might have to start respecting the fact they need to save a little bit of cash here to come in with maybe a little bit more. They need those AWPs, possibly need to put Dead Fox on, I guess, an even ground to play with. And Angel might just be run over here, and he's going to get to the other side, but the foot will show, and that will be enough for Sixer.
Yeah, aggressive peek from Angel there, hoping to maybe get the drop on Sixer, but it's not going to be enough. Again, RPK, always the man with the utility. It's going to be a Molotov down. And Sendry, should I say, and it will slow HellRaisers again. This has been their problem in the last few rounds. They've been slow. After the first pick or the first engagement, they really back off. They spend a lot of time trying to formulate a plan to hit a site. But last round, they ran out of time. Again, they've got a minute left in this one. 4 players to work with. 2 smokes remaining amongst them.
Happy has been over on this site so early. It's not just been RPK here. This has been both of them. So it's going to be tough for them to break in. We'll see if they can actually make it stick this time. They've managed to hit before, and they've managed to get the bomb down, but already RPK finds one. But a quick hit there will actually allow them to get the bomb towards the site. Happy doesn't want this to happen, but can he stop it? Out of bullets, down to the P250, but he can't stop the plant. The round will be theirs. Envy, no problem on that. But for HellRaisers, another plant means at least they get one step closer to a decent buy.
It seems pace is a bit of a concern for HellRaisers in these last few rounds. And you saw that RPK was able to back away towards one of the carriages, obviously on the beach side, and then pick down 2 players as they dropped. It seems as if HellRaisers aren't giving themselves a lot of time to make informed decisions. It seems like quite aggressive play on towards B, throwing themselves into the midst of it after squandering about a minute prior in the round. I guess a bit like Cobblestone sometimes. It's hard to get that information about what the CT setup is going to be like. But again, something you need to keep in check.
All right, and the big difference in my eyes now is that Dead Fox gets the AWP. Hopefully, he can find a little bit of an opportunity here, so they're not just having to go in on those full-in hits, just hoping they get the better of them. But Scream already going to get going straight ahead, but he's not actually been flashed in here at all. That flash comes up and over, he turns it, and they are completely unaware, and that's one thing you don't want to be around Scream, but a good trade for Bondic. He's going to keep it equal, and in the meantime, they've actually picked up another as well.
Yeah, it was Dead Fox there with the initial kill on towards RPK. That leaves the A side a little bit light here. XMS forced to push a little bit forward to try and address this Ivy threat. But HellRaisers not looking to capitalize. They're not pushing A yet, so this will be a bit of a 1v1, and XMS is comfortable at his leisure. Headshot on towards Bondic to close that one out. And now HellRaisers again need to start thinking.
That was so dangerous. He was right in that smoke next to them. He's backed away from it. He's managed to keep his life here. And now the flash is coming over. Now the mollies are there. They are not making much of a secret. They look like they want to intend towards this site. Zero's already out. Dead Fox starting to come down the ramp, and Sticko's still up on above. But Six are a little bit slow on the trigger. Dead Fox making a big difference this round. Open the B site, and it looks like he wants to close it as well. Happy and XMS, though. Trick up Happy's sleeve is maybe they don't expect him this close this early, and they certainly don't. Zero will fall to that fact, and now it's the 2v2.
Yeah, XMS way too fast for Dead Fox. Now the 1v1. Happy versus Sticko. Happy has a kit. He's got everything he needs in this one. But he's not making a move. Just trying to make Sticko second guess himself. Happy will need to go for a little bit of a tickle here at the very least. Draws some attention, tries to challenge around the corner, but Sticko heard him drop. He heard the footsteps, and he's able to be first to the punch. 5-1. HellRaisers find their first round here. See, that round loss bonus had been ticking in for them, so they've still got a bit to work with now into this next one.
Yeah, Happy and RPK's money was both pretty low, considering the previous rounds. There was a good couple of them that were down to 2 players, 2 players, 2 players. And if you were winning them, no problems there, but you can see there has been an impact of how close these rounds are. Finally, HellRaisers have that full arsenal behind them in comparison to EnVyUs, who are running a little lighter. But look at how they want to overcompensate for this or find a way back into it. Aggression towards B, Scream at the forefront. The MP9, you know what, you can run around with that gun and still get decent accuracy, but it doesn't matter. Zero's quick to the trigger and he's going to find more. That's 2 kills followed by Sticko. This is a very quick lockdown. Well, EnVyUs, you've got to try something, I guess, but they still had decent weaponry, the likes of Sixer and XMS here.
They're very lucky to get out of that with XMS being alive. In fact, there was 2 angles that HellRaisers had them covered by a very aggressive push. And now HellRaisers say, well...
Oh, this could be fun.
Sixer on the corner here again. Missed the click shot in that last round. He had a couple seconds to respond. And now XMS dropping down behind. This might turn things around. He's seen the bomb go as well. Pop Dog is where it's been dropped, and now the 2v2. Great timing from XMS there to throw a spanner in the works.
And Sixer has got to be predicting someone's pushing him. There's still more players up on the board. They hadn't seen everyone over in those B halls. So really nice mental game from him, and it's put it in the hands of Dead Fox. Now, he's got the bomb, a molly, and an AWP. So there's still option aplenty. They knew roughly where XMS was, you know, a good couple of seconds ago now. And Sixer, still a little bit of an idea where he was. But how do you manage to work this one out? You've got 40 seconds. And really, these players could be anywhere by this point. They could be around the back. They could be down by Ivy. And Sixer might have just seen Dead Fox cross. I'm not sure on the timing of that, but XMS slowly working his way around towards B. Does entail that maybe they didn't see it, and there's Sixer flying in. Good work from him to shut it down in the end, and these two played that perfectly. Really nice work between each other. Those two needed it. And to be fair to Envy, I like the aggression, but the close of this round was the impressive thing to my eyes. XMS lovely on the timing. Sixer holding the cross out by Pop, just putting himself in a really useful position.
And the fact that EnVyUs can risk putting themselves in such an aggressive situation early and lose so many players in brown holes and have the two newer additions to the lineup actually hold them up there, that speaks dividends. Speaks volumes, should I say, of the depth in this team. And now Scream, it's an aggressive Molotov forward. Sixer again, we've seen this a couple times already. He thought he saw something thrown up there, but Angel never had a chance. He's not afraid to be aggressive and make a pick, Angel, but this time it doesn't work out. And again, RPK, almost like clockwork. It's the incendiary thrown in towards brown holes.
Gotta be a bit careful here, Sixer. You're being toyed with. Dead Fox knows it. He's loving this game, but Scream might not be the one to kind of have that tussle with. So there it is. Sixer will play the timing really, really well with the smoke as well. Just going to find the pick towards Ivy. And now the last three players, where are you going to go? You've got a bomb and 3 Deagles. Now, B seems like that's where they want to hit. That's where they want to fancy going towards. You know that Happy and RPK have been playing this pretty spot on. And God, those flashes, that timing, the read of the game, the feel of it is pretty decent so far. And eyes trained. Happy is there. Smoke goes down towards lower. Could be a bit of an issue. Does mean they can kind of sneak out, but Happy's expecting this, considering it. But where's RPK? Can he watch this as well? Sticko's made it out. Now, a bomb plant is all he can hope for in this. I doubt there'll be much more, and he's not even going to get that. Happy will deny it. And a good game from him so far, too.
Yeah, well-timed shots coming through. That smoke, if I'm not mistaken, either the smoke didn't completely obscure the entrance towards the side, or he just timed it very well, but 2 players being gunned down through that smoke. Making things very comfortable for EnVyUs now. Still with the AWP on Sixer, and HellRaisers have been scrabbling for loose change at this stage again. It's a Tech 9 board in, 2 of them, in fact. And a Desert Eagle for Bondic. That is all. And HellRaisers already finding themselves lagging behind in a big way.
Yeah, this is starting to be a bit of a rough game for HellRaisers. You get those close starts, you get that, you know, back and forth. We almost got there. Keep firing up, and then it kind of falls to pieces. And XMS is seemingly rather happy about it. And he's a name we don't often see, or say, I guess, should I highlight. The fact that in this roster, in comparison to the other players, he's certainly not going to be the headliner. But he's holding his own so far, and now Sixer's got to be careful as well. You don't get overwhelmed here. There's still Tech 9s up there. There's still a Sixer hits the shot, my friend. Scream wants to help him out. Angel finds Sixer. That's getting a little bit costly, but the orb can be picked up. It's fine. They lose 2 in the end. A little bit sloppy there, but you know, it is what it is. It doesn't really matter if you're 8-1 up at this point, and you're happy just timing it well. Just good prediction play from that man.
Almost uncanny, actually. It was exactly as the HellRaisers players start pushing down.
Mitch.
Yeah, brilliant.
He's on the gear, mate. Good
on him. Is he now? Is he now 8-1? It's EnVyUs now in the lead. Comfortable lead. And yeah, I mean, the response from the rest of EnVyUs 8 players there towards Ivy last round was very good. As soon as they ascertained that there was the majority of HellRaisers players in Ivy, they responded.
This is different, though. XMS hasn't been going this far up. It's generally been Scream pushing up towards Pop. XMS has been playing by the back, down by 6 and supporting him. So this could change things up a little bit here, a little bit of a different dynamic coming through. Do they want to get aggressive? Do they want to just hinder them early? And now he's been kind of hit back. He's got to be careful. Worried about T-Con as well, and just in case someone came through. No one did.
Smoked up.
Exactly. Nice timing on that for him. He gets to kind of reset his position, but the rest of HellRaisers right now not really going anywhere at the moment. They're just sat quite far back, waiting, I guess, to see if there is any of that CT-sided aggression that Envy have been dabbling with, and almost caught XMS off with it.
And this is one of those rounds where you start to wonder about HellRaisers' time management here. This is fine right now. They're spread. No intention to really carry the bomb anywhere, but they've got a minute left, so they do really need to start getting back and pick that one up. The problem is they haven't eked out a man advantage. They haven't really gained much information about where EnVyUs are set up, except for the fact that XMS was early and pop dogged this round. Less than a minute in, need to make a move, and it might be in towards Ivy here. Sixer stands ahead of the smoke, has a moment to see a plume, and he is quickly going to get away from the incendiary at his feet. The shot towards Angel's going to work out well. He gets himself to where he needs to be right now. He sees multiple HellRaisers players pushing A.
Yeah, he's seen the bomb as well, so that's going to be a quick call. You can see Happy instantly getting towards Connector. RPK not too far off either, and Scream waits ever so patiently. Maybe a second too long, as Dead Fox will pluck his head from his shoulders and bring it back to not a too bad situation, but now it's gone terribly. Happy finding the bomb plant, denying that completely, leaves Zero in a 1v4 that's near on impossible. He's found 2. Maybe I spoke too soon. And XMS is low, but there you are. Sixer again, holding those lovely lines throughout this map, denying any sort of step further than to be allowed. But That got a little bit dangerous.
And look, even if you want to throw caution to the wind there, Zero had 10 seconds left in the round when he went down.
Don't be sensible, Mitch. Come on. Just got to believe it'll happen.
Oh, well, mate, I tell you what, we've seen enough in this game in our time to be able to believe in things like that. Point is, yeah, again, HellRaisers didn't have a lot of time to work with. They were waylaid, delayed, pushing in towards Ivy and through T-Con, and it cost them dearly. Obviously, it wasn't the defining factor. And the Angel's taken so much damage. Oh, he's going to burn down. Beautiful stack there of incendiaries by EnVyUs, making life very, very hard for him to even get through, and it's going to be replaced yet again.
Christ. Something to be said about an Angel burning, but Scream very much happy to add insult to your injury at this point, as XMS just dancing through an electric. Can't make much more of it, but he's done enough here. Zero, again, left in these predicaments. He does have the gun. And
he's very sharp.
Yeah, his aim, there's nothing to be disputed on that, but it's the fact they're not getting into these sites anymore. Scream got 4 kills that round. So really, overall, Envy just looks so much more robust here. I haven't seen them looking shaky yet, or out of ideas, or out of ways to this. I like the way they're playing some aggressive plays. I like the way they made up for it when they didn't have good weaponry. I like how they approach this so far. Yep. Dead Fox, why have you not gotten up yet?
Maybe
he didn't get armor, he went for utility.
Yeah, there we go. So 2 flashes of smoke and a Molotov for Dead Fox here. And EnVyUs not in a position where they're really being pressured. You're exactly right. I mean, all they need to do is expend a little bit of utility, and they force HellRaisers to start racking their brains, find a way in. So far, the flashes, or at least there's been enough used by EnVyUs over towards Ivy to dissuade HellRaisers from even attempting it. Dropped in upper halls. Bondic very wary of potential aggression from EnVyUs here.
But look, they're quite passive in comparison to the previous rounds. XMS all the way back by the last frames by Ivy. Scream playing connected. They're not really allowing much room here to get picked up from. Scream's playing quite a hard angle to pick up, of course. You've got Sixer still on the op, being probably the most far forward player out of all of them, looking for these opportunities, looking for those picks, and Happy and RPK chilling out by B. And there's something going off in the back of EnVyUs' minds, because Scream has started to come over. Maybe they're being sold a bit of a fake here, because look at it. Now he's got to come back over. He's going to be in con, but he's completely smoked out here. And Sticker, you're not going to get away with this. Surely Scream hears him drop in close by, if not sees him above the smoke jumping through, and it's easy work. Bondic now, the timing is so here, there, and everywhere. It feels mismatched almost.
HellRaisers now just getting their players over towards A. I mean, they should have been there earlier on. If they wanted to make a concerted push, then we would have thought they would have gone at the same time. It's kind of how it works. But Flash, that was from RPK there, but Sixer and Scream forced to avert their gators. And that was the boost, I think, in towards Connector that was picked up there. Scream just trying to get up above. When you see smokes hit A, a lot of the time, the CT side is going to try and get heads above the smoke with a couple boosts there. Dead Fox was ready for it. The problem is he lacks players, and guess what? 5 seconds left in the round. Bomb dropped deep in EnVyUs territory. Another round going to go over towards the French and Belgian mix here. And another very sad story for HellRaisers, who really just haven't made any progress. After that first round they picked up earlier on, if we recall, that was purely from pure aggression from HellRaisers. Now they're changing up their game style completely.
Yep, and for HellRaisers, what do you do on this sort of money? Galil's again. CZ full utility or some utility for Angel. It's not pretty watching this, if I'm honest. And HellRaisers look just kind of disjointed in the way they're hitting these sites. It feels like they go here, there, and they're not pulling players to feel uncomfortable on the CT side at all. They're getting away with what they want to do. Now, that's forced RPK into a little bit of a situation. They might have to respond to this now, but there's still players looking for that aggressive stance over by Ivy, for example. You can see XMS having a little bit of a bout with Angel over there, but it's just kind of null and void at this point, as Angel really only has a CZ, and he's wide peeking out to this one. Bit of a flash comes through. Six is going to support XMS at this point as well, and Scream's pushed in towards main. These guys are so aggressive. If they don't know what's going on, they will find out. And now Angel's baffled with what's going on. These flashes are going back and forth. This is messy, but it is costing HellRaisers so much time here.
Yeah, again, it's been the problem now. Just over a minute left in the round. Scream pushing so far forward here. Bondic was ready for him this time, though. He's been sort of lurking around this part of the map, actually, in the last few rounds, expecting that aggression from EnVyUs, and only now has it really shown, but it's paid off. That doesn't answer the Ivy question for Angel, though. He knows XMS is still lurking close by.
Yeah, and Happy's on the way to help him out here. Now, the big thing to come from this is, can Sixer stay alive at all? He's got a player in main, he's got 2 possibly by pop, and he's going to have to be really careful with how he plays his lines, because there are threats left, right, and center, but they've fallen back from Ivy, so Angel's out of there. Dead Fox comes back around, smoke goes over, and it looks like this is go time now, finally, for HellRaisers.
So again, a little bit of a repeat of that earlier round where we saw them just move not quite in coherence, but the smokes are down. Sixer, though, has the shot. He has the angle there. Looks away at just the wrong time, and Dead Fox comes chiming straight on in with the AWP shot. Now RPK, nowhere to run up on that site. Happy now to try and spring forward and gets himself a quick double here. It's a 2v3. The bomb is down, and Happy's very low on health. He saw that, surely.
I think spec smoke can be a little bit different to what they see sometimes, but still, maybe not focused in on it either. But in the end, it works. Finding that kind of all-together hit, they get the good trades off the back, they punish that aggression. I think if Scream managed to get maybe a 1-for-1, that could have been different. Not to be the case at all. So, 11-2, though, is still the scoreline. As much as it's great seeing HellRaisers finally getting back on the board, it feels like this almost is a little bit late in the day here. But then again, CTT side, still debatable where the kind of favor sits. But so far, Envy looks strong in how they're approaching it. If HellRaisers, though, start picking up a little bit more here, close out the game with the last couple of rounds in their pocket, maybe there's room for a competitive matchup.
2 players to Ivy this time. That's the flash, that's the jump across. And Sixer not able to get anything for. And just off to smoke it and back away there. Knowing that Scream and XMS are otherwise engaged with their oversight over on A. Slower start here again for HellRaisers. That aggressive push for XMS. Bondic is again watching this close angle. He is expecting aggression to come through, and XMS should know from the last round. It should have been communicated there from Scream that there is a player that likes to watch this one. Scream standing watch just in case XMS gets pressured or overwhelmed. Again, slow play. Bondic's going to check Pop Dog there. No one there this time. Been a few rounds since XMS got caught with his pants down. Now 4 players up in brown holes here, and Angel being sort of just the loose end now. Should be HellRaisers to make a push. They've actually got a couple of smokes between them. Flashes are there. They're going to come in.
Here we go. This time, Happy not going to get the timing on that shooting through the smoke, but RPK still alive on the site, but didn't expect the players to walk through the mollies, but the mollies weren't perfect either. But Happy, being where this pretty much stops, it feels like, he is not letting these players through or getting any freebies, and a quick flank as well. We saw that earlier aggression, and now that can come into effect. Zero could be in trouble here, and he certainly is. There it is, a couple of shots to remind him that, hey, I'm still here. Angel gets one from his own teammate, I think, and now the 2 players remaining, Angel and Zero, have to somehow hold on to this. So much pressure towards Angel, but he goes down to Scream, and in the meantime, it was Happy to find Zero, and Happy is being a beast on this B site. Normally, I guess you can look at RPK to be doing most of the work on it, but that's not been the case at all this time. Happy, 4 kills this round. The 2 earlier on were really, really integral, gave him a chance on that retake, and throughout this matchup, he's been such an integral piece on that B side.
Even in this season of the Pro League, actually, Happy seemed very comfortable, I guess, on CT sides in general. If we look back to the cash game against G2, and Happy was there was a lot of difficulty with G2 actually getting Happy off that A site, and it's the same as the case here. Little bit of a miscommunication with the crossfire that was set up on B. I think that's what caused RPK to go down in the first place. Could have been a smoke as well, or the molly has walked over, as you pointed out. HellRaisers, do they mix it up here? Do they go for something faster? I mean, this is last round of the half. They may as well throw caution to the wind and try and get 3 rounds at least on the board. Or not?
I don't know. It doesn't feel as though they have an answer. This looks like a B hit. Probably going to get slowly worked in here. They do have a couple of flashes, 1 smoke, but this timing, the feel of the game coming out from Envy, the timing on the smokes, the counter flashes, even just everything they're putting at them, it's really hard for HellRaisers to break through. Now, Angel's probably going to set something off towards A, just to maybe turn some attention towards it. Doesn't matter if it's happened or not. Here we go. The hit's coming towards B. 4 players coming through. The quick rotate from Envy might not be quick enough. Happy's finally gone down. It's RPK to wait. And a great position too. Dead Fox Bondic down to his hand. And the last 2 players now from HellRaisers desperately have to fight against it.
And even with Happy going down early on there, it's not enough for HellRaisers to get a foothold on the site. They just didn't know where RPK was going to be. Angel with no choice but to try and stand and deliver. But the half has been a disappointing one here for HellRaisers, Lauren. 13-2. We know what EnVyUs are like on train. We know it's a map for them, but still, we're hoping for more from HellRaisers after the changes they made. But let's go to a break, half-time, and we'll be back with the second half of this one. We'll see if HellRaisers can get a few more rounds under their sleeve. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, here to train our first map of the night. And it seems like HellRaisers are going to have to work on their spirits before they think about living up to their name in this one. It has been a rough first half for them, Lauren. Only 2 rounds to their name.
Yeah, rough's the word for it. It's not been a nice time. So let's see what EnVy can do. For them, I think they want a quick close to this. Don't let it get close. You want a nice, clean game. Stay confident on. Boost up that confidence just as individuals, but Zero might have other ideas. Nice connection on the first there towards XMS, but the follow-up not going to come as quickly nor as easily. So HellRaisers retain 5. They keep the numbers, and Angel with a nice position. Also will find 1 as RPK try to push up to get some ground game, but Happy on the active lurk this time. Gets met with a bullet to the side of the brain, and it's not going to go too well.
Or Scream, though, backing up there.
God.
Glock going to be delivering, but now in a 1v4. We've seen it. We'd seen it, but again, shouldn't be taking it for granted now. It's going to be Bondic to finish him off, and the defuse coming in here for HellRaisers, playing very passively back on these sites, and good little positioning, I guess you could say, for Sticko there to catch Happy as he tried to make his way in through from A.
I want to see how EnVy approach it now, considering we saw that buy that came out from HellRaisers. Of course, they got a couple more kills in between, but I'm hoping they respect getting that bomb down and just playing to that. Happy's going to get himself a P250, but beyond this, I can imagine there may be a couple of others invested, a couple of Deagles maybe buy down to about 2k, but that's about it. So a little bit of a different picture here. Not having those close rounds means that they're not even tempted by the idea of buying up towards it. So maybe EnVy, for them, they got a plant at least, so they get ideally that buy in the third now, and probably going to go exactly the same thing again. Now, only 1 man on B. Only Zero here early, so this could be a bit of a problem. If Zero can't stop this, he could get overwhelmed just purely by the fact that there's only bodies about to fall to him. 5 bullets remain for him, and he's got to be careful, use them wisely, and he runs out. But he's still standing, and he's still fighting, and EnVy are not getting that bomb down, at least not yet.
Scream, they're getting absolutely nothing done over from the top side. Bondic with 2. I mean, there was 1 man on the site, but Angel was fairly quick in getting there. And if you noticed that, it wasn't Angel getting kills. However, EnVyUs were trying to actually shoot at Angel just as he entered the site, instead of the player down below, of course, who was Zero, manages to hold on for quite some time there, having an excellent game, and often is one of the front runners here for HellRaisers, even in games where they are struggling in. But again, it's not aim, it's not skill, that's the issue here. It's sepia screens and no HUD.
That's interesting, because I can see the round. It's the cinematic view, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're here for. We are obviously just going to find the right screen, so no worries, guys. Do not fear, all is well. But what you missed was a quick little bit of a run boost over by Ivy, so Scream is now on the right side, so it just keeps Dead Fox on his toes. He does not have an AWP yet, so we'll just see how it works out. Angel, have a little bit of a peek around to see if anyone's coming through. EnVyUs pretty much just taking the time to get to where they want to be. See if there's anything they can find early on to work with. If that's the case, good stuff. If not, okay, time to fall back to that hit that we're going to design, that we've come up with. And at the moment, RPK to try and tease, see if anyone's there, just to draw out the fire. No one is. There is 4 men towards A, so this could be quite difficult for EnVyUs.
No smoke to the left for HellRaisers, so there won't be any further stalling for them, especially over towards areas like Ivy and the exit from Popdog. That will dissipate momentarily. 52 seconds in the round now, and all the fight's already starting here. Push comes out from Ivy, and XMS able to get himself too. RPK going to fall short, though. Happy still in a position to dominate here. He finds Bondic was switching on through. Bondic only on 1 point of health. And this smoke's going to be frustrating for Zero. He can't get any information about where Happy went after he got that kill on the A site.
Look at Happy.
Playing mind games.
I like this. You know that Zero plays B. So let's see how Happy approaches this mentally. How does he want to try and work this one out? He's going to try and actually... I'd love if he goes connector. That would be a bit of a BDP, but that's not going to be the case. He's going to take his time, go all the way around.
What does Zero do? What does he think now, knowing that 10 seconds are left? Oh, he's heard him.
There you go. Happy's planted safe, so Zero can't see him instantly. So Happy can readjust now, have a little bit of a look around. And now he's got to work out, all right, Zero, where are you? Now they know. The information gathered on both sides. It's down to just who is quicker on that trigger, and it's Happy. A little better, a little bit more well-rounded, and defined that situation from start to finish to be his favor.
Just a really strong performance from Happy in general in this particular match. It was EnVyUs were down to 2 players, I think, by the time the Happy started chiming in. They sacrificed a lot trying to push through Ivy, Lauren, but they managed to get that round, and that's important. Already on 14 rounds, it's going to be a pause to come in here. A technical one at that.
That old chestnut.
Yeah. Too many CPU screens and lack of HUD, as nice as it is. Again, I don't know, we've had some lag on our ops side. I'm not sure if it's there for them. I don't think so. Otherwise I would have paused it far earlier. 2 rounds away, though, EnVyUs very close now. Winning that round is definitely going to give them the impetus to try and push it home. And HellRaisers know they've got a force.
All right. round back underway. So it might have been actually a technical pause. Who would have thought it? But the problem being, overall, no matter what the issue was, no matter what the discussion might have happened with HellRaisers, they have so many rounds to just even get even. At this point, 4-14, Envy just broke back in off the back of one individual. We've got the Galils coming out, so RPK and Sixer sitting on that. And on the other side, a real bit of a mixed bag, I guess, as Bondic has at least the rifle, as does Sticko, but we've got a Scout for Dead Fox, a Deagle, should I say, and the CZ was 0. So a tough one for them to work with, but again, this is like how Envy want to start these rounds. 3 plays towards Ivy is what they had last time as well. Now, Angel's got a bit of a glimpse, and that's enough for him to say, nah, I'm all right without that. Thank you, I'm going to back away.
Yeah, I mean, look, 45 seconds into the round, he's now just having his utility drawn out. It's probably okay if you're HellRaisers, if you do like to play that slow round to put some pressure on EnVyUs. And yeah, EnVyUs can't afford to hang around in Ivy. They've pulled 2 of those players back. Happy will be the one to go forward here. Hoping to get under the skin of HellRaisers at this stage. Sticko is looking towards his exit here. You can see him just through on the X-ray. But no one is watching the backside. Actually, Angel is watching Happy. So Happy's pretty much covered on both counts here. Zero and Dead Fox. Angel will have to respond to this really quickly. Zero hoping for an early peek. It's the head of RPK to go down. He'll get himself a gun at that. Isn't even punished for it. EnVyUs are too busy trying to get towards his side. Now they've got a plant. 32 seconds left in the round as Zero gets his second.
That is so nice from Zero. And now the reinforcements finally arrive. It's Bond again. There's Sticko getting there. And now it's Happy in the 1v2. And if you know you're against Happy, you know he's not going to be with the rest. And Bondic knows exactly that. 18 seconds. Eyes trained on this. Nope. I think Happy's like, yeah, I'm not feeling that, boys. I'm off ski.
That positioning from Zero, real interesting with that CZ, given especially that HellRaisers, mind you, brought into this round with considerably less value. I mean, they had the CZ, they had a Scout to work with there, a couple of rifles, but definitely wasn't the optimal buy. Zero is dragging HellRaisers, kicking and screaming through this game. He's keeping them alive, no doubt about it.
He played that so well. He just clotheslined the first player of the CZ, got the gun, bought time, kept them just really guessing where if he was going to peek, if he wasn't, swung back around. Really, really well played.
And the fact that he felt or knew that he could go and actually recover that gun, you know, without sort of being caught or being watched, knowing that EnVyUs were already in full stride towards B, there's a lot of really good intuition there.
Really lovely work. So, Envy, you've got a rifle in the hands of Happy. He had that obviously in the last round, dragged it on over. He's actively trying to bait them in, maybe make them turn, allow the likes of XMS and Scream to try and pick up a gun for themselves, something better than what they have, which is upgraded pistols. They do have armor, so they do have real intent to this round, not going by the wayside. They don't want to waste this one. Happy they're just pre-firing that spot.
Dead Fox knows he can shoulder peek this one relatively comfortably, knows he's not probably dealing with an AWP from EnVyUs. They sort of had that sort of empowered force buy in that previous round. He got his information. Now the utility comes out, but XMS steps forward. But his Sticko wasn't ready for it at all. Molotov goes down. Dead Fox now smoking his way. He's just got to back away. And now XMS, he's behind enemy lines, trying to run a riot, but is finally brought to a stop by Dead Fox. And now Angel can respond from Connector.
Now look at this. Happy and Scream are in such unique positions. They can still make this so uncomfortable. Down by the old bomb train is Zero, though. That's the big threat that's still up on the board. And he gets destroyed by Scream as well. The Deagle comes through. I thought it was going to be Happy with the rifle actually doing the work there. But it wasn't even needed. And now Angel has to stop this before it really starts. He's just gets wrecked. Oh, that is depressing if you are HellRaisers. That is not the round you want to be seeing going to 15 towards Envy.
Only one kill for XMS there, but you can see that I think it was Bondic who ran into, was not ready for that. And then XMS getting, you know, past that line of defense in terms of the utility being used, completely threw HellRaisers into disarray. While XMS only got himself one kill, there was Scream able to come forward, get 2 kills there with a Deagle, if I'm not even mistaken. HellRaisers were in tatters there purely because they hadn't counted on XMS being so close up in their face.
Yeah, XMS is playing a nice game. I'm pretty impressed with this guy. I want to see how well he does throughout the rest of this season, if he can keep a nice consistency, keep, you know, being really relevant to it all. But a B hit. Just want to get this one done. It looks like use those SMGs. They've got the MAC-10s there beside them. So Zero's like, how do I make myself useful here? I only have a CZ and my positioning. Sticko's found RPK. That's good. But Scream's on the hunt. But actually, he finds the bad end of the gun there. Look at this. Bondic and Dead Fox still doing work. It's just down to Happy. 1v3. They don't have a kit, though. This could be a problem. And he does have a molly, but there's still smokes up for HellRaisers.
Smoke on the bomb, gonna make it impossible for Happy to actually get Molotov. Value is not there, the spray down comes through. Bomb still ticks away, he knows he has to go for it again. There's smoke placed up on the site. Happy not noticing Bondic initially. I think now it's panic, now it's spray, and it's not gonna be enough.
What? How are you not seeing
Does
that?
even... Not quite sure. I think it was too concerned about the bomb there as well. Should be the defuse coming in at the last moment there for Deadfox, and it is, but it'd be interesting to see the replay of that one. I know Happy was concerned about the proximity of a potential defuser to the bomb, but still not maybe giving the respect required to Bondik, I believe it was, up on top of the opposing carriage.
Yeah, I guess you've got to pick your poisons at that point, don't you? But still, what is this guy? Okay.
I think if you stand back up on that upper ledge, though, you can get the 1v1. I think you can obscure the lower angle, but he was concerned about keeping eyes on the site, perhaps. Interesting. I mean, they're tough decisions. Sometimes it's a lose-lose.
15-6 now. Little bit of room for play for HellRaisers, I guess, but...
Money-wise, at least.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing that's really beside them in this, and the bait over again. Deadfox isn't falling for it, which is good. He's been able to contest over by Ivy. It's not been particularly great in the long run. There you go. Nice work picking up Scream.
Look, like I said, he knows up against the comment that EnVyUs have that he can go for picks like that. He can actually physically get information and not worry about getting one hit.
Yeah, and it's just Sixer and Happy left. Sixer found a really nice bit of run, but again, you shouldn't be able to get away with too much against rifles when they know this position, where they're aware of Happy. How are you alive? Ow! He's just doing the chain of smoke. Just run straight forward through it. Just smoke all the way. It doesn't go too well for them that time, only managing to pick up Angel, and that was RPK. But they are getting towards a decent bag behind them, so they can get a buy going. XMS still a little bit light for cash, though.
And you can see the HellRaisers being forced to second-guess themselves. Are they in that smoke? Have they pushed forward past, I mean, the Molotov I just threw? Did I miss something? Did I miscalculate? 7 rounds for HellRaisers. They're bringing it back. But EnVyUs had a few rounds, of course, where they managed to wreak havoc with very, very little economically. HellRaisers are in the game because they did just that prior over on that B side with nothing but CZs and Tech-9s. But now, Angel full flash. He might not be able to stop this one. And XMS face-to-face with the Angel. I'm going to send him downward now. It's going to be Bondik to try and stand up. A lot of flashes here as well. HellRaisers really struggling to hold themselves through, but Deadfox is a spray down. It's desperate. He's hanging on. And for now, it's enough. But Sixer is closer than Deadfox realizes, puts a lot of damage down, but just goes awry with the spray. Now Happy in a 1v3. They don't know he's there. This could be massive. Didn't quite see Deadfox. I'm not sure. He didn't go for the peak anyway. Now Zero will be there, of course. Solid aim. Doesn't miss a lot. And Happy will eventually fall. 15-8. And now EnVyUs. Okay. Back down to lower levels of economy.
Yeah, and it was Angel was pushing pop, right? I'm pretty sure it was Angel, and I'm pretty sure it was Bondik's flash that got him completely blinded then. Not ideal, but Envy, okay, you got to keep respecting this. If they keep it up, they keep doing the job. Envy probably just go for that B hit again, I can imagine. One flash, bit of armor for RPK. I just send him in first, pretty much, just soak up those bullets, try and maybe do a little bit of something, but at this point, let's see what they can do. So, gonna avoid where the molly is for now. Zero's going to back away from that. Needs to be careful. He's not going to hear as many of these steps as maybe he'd hoped for. And it doesn't mean they can get out on the site. And yes, Six has managed to make it across. Now, there are nades and there are mollies. They won't win this round, I can imagine, but they have got the bomb plant, and that's all you can hope for.
Yeah, the barrage coming through here, and the Fusillade catching Sixer, taking him low. That's an 8 from Zero to pick him up. Aimed on towards RPK, though a response was there. Oh, hello, Happy. Again, said that a few times and had to cut myself off mid-sentence. Still 2 kills coming in there for EnVyUs. Bomb planted. Gonna pave the way then for them just to get that last round here in this first map.
How many times are we gonna say? And Happy left in
It's a one on X situation. Yeah. He gets that first shot. He always gets 1 kill out of it. And you think this could be a thing. You think back to Inferno with the Deagle. It's been quite a while since then.
Yeah, I look forward to it. Inferno's now in the map pool as well.
It is.
So it's now playable. It's gonna be seen throughout this one. Looking forward to that coming back through.
A lot of discussion about how Banana's working in Inferno now. If you did watch DreamHack Masters and the teams discussing, I think it was MSL, as always, was quite vocal about that part of the map, but you can check that one out yourself on HLTV. Anyway.
Double AWP.
Yeah, and 1 for Sixer here as well.
And none of them are B, so we've got the double AWP on A. Bondik gets absolutely destroyed. Scream just goes out. Now, Angel's found him pretty quickly off the back of that, but instantly there's a push from Envy towards B as well. I don't know if Scream was just a tasty bit of bait, but Angel is left scratching his head, wondering what was going on, and Sixer takes his head clean off.
Zero's the danger man here. No doubt about it. Smoke thrown by Sticko just to get himself in towards the side. EnVyUs got 2 directly on the side and 2 playing back. Sixer there caught in between. It was Deadfox to take him down. Now Zero. Can he find RPK? Spray connects. 2v2.
And there's mollies left and there's no smokes left towards HellRaisers. This could be a small problem. They might not expect XMS Look at this positioning. That is great work from him. Doesn't get the follow-up, and now the molly goes in, but it will spread just far enough, and Sticko has to find Happy, has to remove him away. He cannot deal with it, and there you go, the defuse. It's surely going to come through. He's got a kid as well.
Very close. It was. Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, maybe the Molotov even thrown a little bit preemptively over towards the site. I think as the last EnVyUs player there sort of ran back up on towards Spools, but could have held a little bit longer, maybe change the situation, but he was hurt. I'm pretty sure Sticko did hear his footsteps as he came down ramp, was able to chase that one down. But that's one of those clench scenarios, Lauren. That's the map hanging in the balance there, and Sticko able to deliver, keep HellRaisers alive. 10 to 15, it's only 5 rounds in it. An economy burgeoning here.
Yeah, this is getting interesting. It could all fall apart in a second, of course. It takes one round from Scream to go crazy, or Happy to finally get that really good lurk that gives him more than just that 1 kill and a bit.
Jeez, he
the
got
run
some
boost,
distance.
It just Scream's a very light man. He just, you know, just send him flying. So, point is now, I want to see how these double ops come through, because Dead Fox, you know, we know he's good at that. We know he can play this AWP pretty well. I want to see how Angel does. He got really outdone there by Sixer in just the last round. So, I want to see what he can achieve. He's actually supporting over by B early on this time, so that's a bit of a difference. Last time there was 4 players towards A, both of the double AWPs there as well. But EnVy going to be putting their players down by Ivy for now. This is something we've seen most rounds. You've got to be a little bit careful of this one. Scream's willing to risk his head going rolling at this point, but Sticko is on the other side, so does give Scream the angle to work with just for a little while. Gives him some bit of play here, and he's going to go and find this one. He's going to try to at least, but on the edge of that smoke, Sticko is desperate for that peek. He doesn't get it though.
He's forced to just back away now, gives some ground. Flash comes in, Molly. Scream takes a smattering of damage there from the spray through the smoke, but Dead Fox is ready for XMS. Unfortunately not ready for the second. Scream stepping up to the plate straight after. It's a 3v3. As Sticko playing well back on the site there, does get the frag, but the bomb is planted, and HellRaisers have to filter in through these 2 tunnels to access the site.
There is no utility this time for EnVyUs. This could be a bit of a problem. Let's see if they can manage to keep this one up, though. Scream normally had been, you know, taken down by this point, so having him up a nice benefit, but Sixer just walks in towards Sticko. Scream responds beautifully. Zero and Angel get destroyed, and Scream is the one to nail it. 4 kills, and that is map 1 done.
No better way to finish things off here, Lauren, than a 4-piece from Scream. However, this time, a couple other players on EnVyUs definitely stepping up in a big way. Happy, very important on that CT side. But there's another map to see, of course, between HellRaisers and EnVyUs. But before we do that, I'm going to pass over to the desk with some thoughts on how that map went, gents.
Super Saiyan Scream is how it went, finally shutting it down. It looked for a while they were running into trouble. In doing so, a massive lead to start off. And by the way, Scream is officially announced now. He is an official member of EnVy.
I think they're all in the UK for some reason, signing contracts or something.
That would explain why they almost didn't win the game.
Wow. Okay. They had a very convincing first half, Matthew. Wasn't it 13-2, if I remember rightly? I was very interested in the pacing that they were using on their CT side EnVy. They were very aggressive early on, and then as Mitch touched on, they actually went back to a very passive hold, something that you see a lot with Scream getting boosted in connector. He plays that spot very well. They just were able to use their pacing and aggressiveness at different times to their
That was
benefit.
something I think it was Exist touched on for NIP back when the old Inferno, by the way, if you haven't seen behind me, we've got a nice new Inferno banner to highlight the fact that it is in the map pool officially this week. Some look back at the XMS plays, but one of the things Exist touched on is if you set a very high-paced tempo early, you bait out more utility from the CT side, and therefore they get so used to using it early. Once you slow down, you actually open the map up to yourself again.
And I harp on about pacing and dictating the pace a lot when I do my analysis stuff, and I think it's very important because as long as you're controlling the tempo, you're not being dictated to, and you're making them uncomfortable. You know what you're doing, you're making the decisions, and then they're the ones who have to kind of adjust. And then when you're ahead of the curve, it's so easy because they're playing catch-up the whole time, right? So if you want to throw in a more aggressive thing later down the road, or if you want to go super-duper passive and not use any utility at all, they don't know what's coming, and you're in full control, and that's great to do on both sides. It's very hard to assert dominance like that, though.
Angel becomes the veteran in this team, per se. Very, very, very lackluster performance from him. It was more along the lines of Dead Fox and Zero, the newer blood to the team that were doing most of the work.
Yeah, well, trying T-half, it's very difficult, you know, and it's hard to get stuck into, especially if you execute and start working, and like we said, that pacing makes it hard to decide what strategies you're going to use. I was impressed with XMS. I was a little bit hard on him when they played last time, but he was more solid this time round. I did watch them play at DreamHack Leipzig when he was still part of LDLC.
Yep.
Nobody in that team was a standout star when I watched them play, so it was hard for me to go, oh, this guy's good or this. But he's doing his role. I think it's interesting that Scream was able to have another sick performance, right?
Yeah.
It's crazy to me that he's able to continue to do that. I know this isn't the same tier opponent as a G2, but the fact that he did that, and Happy chimed in as well, which I said needed to be important, and he was doing more versatile roles, and he was actually with the team a lot more, I thought. That's good to see. I could be starting to believe, Matthew.
Believe that they're going to show up?
Yeah.
I don't know if
I
those
wasn't
guys are gonna
believing
show
in
up.
the. I wasn't believing in the Envy, like the Envy train.
No, I
right?
agree. Well, the problem was people put so much emphasis on the super team that no one really paid attention to what was remaining out of it. It's still pretty good on paper. Happy, Scream, RPK, Sixer. I mean, XMS is the one guy that's new to all of it, but they're all showing up. And I think Scream's invigorated in many ways. But that said, we, of course, have to take a short break. When we come back, we go back into another map. It's best of ones, but they played two. It's a doubleheader, as always. We'll be right back to see if HellRaisers have anything on the second map of our two.
We play for the legacy. We play for the prestige. We play for the glory. We play for one goal.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL Pro League. Two shots in a row. Fenix about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
We're back, boys. We are ready to roll, and we are getting ready for the next game. The next game between the two we just saw, and there has to be an improvement from HellRaisers, you have to say. Cobblestone lends itself to CIS teams in many respects, and I include Virtus Pro in the CIS teams. I know Poland's not, but they are by virtue of ownership. But one team that's no longer a dominant CIS team because they have a core of Europeans, but still at the beginning of the map, is HellRaisers.
I think they were warming into it.
Wondering where I was going
What's
with that.
going on with my hair this evening?
It looks fantastic, Chad. I wasn't going to mention it.
This is actual bad hair. Anyway, it looks like they were warming into it.
We were sleeping.
In the second half when they were on the CT side. They started to warm into it. People started hitting their shots. They had a bit more cohesion going on. Maybe just a slow start for them. You know, there's been a bit of a break. There was a week break because of the DreamHack Masters. They might have been playing a few less pracs. All the top teams would have been in Vegas. So I don't know, maybe there's something there, but what's the excuse for Envy? They weren't there. So I'm gonna have to think here that let me remember. Envy beat G2 on this when they played last week.
Yes.
So
this was one of the maps that Scream was a contributing factor as a stand-in, as a mercenary at the time, who's now been brought in. Enlisted.
It's a very weird thing for somebody to continue to have good performances like that at that level, right? To be dropping 30 frags at a map, and that's why I wasn't so confident in Envy going into that first game. But I think, you know, if he's going to keep doing it, how can you not back them in?
So on G2, the way that the depth played out, obviously Shox was the main standout. There's no question about that. We used to say Scream was kind of second in command in terms of that rank, in terms of having to step up. Body, not so much, but RPK was kind of the factor. In this, I actually think where you have Happy with Scream, it kind of means RPK has to do He still has to be a consistent player. He has to be the rock of the team. But with XMS, if he can overcome him, even I think there's actually maybe even more depth just in the way the complexion of this team ran out than what the former G2 was. So does that put as much pressure on Scream? And who do you look to actually, aside from RPK, because obviously he's consistent, who do you look to be the one that has to step up on this team to give them that extra push?
I think if they want to go up against top-tier teams, they're going to need the Orpo and Sixer to step up and not hit like crazy shots and not be like a carry force, but just do his job. Maybe Scream has a lot more freedom in this team, right? Because Shocks...
Well, that's kind of where... And the reason I'm going... Because you just touched on the fact that you don't think a player like that can hit that level every single game or that frequently, and therefore, you know, there has to be depth on this team, which is what everyone thought they lacked.
Yeah, well, if the freedom goes Scream's way and he can do whatever he wants, it's easier to get more kills, right? Because you're getting to do what you want all the time. It's only when you have a very off night and you know, sometimes you're playing and you just feel your timings are really off and everything you do, it's just wrong. That's, you know, once in a blue moon, and especially at this level when they're practicing and playing at this level all the time, they're going to be more consistent. You know, it's not just like we're playing matchmaking or something like that. So for Cobblestone, it's going to be an interesting map to see how they approach it because they are mainly a rifle team, right? Happy will probably pick up the secondary AWP, but he's not going to use it as the aggressive player. So they're not going to be on their CT side going for many aggro picks with the AWP. It's going to be up to the rifles to play quite a passive style. What you see from Gambit, I think, where you have like a Dren and Hobbit who sit back with the M4s and let them run out into the crossfire on the CT side. And I think that's a good way to play that B defense. But I don't know what HellRaisers can do to get back into this one. You said Angel, he was having a rough time. He's one of those in-game leaders that's like an entry fragger in-game leader, and that's very hard to get going if the other team is just able to out-aim you.
Yeah, well, and usually we talked about this. This is a subtlety. In-game leaders tend to know every single smoke that needs to be thrown. So him going down early now, if he's entering, that should imply that they've already executed. But if he does go down early frequently, he's usually the one that fills in for a void of someone else who's gone down that has to throw a smoke, and knows all the set smokes that people throw in certain situations. So when your in-game leader goes down, if you lose multiple instances, you know, let's say you throw one very set smoke every single time. Well, you're not going to know the same one that I throw for jungle on Mirage. I mean, that's a bad example. Everyone knows that one, but you know what I'm saying? It's kind of interesting to think about.
Yeah, I liked being more of an entry fragging game leader because I felt like getting in there and finding out all the information. I got to see everything firsthand.
It quickly. Yep.
Yeah, and sometimes I could make reads that I couldn't relay to my teammates that I wanted them to do, and I had to do it myself. But I agree with you in that sense. For an in-game leader to stay alive in the middle of the round, it makes it easier to be the general and direct his troops. At the same time, if your teammates are competent enough and they know all their smokes, potentially being dead and being able to flick through everyone's screens and see everything at once can come in handy, especially if as that entry in-game leader you've made an opening because you have the advantage on the T side already, right, in a 4v4, in theory.
No, I get both arguments. I'm just curious about that because execution-heavy teams who rely on defaults before and getting information before, when you lose your in-game leader in that instance and then someone has to throw smoke or compensate.
Things get messy.
Yeah, it can. And I know that Blade often talks about that, missed smokes from certain players or the lack of utility based on unfavorable duels to start things off. So it's an interesting thought. Cobblestone, up heavy. I know Thorn would say the best fox is a dead fox. He's got to step up in this.
Yeah, if they want to, I think, you know, with an AWPer on this map, you can actually have it very versatile on the CT side in the sense of you can have a M4 rifling, an M4 anchoring A, and then when the AWPer wants to come and pick it, he's allowed to. When he has a good spawn, he can go pick platform. When they think it's going to be a B execute, you know, he can play at the statue or behind in the chicken coop. And I think it's probably better that way to use the AWPer in a more versatile role than being in a set position.
You're wrong on your prediction on the first map. Try it again.
G2.
They're not playing this game.
Oh, God damn it. I was thinking of Scream in G2.
Should have just left it at that.
Should have just left it. Envy's who I meant because of Scream, who was in G2. Give me time.
I'm gonna bail you out there. Now, listen, I have to apologize. I called them Old Faithful. What I really meant is the only true professionals. It's back over to Lauren and Mitch.
Thank you very much, gents. Yeah, I mean, we've all had a day. We've all had a bit of a day. Some of us haven't slept yet. How about that for a screen, ladies and gentlemen? We've all had a day. Okay, this is going to be interesting, Lauren. Cobblestone coming up between these two teams, especially the T side from HellRaisers, if we get to see that one in its entirety, because how slowly they like to play and how hard it can be to get good information, and even as CT-sided teams on this particular map, knowing what the setups are going to be from the T side, have to invest a lot in getting that information sometimes.
Yeah, and I guess if you go back in time, this is a far better map for HellRaisers overall. managed to beat Virtus Pro at Epicenter, excuse me, back in 2016. You know, these are a while ago sort of results, but you know, we'll see if that's maybe transferred. Clearly, they don't look as warmed up as we'd have hoped, but hopefully the last game's got them going back. We saw a couple of players, Zero specifically being a bit of a impact player, and look at this stack. And I still 4-1 to start us off with. I like this. Nothing wrong with it, and well, he's found something wrong with it. I guess the fact that Happy can just jump down, drop, and absolutely deck you.
Sticker, they got the 1 kill, is hiding around the corner, but Happy was very quick to follow on that one. And of course, Angel was off seeing the sights over at the A side. And now needs to do this the old-fashioned way. Decent start on towards Happy. 72 HP to work with here, that's all. Not ideal. There's a Tech 9 on screen there as well. And yeah, it was a foregone conclusion, essentially. But EnVyUs start off well on this T side.
And I like the theory from HellRaisers, but you still got to hit your shots. You still have to somehow shut down Happy running at you with the Tech 9.
When you get blasted immediately from the first player that comes in the drop room, you know it's going to be a tough round. Even if you can trade that with someone, you know, hiding in the corner. Yeah, it's still a long walk home.
Yeah, it's not pretty, but let's see if they can recover. Can they do some damage here? They've certainly got a little bit of weaponry beside them. They've got some armor there as well. 4-1 again. Not completely against this. I don't mind it at all, actually. Generally, it does end up on B if you're on those lighter buys. It's just easier to hit. At this point, you can still just charge through into drop, split through, but EnVy spreading the wealth as such. You've got players just about everywhere. No one really giving up ground, not going to let HellRaisers get any information, showing presence over by A, so keeping Angel dedicated to this. It might even pull a player off of B, but they might just be stubborn as well. HellRaisers, they can go, nah, screw it, we'll risk it. We'll see how it goes. If they watch the game against G2, not too long ago, of course, that grudge match that went down, they'll see how EnVy like to approach this as this new collective. It seems relatively similar to this so far. And here we go. Let's see if that stack works out better this time. Sticko's going to get off to a good start. Supported by Zero, who actually got the kill out of that one. But so far, the SMGs are tearing through them. Onyx found one back, so it's nice and close. They're keeping it together. But the point being now, Angel's locked out. He was over by A earlier on, and I don't see him finding much of a way back into this.
So again, a 4-1 stack for HellRaisers. Completely falls apart there to EnVyUs there. I mean, the initial kill coming out, I think, from Bondic there, giving them a little bit of time, but again, once EnVyUs seem to get going, doesn't matter how many players HellRaisers have over on the site.
No, it doesn't seem to matter all that much. They have no stopping power. There's no way to hinder them. You can't really throw that much utility at them when you're on those sort of buys. There's no way to slow them down, and it's not like EnVy don't hit their shot, so it's kind of hard to just stop it before it starts. So XMS can be up on the rifle now. You've got the Galil still with Scream, and the Mac-10's back out. They know that this is farming time. This is when you'll build up as much money as you can. Just keep on rolling over them at this point. And we're not going to see the same 4-1. It looks like Sticko's kind of joined Angel. So back to this kind of more default start, but Angel going for the UMP.
He was out towards A long initially. Happy there on his own. Just delves in towards Connector and finds that kill. Now just tiptoeing around it.
Look at Happy surrounded as well.
I just don't think he cares. I think this is fine for him.
Perfect.
This is totally fine, because in the meantime, EnVyUs have got 4 players pushing on all day, and there's nothing HellRaisers can do about it. Sticko's too busy trying to do it Happy, and Happy takes 2 himself. Now the A side is open. It's screened off by smoke in towards Connector. What a struggle, and what a nightmare for HellRaisers to try and get back onto this one.
I think that's already done pretty much by this point. I'm wondering if they boosted up Angel and Zero. I can imagine, yeah, they did. So those two are going to run off with the UMPs. There's a little bit of armor on Angel, so he probably doesn't want to lose that either. And Sticko's pretty much surplus. So he can be left as a warning signal as, oh, they might boost. Oh, they're starting to chase now. Just be careful. Beyond that, though, for HellRaisers, this is clutching at straws early on, not doing too much damage just yet here. That's a bit of a problem. It means they might be light on a bit of utility down the line. But for now, XMS does find Sticko, but that's not too surprising. He only had the USPS, so it really was just feeding himself through. So at this point, one benefit being Happy was the one who got the kills going, and XMS had the rifles. It's not like EnVyUs made huge deals of money, but certainly around on the board is what they'd be looking for anyway.
And the pure value you achieve from Happy there as well, going aggressive in towards Connector. Straight away, if you see someone actually peek window against you and take the 1v1, you're packing your DAX if you're HellRaisers. You're thinking, okay, there's going to be one now is pushing out on towards the side. They're going to be a B platform. Wasn't the case at all. And getting 2 kills for that and be able to run interference to the degree Happy did, that was big. You know, people have talked about his style, his lurking style, sort of likes to play a little bit more around the play, but there he was a spearhead. Well, no, not the real spearhead that HellRaisers had to worry about.
I actually quite like the buy that HellRaisers have gone for. They've actually gone going for, I guess, some of the stronger weapons, just just so they have a little bit more stopping power in the form of utility, because they've been struggling to slow down when EnVy actually go for those full hits, or just make EnVy not play the game they want to play completely and utterly. So we'll see how this works out now. deadfox still has an M4, so that's fine. Zero completely flashed, forced to back away towards the rock, and deadfox is allowed to play this now. Zero's got his push to find Scream, and now the 3 remaining players from EnVyUs aren't exactly in great spots. They're kind of stuck on the plateau. They've run out of utility, barring one smoke that Sixer has, but you can't easily place that to cover all these spots left remaining.
Oh. Sixer gets a bit of a gimme frag there. With Zero just peeking around the corner. Still some utility left for HellRaisers. They bought up big in this round, like you mentioned earlier, Lauren. And it worked out beautifully. The first 2 players for EnVyUs on the site were flashed and killed immediately. Good investment from HellRaisers. Sixer's going to back it up here. 47 seconds on the clock here, so some time to be worked with for EnVyUs. It's not all done. And that's the benefit of sometimes going for an aggressive early play. You'll have a surplus of time late in the round.
Yeah, lots and lots of time left here. Let's see how they approach it now. What do they have left? No utility to forge anything with. They're just hoping maybe HellRaisers get a little bit anxious to make something happen, or maybe just not be as disciplined. And the timing is obscene. That's so upsetting, because he could have spotted this coming out. He might have died for it, but at least he'd have an idea. And EnVy now going to try and just hedge their bets by going through drop, find an angle of approach, but it's going to be tricky. But Happy found one, expects the push from Sticko, but he can't find the follow-up. If he found Bondic, that had been down to the 1v1, and that would have been incredibly dangerous. But no matter what happened, it's still around the board now for HellRaisers. They've actually bought their way back in, or fought their way back in, should I say. But the problem now is their money isn't that great. Are they going to, again, forego some of the fullest of purchases for a slightly lighter weapon? How are they going to try and spread the wealth? Yes, they are. And it worked last time. I don't really blame them on this either. But we do see Sixer on the AWP now. That's a big difference.
Just reactive flashes from HellRaisers really helped them that last round with that early push from EnVyUs. So they're going to buy up a few of those again. Like Zero would only have a FAMAS this round, but he does actually get an M4. So still, to be fair, a full arsenal for HellRaisers. Even an AWP picked up for deadfox. They got a bit to work with. They got Molotovs and all and sundry. Smokes are plenty. And EnVyUs don't go for an early push this time, so they do need to be mindful of time ticking away.
Oh, and look at this read from deadfox. I don't know if he just knows how Sixer likes to play this, or how EnVy like to play this, or if it's just something he likes to do, but he was reading it so well, but his flash actually forced Sixer to crouch in, to hide away and then reface out later, but it doesn't work out, sadly, for deadfox, even though he did play that quite nicely. The timing, the angle, just the patience alone coming out from the opposing side worked out for them just a little bit better. And Zero wants to make up for it. Try and maybe can. He has found it. That's great, but this could cause a response now from EnVyUs. How do they then approach the rest of this round? Are they going to make the assumption that maybe HellRaisers are going to pull another player away from A if they're playing 2 there earlier? Do they now want to exploit that? They don't want to seem predictable just hitting that B site. So look, here we go. Already going to look over towards A, quick flash in towards middle. Angel is just hoping that Sticko's going to probably just watch long eventually, because he's got a really nice angle here. That tree is so hard to shoot through, but he's going to have to take the fight. And Scream will take him down, and now EnVy are powering through towards his site.
Sticko has an opportunity here. Players on the left and none on the right. They're able to get him a 1v1, and Scream wasn't even ready for it. Now the Molotov to follow up. That's in towards Wood, but 22 seconds on the clock. This is what we were talking about early on in the round. No early push for EnVyUs. They were stalled out by utility, and now Bondic on towards RPK, but it's replied very, very quickly. Sticko out in no man's land. Gets himself a kill before going down, and that's Zero. Reliable as always, but EnVyUs were already under the clock.
They were. The time was really starting to hammer them down there. That was quite scary. But again, HellRaisers' money hasn't stabilized. These rounds are still close, but they know that EnVy can't afford too much this round. So maybe upgraded pistols, maybe a bit of armor, and that's what we've seen. Actually, a little bit of good investment coming through from XMS and from Happy there. And actually a fair bit of armor all throughout. They're not going into this lightly. They do want to cause some issues. Maybe expecting those UMPs to come out. Maybe expecting a little bit of a farming approach from HellRaisers. So they've got to be on their toes here and be careful, because EnVy, whether you like it or not, is still deadly on these rounds.
Flashes for 2 players, smokes for 2. 3 players pushing on towards this A long, and RPK is just bringing up the rear a little bit more slowly here. Heads down in towards middle. Angel's not hurt enough here. Oh, hello, the shot comes in from Scream across his face. So he should be ready for this push, trying to maneuver himself up into a better spot, and gets taken down as a response. Now the 3v3, Smoke's going to come out, and this will give a little bit of leeway for EnVyUs to push on towards his site.
Oh, Oh, the timing on Bondic going up on that ledge is just disastrous. Now it's going to be quite hard to play retake on this. Scream's got himself a gun, as is XMS, and now RPK can just maybe find an angle to work with. He's certainly deadly with that P250. We saw it just in the last map train, so he can do some damage with that. Zero's got a good spot, though, coming around the longer flank. We do have the kit on Dead Fox, too. A little bit hard to play the retake with the AWP, but let's see how well he does this.
Second round in a row that we've seen Zero play the long flanking game. This time, though, he's met with some bullets from Scream. Now he's able to back away and just sort of stack himself up on XMS. An almost impossible fight for Dead Fox to take here. Two guns pointing in the same direction. Might make things hard. Let's see how he plays this one. Goes for a tick on the bomber. Scream heard him. He was ready for him. He peeks out. And EnVyUs get that round back there after HellRaisers valiantly brought those 2 rounds under their own control. They're now lacking funds yet again.
Yeah, look at the money for HellRaisers. It's gone from just about keeping them afloat in those rounds to completely disappeared. It's CZs. It's 5.7s. It's P250s. What it is not pretty at this point, Mitch. It's going to be tough to handle. We'll see if they go for that 4-1 that they like to do on these sort of rounds. It does seem as though they are. Angel left to his own devices, but Scream will always be over here somehow. He's either by the kind of halls around the back by the stairs, just kind of showing presence, keeping that in mind. In case someone tries to go on that quick flank, just tries to get around the back of them. But Envy, looks like they're set and ready, just waiting to see if there's going to be that aggression coming through. If someone will try and make a play towards drop, maybe a boost. Not to be the case. Happy can now approach.
Angel did spot Scream there as well on long A. Attempted to have a crack with the deagle, but didn't find anything now. So both teams have 4 players committed to the B site right now. They're leaving 2 loose ends. And the flashes now just to facilitate a pushing towards drop room. Happy not convinced, wants one more. Make sure he checks every corner this time and definitely looking towards his left, but he's not quick enough. Bondic takes him down with a CZ. Supreme at close range, and there's Sticko up in your face with a P250 double headshot. Devastating from Sticko up at close range, but Scream's able to keep his team in it just for now. 6 going down is not a good omen at all. And now the 1v4.
How is this the round they're starting to pull back? Scream left with it all to do. 48 seconds. Bomb doesn't even matter. Angel shuts it down, and the big difference maker, well, I was going to say Sticko, or, you could say Bondic there, but it's just the P250 up close range. Why not have a gun that costs absolutely sod all that can do that sort of thing?
Seriously, yeah, look, this has been discussed a lot, actually. You ask Vendetta what he thinks about pistols and how strong they are, but P250 headshots wreck you, absolutely. And when you can get 2 together like that, well, the round's pretty much won in itself there. EnVyUs didn't really know what they were walking into, and HellRaisers sacrificed early information, except for Angel going long on A to see Scream in favor of holding tight corners and using those pistols effectively. That's how you want to play if you're forced onto those pistols.
So Scream's gone for the bit of a hero rifle. He's still got more money than the rest of them, so it doesn't really affect him that much. And RPK yet to get a kill as well, so just keep in mind how this one's playing out. We'll see what Scream can do. He doesn't want to give away the game early that he's that man, but maybe he is. He seems like he wants to be the spearhead of this, and it might catch a couple of players off guard. They will not expect a rifle. Now they certainly will, and oh my word. That was Angel coming out of on top of that one quite drastically. The Scream now is a little bit locked in here. Got to be careful now. You might want to get rid of that AK and give it over to someone else, possibly.
But it's Scream, Lauren. It's Scream.
It is.
He, believing his own hype, perhaps going to keep himself the AK for now. After RPK fell, though, this is EnVyUs now. Just pause for thought, perhaps. Going to press out a middle, and Angel's well equipped to meet Scream here with a hail of bullets, and that will take him down. That AK getting very minimal impact done. XMS able to pick it up, though, now in the 3v5.
Angel doesn't need to do much anymore. Hopefully for him, Bondic and Sticko should be able to help him out. But look at this position. This is kind of unique. If that already been broken, if the grate had been broken earlier, he could have done some work towards the 3 players who are now really locked in on the site. But they're aware this is a possibility. They know this could have happened. So it's kind of become a little bit redundant, sadly. Prior to that, if it had been knocked out, he would have gone around the back over towards that balcony ledge and had a little bit of a look through. But you can see Bondic aware, Sticko pretty much aware at this point. They know he's locked into that little side room.
Has to stand and deliver. Pushes out and is received by Bondic pretty comfortably there. Quite a clean round from HellRaisers. After that first pick up on RPK, it was EnVyUs were constantly waylaid by smokes and flashes. This is that double headshot we saw earlier on over on that B site. Quite astounding, really. 1 and 2. Thank you, Sue. Easy for Sticko there to pick them up. Now. Sticko there. It's going to be Angel there to meet Happy fairly early on in the round there again. Nice little early push to catch him out. EnVyUs still going to move as a unit though. They've got 4 players going forward. Angel on a 6er. Another response comes in, still 4 for HellRaisers at the moment. They're receiving this quite comfortably.
XMS, what are you going to do? Nothing. Shut down by the CZ in the end. Actually, HellRaisers, they are starting to find, I guess, a little bit more stability in this. And it seems we do have the tactical pause coming out, and hoping that's from EnVyUs maybe to reconsider a couple of things here. Maybe find an approach that's starting to work, because you don't expect to be halted this drastically by HellRaisers. It's something that really, you saw on the last map, how powerful EnVyUs were in comparison. EnVyUs were really, really pushing out the boat. They looked very much stronger than HellRaisers. The comeback felt, I know it sounds harsh when you look at it. The scoreline wasn't that bad actually on Train, but it felt shallow to me, the HellRaisers comeback. It didn't feel like they could win it every single time. It didn't feel like that's something if you repeated it every single time, HellRaisers would always bring it that close. It felt very situational to that. So I'm hoping this actually can really stick through, and we see now maybe what EnVy can do. What depth do they have to bring to this? Because so far, okay, some of the way the HellRaisers have been winning these rounds has been a little bit cheesy. Look at that P250 sort of deal coming out. Like, it's not been ideal, but we'll have to wait and see if they do have that depth yet. They're still a relatively new team, EnVyUs, as this collective. They're still having to work through a couple of pieces here. It does seem as though we are back underway, so we can just find out an answer to that pretty quickly, I can imagine. And it seems like we do have the same start coming out from EnVyUs, that kind of 4-1 that they like to approach with Scream left to deal with whatever's over by A, maybe slowly work his way up. Normally he falls back, just waits to see if there's any aggression, and HellRaisers just have to sit and wait to see what's coming.
And EnVyUs, for a few moments, will have to just sit tight. There's a smoke up on that B platform, and Scream again, usually playing that loose player over towards long A. Didn't actually make any contact with Angel this time around, although he is playing quite cannily. This has been a bit of a common spot for Bondic so far. RPK wants to be checking this corner. Note that EnVyUs don't have, you know, an extensive amount of flashes to be throwing down into his drop, so a risk was even taken with RPK going down the way he did. Still, he'll have one for this corner. Bondic is backed away. Sees the shoulder. Bondic again moving back now. Smoke. This is going to waylay EnVyUs even further. They're going to have to push. They're going to have to go for it. But Zero catches RPK as soon as he pushes out there. XMS able to get Dead Fox, but not before Scream was taken down just towards his right. Happy's going to be called on to do a lot in this round, but unfortunately cannot make it happen. It's now a 2v1 Sixer. The bomb is on the platform. He'll need it in hand to get the plant down. Now the flash comes through. He doesn't quite connect on the Sixer, but he wasn't even sure where HellRaisers were going to be pushing from in the first place. And they caught him with a double push straight through the double doors. It's going to be 6-4 now, and HellRaisers are in the lead. A lot of money on the side of HellRaisers. 10K for Sticko, 9K for Dead Fox, and EnVyUs, a far different story.
Yeah, EnVyUs, I'm curious now. This is what I see is because it's all good where you get these big superstars having these big games. What happens when it doesn't all operate? You know, this was the question on the desk that they were discussing is, you know, Scream can't always have that big game. These players can't always have that consistency to perform. How much do they have then to fall back to? Where's that depth then come from if it's not from that aspect? Already though, Angel gonna find XMS. This round seems like a little bit of a throwaway hit. RPK wants to get himself a little bit more with the P250, but I don't think that's gonna happen at this point. He's just outgunned, outnumbered on every single aspect.
And again, it's the one toe dipped in the pool for EnVyUs, losing a player over towards A long or similar, and then backing away, hoping to try their luck at B. But Dead Fox has a lot of stopping power with the AWP. And there's a one flash for EnVyUs to try and get the better of him. It's not going to work. Sixer falls, bomb goes loose. Now Dead Fox backs away. Molotov just as a contingency. And now to take his position for the next salvo. Misses that shot, but it's going to be Scream found by Zero. Precise as a surgeon's knife. RPK gets one, actually. Trying to deliver on towards the side, but Happy again. Yeah, in a 1v4. Never great. With only a P250, Dead Fox is eventually going to silence him as well. And HellRaisers now starting to stack these rounds up pretty comfortably. EnVyUs, again, not being able to work in with a lot of utility.
Yeah.
Not much to go with. They had that one flash to try and deal with Dead Fox, and they were pretty much shut down anyway. On towards B platform.
And the strange thing, well, I guess strange thing, on the desk, the thing that was said was that RPK is normally the man to have consistency. If anything, we've started to see him actually provide a little bit more. You know, start to come up with a little bit more than he had before. You know, a little bit more firepower, a little bit more of that, I guess, what people like to look at for RPK. But that seems to have subsided this match. He's really not come up with too much just yet, individually at least. So hopefully EnVyUs brings something to the forefront here. At least Six is back on the ult, but it feels kind of rinse and repeat to me, and not much has really changed. And HellRaisers, as you highlighted, are getting back on the board now. They are leading by some substantial margin. So for me, I'm waiting to see if surely this lineup, this very talented lineup, this French side, can bring something through.
Slower play for EnVyUs to start this one off. Smoke thrown just to make sure there's no interlopers from Connector. And the Bondic spot is checked. HellRaisers sitting well back on their side. Deadfox able to receive 2. That's Bondic, the aforementioned, playing a lot more passively than normally have to, as Deadfox with 3 now. Only 1 remains. It's Sixer with the AWP. And the bomb is tantalizingly close, but would cause him to sort of risk his life if he wanted to pick it up. And I think he's going to think better of about Angel. He's been playing this spot the whole half. In a great position to wrest this AWP from Sixer's grasp if he gets too far away from the mid-halls area.
And credit to Deadfox. He wasn't particularly challenged. It all felt like a little bit one by one by one by one. It felt he was almost allowed that, but one of those shots was a little bit beastly. But yeah, Sixer's going to have to be trying to keep hold of this. And, oh, would you really expect Angel in this tower? If he goes up here, I'm going to feel so bad for him. Just suddenly...
I hope Sixer nails him. I hope he's ready for it.
There we go. No, that is not what you expect. Somehow I'm going down the other side of the tower. And do you want the double AWP? No, don't fancy it, don't need it. Look at the money they have.
That's crushing for EnVyUs, who are struggling to even develop some sort of economy. This is Deadfox as well.
See XMS then. Oh, that's just beautiful. And this shot was lovely. Do you know what? I said they go one by one, allowing him that. They do in a way, but he comes into his own to land those shots. They were just really well done.
His windows of vulnerability when he's playing flicks like that are incredibly small, and especially with Bondic sitting back as well, watching anyone from B. There's a certain peace of mind you can have, and HellRaisers actually seem to be communicating a little bit better. We throw back to these weird sort of segmented executes on towards the A side of Train, but now they're keeping it together. The communication is definitely working as they hold B many rounds consecutively.
Yeah, they've locked this down. It's impressive. It's a bit of a stark change from what we saw at the start of this game. Seeing a little bit, you know, how do we handle it? How do we deal with this? We've got 4 players here, and now finally EnVyUs have changed something up. They're going to go for that A hit, and so far it's not gone particularly well. Stick already finds 1, and he actually finds a second, goes back in so well. He even gets a little bit more damage done, but Angel has to make up his mind as to where he wants to go. But somehow, best Sixer, and if you're Sixer, you are livid about that sort of thing. But now down to the 2v3, but there's a man snuck through. Already Bondic in this predicament is great for him. He can just buy time aplenty. Bomb loose in a really bad spot. They have to go back for that still. They're desperate for a catch-up kill.
Molotov preventing anyone from jumping down from Juliet. Bondic has to just sort of sit and hold the angle. At least that was Happy was intending to do. It may have been quenched by the smoke, though, not thrown far enough. The bomb is loose. 41 seconds in the round. And Scream's on towards the side, but Bondic is playing a very cheeky little spot. He's been doing this all half so far. Like I mentioned earlier, it's very hard to get rid of on the B side now, and Happy, okay, not the place you want to be in a 1v3. That's very exposed. You're feeling very naked up there. Even if you're standing on top of an armored van, you're not inside of it. It's 9-4. An ugly end of the round there for EnVyUs.
And now we've got a double AWP coming out. You've got to feel this is going to be looking like a 10-5 by the end of it. Even more probably towards HellRaisers. I don't know if Envy can even get one on the board here. Look at this, they seem so flat on this. They seem to have gone, all right, well, B's not working, let's just hit up A. And, well, Sticko destroyed them. I thought it was going to be a one and done. It was way more than that. And now, don't line up Angel. How does he only get 1? There were so many players there, but Sticko supporting perfectly. RPK falls. They're just trying to quicken the pace, get right in their faces. But Angel spots the cross. They're not going to be caught unawares by this, or at least they shouldn't be, and they're not. Bondic, Angel, Sticko say a big fat no to exactly what EnVyUs are trying to do, and this might be an 11-4 half rather than 10-5.
Just clean as a whistle. Look at the money as well. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's 1 round and a half, but that should tell you just how much HellRaisers has been able to build on the money they have in these rounds. They've been clean, incredibly sharp. And that from Angel, picks up the AWP, go for an early double AWP strat. Instead of peeking long A, he goes down in towards middle, lines him up just as the smoke comes through. Can't ask for much more than that. Gritting ear to ear, no doubt about it. This is much better from HellRaisers, huge improvements, but now EnVyUs have some guns to work with. Scream, often one to handicap himself, often the delegate for that one. Just the Desert Eagle for him at this stage. It's a 3-2 split for EnVyUs across the map. Scream will be playing with XMS on A long, and again, it will be Happy and RPK to look to try and make some access here into Walls drop, and they're in.
This could be a nice A split if they want to go for this. The problem is, I don't like Sixer having the bomb here. It makes it going into drop a little dangerous. If you get that bomb left there, it's so hard to play back into it, but we'll see what Scream and XMS can achieve. And actually, he's going to go all the way around. So they believe this A split could work out, or you just leave RPK and Happy to be the kind of defenders, but Sticko this position. Please check it, please check it. They do. Sticko, how are you still alive? XMS, oh my word. Sticko has just denied the push. That was the big hit on A. That was those 2 players initially who'd gone that way just to find those players. And well, it failed parlously. Now Happy's actually started to seed over by B. This is a problem. Where does that bomb go? Sixer, A or B, my friend? It's down to you to decide. It looks as though he's chosen the B side, but Happy is under threat.
Well, he's also on ice now. That's going to be it. It's Sixer in a 1v2. Has the bomb at the very least. He kept that earlier on the round. Now, did he see Bondik here? Bondik sure as heck has heard him. Sixer with a second guess now. He won't be ready for this one at all. HellRaisers, a dominant first half here on Cobblestone. 11-4. Very much turning their fortunes around from earlier on, Lauren. And they've been in such tricky spots, very sneaky locations, really using close angles, feeling confident, allowing EnVyUs just to run straight into them.
That was really well played from HellRaisers. I want to see more. I want to see if it lasts, and I guess we'll find out in that second half.
That's it. We'll see you after the break, ladies and gentlemen. Cobblestone, still one half to go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League, and an explosive first half sees HellRaisers out to a significant lead. It's 11-4, and now, well, it's going to be EnVyUs to respond on their CT side, which was stellar on Train, but this is a very different map, very different situation, and apparently, Lauren, a very different HellRaisers.
Yeah, suddenly they've turned up to play. I didn't think we were going to be seeing this, but there it is. They really shocked us so far, putting in a great performance on their CT side, but now we need them to replicate that coming into their T half. A big start here, a big lead, but EnVyUs, they're a team that I just don't feel you can doubt at these sort of points. But we'll see what they can do, see if they can pull something back here. But already, Six are being overrun. Control towards drop is certainly going to be in the hands of HellRaisers here. Pinning 3 players to the walls is one way to do it. And now this 3v2 is not looking likely, as XMS might have the good accuracy on 1. But following up on 4 was just a little too much to ask.
And RPK now is just going to find the bomb site completely desolate of teammates, and Fox isn't even going to give him a glimpse. Nice little shout out there from HellRaisers on the pistol round, and now we see a flip from what we saw in the first map. It was EnVyUs with a huge first round lead, and coming into the second half, they look very, very strong as well. But HellRaisers are poised to make this very nerve-wracking for EnVyUs and really reduce the margin of error for the Frenchman.
And it's not just been Zero having the big performance as well. Other players from HellRaisers have been doing just perfectly fine. They've all been pulling their own weight here. They look like a nicely collected team as so far, and I can't fault them. They've gone on the UMP by up 4 UMPs, 1 big rifle. That AKC in the hands of Zero. So, EnVyUs, what response do you have?
RPK is 1 frag for the game so far. Been a bit of a struggle. Again, difficult round to bring one back in as well, especially with all these UMPs being thrown around, but he's playing similar spots to what Bondik was last half, playing up close, and Sixer might be in trouble. Nowhere to run. I mean, get a little bit overextended, and Angel's able to catch him out. Now Scream has to hold it down on his own. The rest of EnVyUs are rotating, but the smoke's going to cover off for the most part here. Zero pushes through it, though. Good advanced position, but he's caught out there a little bit too far. Didn't check the corner, and EnVyUs turning it around. What? Pistols is all they got to work with. But HellRaisers walked straight into this one.
Yeah, that is not when you lose rounds, but Scream getting Dead Fox down and XMS finding Angel. HellRaisers, come on now. you don't lose those
Just
rounds.
won
You
the
shouldn't
pistol.
lose those rounds. Not in that manner anyway. Obviously, there's always a chance. We know that pistols are strong. There's no disputing it, but my word, boys, come on. More than that is what I want to see from these guys. If you're going to turn up with that sort of first half, you're going to start getting expectations on you, and I expect a little more.
They're playing to screen off the A side. They smoke connector, that's fine, but then they push into connector against players with pistols and angles that they're not necessarily expecting there as well, so maybe a bit of miscommunication. Either way, HellRaisers, we definitely have 2 mines there. Now we're going to have to try and make up for it here. She's on the other foot this time around. Even an AK over towards Sixer after the previous round. And XMS just going to play a shooting gallery for the time being. Very low risk, potential high reward, that kind of spam, as we've seen earlier on in this match already. RPK spots Bondic, doesn't get much damage done. He's forced to relocate. Maybe feeling the nerves. Maybe God knows what he's feeling right now, but he has struggled. He needs to be relied on to hold drop.
Yeah, not a fun position to play if you're having a bad game. It's punishing enough as it is. If anyone's ever played drop, just sitting there, just waiting for a barrage of flashes, nades, everything to be thrown at you. Like for him, they have none of that this round. It's just pistols with no armor. So in theory, he should be doing just fine. Six has shown how it's done with the AK on towards Angel. So hopefully, if needs must, he can follow up. Already going to be just toying with him. He's got 2 low there, actually, and there you go. He's found 2 for himself. Good job done. And now Dead Fox, last man standing. They have managed to pick up 1 kill this round, which is Dead Fox. So again, he could be maybe wanting to do a little bit more, but it's not to be. It's fine though. They didn't invest too heavily into that. They've got rounds to play with. It's not time to be worried just yet.
And RPK is able to just to pad the bank a little bit there. 2 players in towards drop. He was able to snap them up pretty comfortably with the MP9. And our Scream, 6.8k, what are we going for? Just an M4. No concern, I guess, about going for AWPs. Yet for EnVyUs, they're more happy to play close. They know HellRaisers are not going to have a lot to work with here, I guess. Again, going over towards the pistols. No armor, just 1 grenade, that's all.
This could be just purely try and nuke one down. 5 of us face or 4 of us face and see how it goes. But at the end of the day, this is a good talking time for HellRaisers. Discuss their approach to this as well. If they can get guns away, even better. There's a good couple of rifles starting to appear now on towards the EnVyUs side. 3 to be precise, I guess, and the UMPs there as well. Anything to benefit here for HellRaisers. If they get a couple of kills, brilliant. If they get away in, and it looks like they're going to go for a drop. It's not a bad plan either. You got Dead Fox finding RPK with a block. Angels found Sixer, and that could have been a problem. Now, they're going to go for the A split of some variety, but it didn't really work out that perfectly. Now, Angel's got a step, and he's also got an AK, but no armor. So this wasn't the round they almost intended to get this far into. So we'll see if they can do any more here.
That being said, it's just UMPs for Happy and XMS, and Happy's incredibly low. Scream's definitely a threat. But if Angel can keep his distance here as well, he can punish his UMPs somewhat. That's it. Sticko comes in with the deagle shot. Incredible onto what's Happy. Don't really know how that's supposed to work. Straight through the double doors and now making it a 2v2. And XMS is not close enough to even have any impact over this site right now, which means that in turn, Scream can't really commit.
Scream should wait for his teammate. And I think that he's going to do that. They do have a kit on XMS. But this is still dangerous. If they just get the right angle, HellRaisers, it's a game of guessing at this point. You just have to hedge your bets, right? You just got to hope for the best angle you can to really help your teammate out. Now, Scream can start to act. He's going to catch one along. Easy pickup. That's the rifle down. Now it's just towards Sticko. 1v2, Deagle in hand. He's going to have to somehow line these up. He's got one!
Unbelievable.
He gets 2. Sticko, that is massive from him. How are they allowed to do this? They're turning rounds back to 4th every single time. Now we're on to 13-6. HellRaisers back with a hell of a lot of money, a free weapon pickup from Sticko, and a massive bit of impact in that round from him.
We'll have to see that on replay as well from his perspective later on there. But it wasn't just those 2 kills as well as that freakish deagle shot through the double doors from Connector that actually put HellRaisers in a position to be winning this round. Unbelievable. Oh, all right, spicy stuff. 13-6 now, and HellRaisers again starting to get back out in front. Now it's EnVyUs who going down to the pistols. Now they have to play close. Grenade gives XMS a bit of a tickle, but HellRaisers aren't looking to capitalize or follow up on that one too much at this stage. Another grenade in, again, a smattering of damage. No armor on XMS whatsoever. Same can be said of RPK and Sixer.
It looks like Dead Fox is the man to brave going forward first. You always know there's going to be someone either close or he's down by the stairs, he's playing by the gap in the wall. Where are they going to be? No one's facing. They know they'll be holding these cheesy corners with pistols. You've got to expect it, but they've seen almost no one. RPK's fallen, but there you go. That's the big kill to come through. Sticker finding XMS will at least remove that threat from just down below, and the split can now come into formation. Bondit catches out Happy, and the last two players not really in position to do anything. If there's anyone going to be turreting around like that aimbot can be, it would have been Scream, but he gets nothing. And now Sixer with no armor and just a P250.
And he'll while away the seconds here. That's all he'll be taking to the next round if he opted to save. So maybe even sneaking a gun away would be great, but it was not going to be the case. Bondit straight in towards Connector, knows that Sixer would have to be lurking. This is this double deagle show here. This is astounding.
That's beautiful.
I'm telling you, mate, I tell everyone stay in school. To be fair, Sticko was in university. Okay, he deferred it. He didn't quit. So stay in school, but, you know, if it's going to help you degalave, maybe, you know, a bit more of a balance between work and play might be just the ticket Jack needs to start getting those kills. Stunning stuff. All right, 14-6 now, HellRaisers. Laying it on thick here, and EnVyUs are going to respond back in with an AWP buy. It's a Famis. It's even a scout here for Scream. They're digging deep.
They're going to have to. They want to stop this, but I don't know if they can. I'm kind of impressed with what we've seen brought by HellRaisers. The turn of events. You're going to be frustrated if you're Envy, but it doesn't really matter frustration or not. The fact is it's 14-6. And HellRaisers have more than that foot in the door here of picking up this game. So, somewhat similar approach so far. That 4-1 approach from we saw
Both
Envy on the T side, yeah. And again, no one really playing towards A that much at this point. A couple of rounds gone astray when they have gone for it, so you can't really blame them too much. But XMS this time going to put himself towards the plateaus. Got to be careful. He knows that the T side will have utility, so that's more of the threat here. They can molly him out. They can push him away from this corner quite comfortably, but they're not committing here. They're actually going to fall back from this.
One of the most maddening parts about Cobblestone at this level, at least, is that as a CT-sided team, if you can't afford to take the risk, you just need to accept that you're going to be blindfolded in terms of information until a push comes through. So you have a much slimmer window to make decisions about, you know, where the T-side's pushing. Is this a fake? Is this just one man? We're sort of happy in that first half. Bodic now just trying to rile up the natives here, but RPK now holding down drop room. Wasn't sure if there was going to be someone accompanying him, but now RPK only seeing one player in drop. It's a clear signal. Straight over towards A. Sixer chimes in, finds Sticker there. Molotov thrown towards him. He wants to stand in the flame for a little bit longer.
God,
he's got nowhere to go. Oh, it's the second 1G we've had this game. Nasty. And the Kobe comes in. Angel connects on RPK quite comfortably now. 1v2. Angel can still do this. But again, didn't quite know what Happy was going to be. Was the corrugated iron still intact? Was that the issue there?
It doesn't matter. It's the fact that you have to slow down to crouch underneath it, and he would have died either way.
Right. Yeah, he's been so long. Yeah.
You'd have to just jump out the front and hope that they just miss, or he just gets a lucky follow-up. But
so nasty.
Still, Envy money. That's the big name of the game now. They've gone for that utility purchase as much as they can get beside them. And Scream, Mag 7, Famis with RPK. You got the AWP on Sixer, which is good. I guess you're hoping that you can get an early pick, give you some sort of playing field to really leverage yourself on and just build off the back of it. But we'll see if you can find something at this point already. Two players going through middle is a massive problem. They can kind of pinch towards them. Sixer now, Molly goes in, but he's hoping that no one's going to pressure the issue. But they are. They've already pushed up. He's completely blind. But will they expect Scream? No was the first answer. And he gets the tag as well. Zero's down to 21. Does get himself the rifle, but it doesn't matter. Now look at the numbers. It's the 4v3, but look where the players are. EnVyUs reading quite heavily into this A, putting Happy and RPK both over here.
And for HellRaisers to change the pace here is going to be of extreme benefit now, given that EnVyUs is strung along across the map. Spread quite thinly now, down to only 3 players, and this is a great scenario for that T side. You're getting, positive trades. You've gone, 2 for 1. You got the man advantage, and now you can apply some of that pressure towards this B site. They are taking a little while, and that's given some time for Happy to make rotations over slowly via connector. Sticko sitting well back with the bomb. Just in case things go south over at B, he can head over towards A and try and make it a 1v1 and try and get a bomb plant.
What is Sticko up to?
Yeah, he's just sitting back.
Smoke? Yeah, it was a smoke. Oh, that's
was that towards
nice.
connector?
Yeah. So that's quite pleasant, at least.
We started seeing their CIS smokes last season, actually, a lot, but
that's what I was waiting on. The fact that XMS likes to play that platform, but the mollies were always sat there with HellRaisers. They haven't been low on money, so a dangerous piece to play. But look at Happy. Look at that position, and he's not going to give away the game until the last second, and it works out so darn well. Sticko, though, is still alive, and that is starting to be something to be scared of, and RPK can't withstand, and finally HellRaisers get towards 15. It felt like it was starting to get a little bit closer there for EnVyUs, but now the money's now broken again. They're down to 2K. And the money's good for HellRaisers.
It's not good. EnVyUs just have to turtle this one up as much as they possibly can. Even EnVyUs, I can't even imagine EnVyUs trying to go for something cheesy, something aggressive in this situation. Stack 2 players drop, sit one right at the broken wall, the B platform, 2 players A long, and then hope for the best. It's going to have to be the case here at this stage. Some utility, to be fair. 3 smokes, 5 flashes. Some of those now being loosed. And even a decoy by Angel, I think. Interesting to see that at this stage. Over towards the A side here, maybe just trying to keep Sixer and Scream there. Any advantage HellRaisers can get here to close the map out would be big. Happy takes some spray damage there as well. He's getting aggressive. Trust Happy to go for it, but it's not going to work. Zero receives, and there was 2 players there anyway for HellRaisers. And XMS will be forced back.
All right, Molly's galore. XMS, you might have to start respecting this. And RPK, good damage towards Bondig. Look at Zero and Bondig.
Both the drop players super low.
That's actually a really nice bit of impact. One nade, you know, you're praying if only I had that little bit more cash to play around with, but not going to be there. It is pistols and pistols alone. But the Deagles are coming through, and XMS trying to find someone off, trying to catch someone looking the wrong way. You're not going to do it, though. So far, all HellRaisers have had to do is sit and wait.
Yeah, EnVyUs trying to be the masters of their own destiny, not wanting just to roll over and go out with a whimper, trying to find something. Unfortunately, it's just not worked. Oh, that's the head of Angel going down. Scream looking for a little bit more now, trying to bail his team out of trouble, but there's 3 players up on that platform now, and Bondig's going to clean him up just as he peeks.
RPK, look at the HP. 464. This is possible. This is doable.
14 HP.
They could actually make something happen from this, but it's only Sixer. He's got a Deagle. I guess it's not the gun you really want in this, but...
One of the last guns you want, I think, really. Something with fire rate, something with spam potential, but no. 14 seconds in the round.
Sixer, you can do this. It seems impossible right now, and there it is. It is impossible. Zero will make sure of it. And not something I expected to say, but at the end of it, HellRaisers look good on that map.
Yeah, look, we talked about this coming into this map as well. Heard from the desk, they definitely felt that HellRaisers will be looking a little bit stronger. This map's definitely a staple for more of the Eastern European sides, and HellRaisers showed us exactly why. Now, prior to this match, EnVyUs were pretty comfortably sitting up at the top of the early ESL Pro League table. They were looking good. They were 4-1. Now things changing up a little bit more for them. HellRaisers get 1 game back, and to break it down, we're going to go back to the desk with Sato and Sponge.
Viva Las Vegas. We're back in Germany, baby. I think my favorite thing yeah, oh yeah. Now I'm awake. Let's do it. I heard Henry G's going to dress up as a lifeguard.
Nice. Hasselhoff.
Carnival. Yeah.
You know who needed a lifeguard that game?
Yeah, your prediction.
Yeah, that's back-to-back.
Yeah, you did good.
I was doing pretty good with my predictions in Vegas.
You are 0% on the night.
That's pretty good so far.
That is
I've
fantastic.
got 2 more chances. But that split the series, 50-50. 1 apiece. More cliches. I think, you know, it was a pretty close brawl there in the beginning. It was back and forth. There was a lot of exchanges early on in the game, and then the way that HellRaisers ran away with it was just stand-up individual performances. People just getting multi-kills in areas, because the way that it looked like Envy wanted to run it was the pack roll system, the 4-1 kind of stuff. And whenever they were coming into an area, they were just either getting completely bombarded by utility and then sprayed down. They couldn't do a lot, really, to get into the game. And then when we switched over, they managed to eco them back after losing pistol. But it's hard to stay competitive when that's happening. Good performance by Sticko. We're talking about pre-game about he's now full-time counter-striking.
Yeah, well, which is interesting in itself, but also I do think that education is still a very important thing.
Oh, of course.
So,
I think he finished
yeah,
right?
exactly. So I think that's fantastic.
That's what you want to do.
He's
Kids out there, finish your education, at least get the high school education.
Astralis went through that period when they actually, when they were still as TSM. Kerrigan and I think Dupree both had exams 1 season, 1 year. But you're right, Sticko finishes with 24. Pistol, obviously a big part of that. Very important round for reasons that anyone who watches Counter-Strike knows. But Angel stepping back up as well. 19 frags for 3, I think, of the HellRaisers player. Pretty good frag totals, I think, overall.
Yeah, he's one of those players, right, that you were talking about before. He didn't have a great showing in the first game. But he seems to consistently, he's like one of the better in-game leaders in terms of fragging ability, but it's just, it's either what map he's going to show up on. He's not super consistent in that regard. But the whole team did what they needed to do, and they got the job done. I think, you know, you'd be pretty happy with that, because I think that's their first win in Pro League this season.
That's significant in itself because we know how competitive this league is, and we also know that relegation is a massive factor as the season progresses. It always has been. So picking up first win, good. That's a start. Get a lot more. We're going to take a break because they are done. That best of 2 times 2, best of 1 times 2.
1 times 2.
Is done. We move on to our next one. So don't go anywhere. Chad.
LDLC versus Heroic coming up.
If you wanted to get
with
that
Yu-Gi-Oh.
far.
Believe in the heart of the cards.
Yeah, wasn't it Yu-Gi-Oh cards? It was like Pokemon cards and then Yu-Gi-Oh. Wasn't that the other one? Mm-hmm. You probably played all those, didn't you, Chad? I knew you did. I knew you did. I played Pokemon until I got the Charizard card. And then I went to school one day and someone stole all mine. I was about 7 years old and I was very upset about it. So with that said, and that memory fresh on my mind, I'm going to go cry in a corner and we'll be back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL Pro League. 2 headshots in a row. Infinix about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, Infinix!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
We play for the legacy. We play for the prestige. We play for the glory. We play for one goal.
Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
We have another match in the ESL Pro League just around the corner, ladies and gentlemen. LDLC versus Heroic. And if you have been wondering what some of the other up-and-comers in the Counter-Strike scene have been up to, you can check out the Mountain Dew League. The MDL is giving amateurs a direct path into the CSGO Pro League, and you can find out all about that and maybe how you can get involved at esea.net/MDL. And for now, in the meantime, for those of you who are trying to work on some of their tips and tricks, our friend Rush has put together a little bit of a pro tip video for you on the map of Train.
Hey Future Pros, Train is the game and we have a slick smoke to cover CT connector. This smoke is great for pushing that pesky AWPer off position, and coupled with 1 or 2 more smokes, you have a great outside execute. To master this, hop up on this dumpster and nestle yourself between these 2 crates. Once done so, aim just to the right of the corner of this building and let the smoke fly. Train ain't easy, but hopefully you can find some success with this top tip.
Well, I certainly hope Rushley has been training his observing game as well.
That's one of the better pro tips he's done. That's one of the better pro tips I think he's done.
That's true. Up and coming. That's a debate. Thanks, Mitch and Rushley. There's very cool smokes we saw. Actually, first time that I saw the Gob B smoke this weekend in Vegas when we saw the from connector out of the map.
Into brown walls.
Into the brown walls down through a skylight.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I've never even looked up in that skylight before.
Nobody does. Who looks up? Who's running around?
Apparently, as a game maker, just as a side note before we do start to dissect these 2 teams, as a game and map developer, it is one of the hardest things to make players do interactively is to make them look up. It is what every game developer has said for years, apparently. All right, LDLC Heroic.
Yes.
Heroic last year was the surprise package of Pro League. They've started off well this year as well with wins over NIP already, among others. But they've definitely fallen off in form. We were almost calling them up with the Dignitas Now North and the Astralis of early 2016, mid-2016. Not so much the case right now. They seem to kind of have fallen a little bit back in favor of the other 2.
I think they had a little bit of a buff after the player break in the middle of the year last year. A lot of the teams took that break while they kept grinding through. They came out of that looking like blistering hard, like you're saying. But since then, they've had that roster. They've had 2 roster changes since then.
Sure,
right?
actually, I say early 2016. I guess it was late, more late to mid 2016 that it was.
So they've had 2 roster changes.
Yeah, run me through this most recent one, I suppose, because you've looked up some of the stats. Interesting how dominant he is with 1 weapon per se.
Yeah, like he's AWP stats, Mr. Yugi, is like 50% of his frags. So I actually thought that Nico was meant to be like taking over the AWPing duties over like Freeze. That's what, when I was hearing about this trade and Nico was coming in and stuff, I was like, oh, okay, he's going to take it over because Freeze is more of a passive AWPer. Maybe they want someone a bit more explosive and stuff like that. But they've now benched Freeze and they've moved into getting Yugi from Tricked. That trade, there's a few issues there. I think they had a few disagreements with that one there, but it's gone through.
It had, that was looking like he was going to be actually on the bench for something like 9 months as a young new player. That's a big issue.
He's only 19.
And a dispute as well in a roster that I don't really think Tricked has grounds to walk on to try and keep someone benched for that long. So I'm glad that one did go through. I thought, I mean, Cadian played the op a little bit when he came in for the Katowice qualifiers with them. I thought Freeze going out was going to be problematic for them, so I'm very curious to see how this plays because Freeze, for a while, he has movement issues with his finger. I think he has a screw in one of his fingers, so he has to play with basically 4 fingers on his keyboard hand. But he was very good at holding the line as an opper in very tight angles, but he wasn't very good at peeking. I thought he was actually playing some of the best Counter-Strike it's been playing a very long time, and then now obviously they've elected to go away from him.
He obviously brought a lot of experience as well from his days as a top 1.6 player, but I guess they've still got Modi, and then they have Snappy, the in-game leader, who have that pedigree, and then they're the veterans of the team now. We've got Valde, Yugi, and Nico, and they're all young kids, right? And Valde, we're saying, is one of the best players in Denmark at the moment, especially at being one of those rock-style players, those guys who are able to be consistent.
Valde was saying he is.
No, I'm saying.
Oh, you're saying. I thought you said Valde said he was that of himself. I was like, geez, he's a bold young man. no, all right. I can see where you're coming from because for a while, by the way, the other player I thought they might try and grab in all of this is that Asilian came back overseas.
That's true.
And he was kind of a long-lost Danish player that all the Danes broke out just after he'd left to go and headed for North America, greener pastures. Found out that's not true, as many people who go to America do.
I think he's been subbing for Tricked.
Yeah, well, he's got to go somewhere.
Yeah. Anyway, LDLC?
LDLC.
Should we talk about them?
Yes, we can. Let's where do we begin? LDLC had a major winning roster, became EnVyUs. They had 2 teams after that. They had Maniac looking like he was going to go in, then they had Exist, and now they've got God knows everyone.
Yeah, their lineup is a bit of a jumble of players at the moment. They obviously have Existence, who is the in-game leader, notorious for being very strategic. But we're going to a break.
We're going to go to that was a fast one. I mean, we'll talk about LDLC when we come back. There is lots to discuss, and then we're going to jump into it. 2 maps coming up. We'll be right back. So we are back. We had a bit of an abrupt throw. I thought the way it was said to me that someone might have been dying. It seemed urgent.
Yeah.
But let's talk about it because we're going to get into the game relatively quickly. We're just queuing up the topic of LDLC.
Yeah, let me quickly run through the team. They have Alex.
Please do, yeah, because I think a lot of people aren't even aware of who they have anymore.
Yeah, I watched them play at Leipzig. DreamHack Leipzig. So they have Existence as the in-game leader. They just got back Maniac. He's replaced XMS, who's gone out to the Envy roster. Mistu,
Twanu?
Yeah, I don't have a French accent. He's the AWPer of the team. And then Alex, who is a fake Brit.
Fake Brit?
Yeah, he's also in the squad.
That's Machine, right?
Yeah. Speaking of Machine.
Still missing in action. No, I think that's the interesting topic for me more than anything. Is Maniac and Existence back together on one team? Because originally, LDLC was going to give Maniac a team to work with, and then Existence showed up on the team, freshly released from Titan.
Yep.
Took it away from Maniac and left him on the side.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see how that all boils down. Is this a team out of necessity? Is there something in it? You did say, speaking of Machine, listen, we have a live update. We found these two stranglers. I don't know how they got here. I didn't think it was physically possible with the time in the whole globe and based on the travel. Lads, Henry, Alex, do you have anything to say for yourselves?
It's a good question.
How you feeling?
Fresh as a daisy.
It's all right. I think we did pretty well.
No,
all
we
things
have.
considered.
We have, yeah.
It all went
things
wrong.
considered, lads.
And we bounced back, you know?
Yeah.
And we're here, ready to go.
You left poor Chad alone on a flight. Do you know he doesn't like to fly alone?
Chad left us.
Oh,
A quick phone
here we
call.
go, here
A
we
quick
go.
phone call could have got us out of the door, ready to go.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Nico said that, and Lowell gave him 30. So.
Sorry, I'm an adult, and I can set an alarm.
Oh, I set an alarm. It just went off before I sleep.
I heard something about swimming pools, Alex.
I got to see Vegas for everything it's worth, man.
Well, I hope we get to see this game for everything you're worth. Please let me believe, Alex, it's only you guys.
Okay, let's see what we've got. It is heroic LDLC, as the two beautiful chaps have outlined over on the desk.
Are you ready for a cast,
Henry,
Alex?
it's been so long since I commentated Counter-Strike. I was going to say we.
Was it the last? Was it with me? You did it?
I think it was. It was a Pro League game, and prior to that, it was like Katowice, like halfway through 2016. I've been working my way through.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we bar into this one. Alex, I'll kick things off. LDLC versus Heroic. It's going to be Overpass, and it's going to be a T-sided start for the Danish side. They're going to have 4 sets of armor, and Valda's got a smoke and a flashbang here. Alex.
Yeah, I'm doing my best to talk at the moment. I have a conversation in my ear that I'm not supposed to be hearing.
That's fine.
And either way, we are...
It's a rough start.
Jumping straight into game. Heroic are going for that all-in towards A. All-in. Appropriate. Since we know this in Vegas and already. Nico has managed to catch one. Mistu down, and look at Maniac coming through. Toilets right behind them. Could very well be 2, if not a 3rd, as he's opts for a fresh magazine, and it will be down to a 3v3. But Toinu, he's barely in this one with just 3 points of health, and that is taken away from him by Snappy.
Pretty much Existence to do here. Down to now 0 HP. Quite a fast approach there from Heroic to that A-bomb site. Maniac in a perfect position to get more than 2 frags there. Couldn't quite nail the shots. I'm interested to see how Maniac can actually adjust now, coming back into the forefront of a successful team, I guess. LDLC certainly on an upwards trajectory right now. I don't ever consider him to be a world-class player. When he was in Titan, it was obviously a really strange situation.
Well, he was kind of at his lowest point there, really.
Yeah, and then like obviously joined EnVyUs as the coach and everything like that didn't really work out. And now he's back to playing. He kind of joined us with the analysis stuff as well. And I thought that would be a really good option for him going forward. But he's back and he's hungry to play.
And talking of options, you've been kind of addressing this more recently in your cast regarding that second round buy on as a CT side. They've opted to do so. Now, where does your criticism lie towards this at the moment?
For me right now, it's just like, I don't see how you're winning the round with 5 smokes and 5 sevens. Like,
We've seen it happen.
Of course, but like if Heroic play this correctly and they go towards long, they're playing a default, they're making sure they're refragging, it should be almost impossible unless they go for some sort of gamble player, like you go for maybe a B stack and hope it's a rush coming in. I just don't really rate these sort of buys. I just don't see them having a high win percentage. That's what I normally talk about. Obviously, it's always possible. Like at the Counter-Strike, you can't really predict everything. I'm just talking about if you're like maybe the underdog team and you want to make sure you win the rounds through actually having full weaponry, AWPs and stuff. That's what I prefer to watch. But now we're going into that first gun. If they do lose this, of course, that's a bit of a rough time getting into the game.
I do admire the restraint from Heroic as well, not rushing anywhere, letting those smokes expire. They've got plenty of time to play with once they are used. In fact, just 2 left to be implemented. And Heroic are doing just as Henry did suggest. 2 towards long, 2 toilets, and slowly creeping upon Existence location. He will be the first port of call for the T side. He's going to be the first point of contact for LDLC. And he only has a P250 to his name.
Well, 30 seconds remaining now. We have got Yugi, the new player for Heroic. He's towards long. The smokes have been used by the LDLC side. And Existence, he's in a decent position there, all things considered. Got a player in front of him as well. Timing comes down to it.
It's going to be all about first hit. It's going to be Nico with the UMP, and Snappy just rips the head off Toinu, and that should be the round. Nico's just going to go ahead and trade for his teammate, and the bomb will be going down. Maniac forced again to be coming from behind, this time a little too late to the party. And it's just going to be a question of maybe doing some economical damage. That is an AK out of the hands of Snappy. And if he can get that in his grasp, well, things are looking a little brighter for the Frenchman, and he does just about manage to retrieve it.
He is Swiss, actually, Alex.
Oh, excuse me. So you're right. That was a mistake. He's out of there.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? So you can see they get a couple of kills, but ultimately you didn't really see any part of the round. It looked like they actually would have caused any serious damage. If Heroic played like that, like with the default, using teamwork and map control slowly, using those rifles together, that should be eradicating all risk at that point. The force buys, in my opinion, really work if you do it for a stack B, like a rush comes in, and you're hoping Heroic make a bad call. That's the only way it works out for you. But we'll have a look at the buys this time.
I love that flashbang. That's just like, Existence is going to do magic with that flash.
Let's see what he can do. He's towards B now. This is a B stack. This is what I'd like to have seen in the previous round. That's when you have a chance to doing it, right? So maybe he'll flash off towards short. They'll push off maybe at the 1 minute mark and try and get a first kill there. But as you can see on the minimap right now, as we just brought up, it's going to be them holding right back the terrorists, not really giving anything away for now. And it'll be more of the same. They will treat every single round like a gun round. It's an official game, obviously. So you just want to make sure you're keeping everyone together. Get holding some information here. Snappy goes down and finds a stack in this position. He's only losing the Mach 10. So oh, I like that flash.
So he's going to be the little scout. Oh, it is a nice flash. Yeah. Does even actually catch Existence, and now he's going to be enabled to pushing him off that boost and just going to get them ready to some form of execute. Though the mollies are being invested towards B, it does seem like Heroic have other intentions. Again, just keeping things nice and slow, not necessarily wanting to commit to anything until they get a suss for where LDLC have positioned their pistols.
Not really much you can do. It's just a little fake from Valder here. He'll be, of course, the in-game leader for Heroic. And this is, I used to like doing this myself when playing in CS. When you're the in-game leader, you actually go into positions by yourself, and you can actually ascertain the information from your team and base the calls around this. He's now called those 2 or 3 towards his site, and it's actually, as you can see, the bomb's going down towards A.
Beautiful.
So that's actually working very nicely for them. A pretty much clean sweep. This is the interesting procedure now, Matt. I told you I was
knew it was going to happen. What was that, round 2? I forgive you.
So now, if you can see, right, 4 players for LDLC do not have head armor. If they didn't force buy into that second round, they would have that. And now they're up against SMGs, right? So that's a bit of a problem. Maybe Snappy's going to upgrade. No, so your 2 UMPs, that actually makes them a lot more viable now going forward. You can see there's only a couple of incendiaries that had no defuse kits. That's exactly what I'm talking about with those second round force buys. You could set yourself up for a 5-0.
And we saw how little damage they did with their Kevlar P250s. Very little. Imagine.
So that's why I just think, again, this is why it's developing towards it. Most teams are realizing now that this is actually a really dangerous game to play, especially in best of ones.
Oh, and Yogi's already caught 1. Maniac gone. Snappy using that smoke to aggressively position himself for when it does dissipate, but he's there. He will be caught in a crossfire as soon as that does occur. It's Alex in Existence just waiting on either side of that. Mistu's going to be under some pressure as well. Here comes Alex, a nice flash to enable TTs to get some aggression and some frags too for LDLC, but a quick response from Heroic gets 3. Valder beheads Existence towards underpass, and now it's just Toinu. I mean, the health is a bit
You've got to do a better French accent. You've got to go
Toinu.
Yeah.
That's going to be the 4th for Heroic.
So the opening pick comes in. They've got the AWP and they've got those SMGs as well. So they farmed a ton of money there.
That worked so well for them.
Yeah, and you can see how weak LDLC were. They had to be really aggressive there. They knew they were up against it. They didn't really have enough to actually hold off a full execution at that point. Flashing in towards Connector. They found a kill, but well, we saw Valdo clearing them up with the AK-47. It has to be another full eco here, and almost guaranteed to be 5-0. We'll see a little B stack coming in. This is what you want to see. If Heroic change things up, it could work in their favor. A couple of Deagles, 3 P250s, some body armor for Maniac and Alex, and holding up towards that B side once again. That's a very quick first gun round, and Snappy's more than happy to continue with the UMP here.
It does just feel like a quick start to the game, doesn't it? I mean, you blink and you miss it. They're 5-0 up, and on T side overpass, no less. We'll see how much further Heroic can push this. Of course, retaining those rifles in this round does make that bank incredibly strong coming into the following here on the T side. And again, the patience. I like this from Heroic. Nothing kind of brainless, not knowing, okay, they're unarmored, let's try and get the round over with. They really are treating this one with the utmost respect. And every win really does matter here in the Pro League. We're saying on the desk, in this, on week 1, that the spots are limited over in Dallas, and every single win counts. LDLC should be one of their easier foes, and Valdi does make short work of Mistu. That's a start. Now here they come flooding in towards the B site. 2 to receive. Maniac's only got a sidearm to his name. Does have armor, but his head's still vulnerable, and that's a good bit of damage to Modi. Teammates should be able to finish him off, but no, look at this. They are standing resilient, if not just for a moment, because there's the ult from Yuggy, and here they come. That'll be just Twanu left, and he's gone as well.
Yeah, clever. Well, almost clean sweep. They did a lot of damage there. Maniac was doing
even saved the AK as well.
With the PT-50s and all that sort of thing, but can't really find the round. But now it's the first real gun round here. They get the AWPs out. They should have a full array of rifles as well, and you see a lot more utility to work with, and those diffuse kits. So this is where things can actually start to work out for LDLC, and we'll see whether Heroic want to mix things up. They've been doing very slow, methodical rounds so far. Maybe they want to chuck a little rush in there. We'll see what they decide to do. But they still have the AWP in that of Yugi, of course, the new member he's picked up from Tricked. I can't say I've ever watched one of his games. I'm always going to be very interested to see what he does.
A deal of praise, actually, when they saw he was locked into contracts. Some players did step forward saying, I expected big things from him.
I've heard a lot about him, but obviously we're so busy casting all these different events, and I haven't had the chance to watch a game of his yet, so I'm also could be very interested to see what he presents here. Heard he's a great AWPer, so...
The same kind of applies to Twanu, actually.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of his games, to be fair. Like when LDLC Blue and White was kicking around, we did a lot of those. So I've seen more of him. But yeah, always interested to see the up-and-coming talent. Denmark seems to be able to produce a plethora of it. Every single week a new player is turning up.
There's something in the water over in Denmark, absolutely. And so Heroic, they've managed to gather a great deal of map control already. Almost Snappy's going to be walking through toilets once that smoke's there. They're in underpass. Mistu, however, is on the hunt for information. Maniac's there as well. This is quite aggressive from LDLC, just making sure that they can shut down any setups towards B.
Yeah, it's actually very beneficial for the CT at this point. Mistu can hold this position on his screen right now, and then he can actually cover his teammates to focus on the A bomb site. They have one player watching towards short as well, but here comes the first exchange, and what a lovely shot. Valda's been so on point with that AK-47 so far, and he opens things up. It's going to be 35 seconds remaining. Reaction coming from the CTs now, dropping quite a lot of utility. Words are going to be hard to play, Alex.
They are.
And the AWP hunting for a frag hit. Should be able to nail that shot, now already missing out.
And that's going to be a problem. You missed one, and Snappy's going to make you pay. And actually, Alex paid a heavy price for that frag onto Nico. Went down to 12 points of health, and his teammate did finish the job for him. Now Maniac steps onto the site and gets 2. Could it really be 3? No. Snappy answers that question with a resounding no, and it's Modi Swift to take Mistu out of the round. That will be the 6th, and that's going to be LDLC in dire straits once again. That was their first real attempt at winning a round, apart from the pistol, and now we're looking at potentially 7-0.
Yeah, more of the same from Heroic there. That slow default, finding the first pick, and it's going to be Valda with the AK-47 from Bathrooms. And there's no refrag potential there for LDLC. They're so separated from each other. As soon as one player goes down, that signals all of Heroic to actually come around to that side. And like you said, LDLC, that was looking really promising at the start. They pushed towards B, lots of information gathered, but can't find the shots required to actually pick up the round.
It does feel like at this moment in time, it is just a question of not winning the duels, at least in that round. Existence just got completely destroyed by Valdi, and that was the beginning of the end. But they're back with the Kevlar and pistols. This didn't quite work for them in the second round. Let's see if it works in the 7th.
Yeah, 5.7s, P250s, those same smokes once again. No diffuse kits here, but there's always a chance to win these rounds. We know CSGO can be a cruel mistress at times when it comes to the pistols up against those. Things have spiraled out of control very quickly.
It does feel like rinse and repeat, at least to me, Henry. The Heroic just given underpass, they take it, and eventually emerge towards toilets.
One thing is they don't have to do anything too fancy, right? We haven't seen really a full execution as of yet. They've just been working that first pick, getting it, waiting for the reactions to come in, and the CTs are feeling a lot of pressure at that point to find frags, and Heroic are just lapping it up. They're loving it. They say, okay, keep walking to our crosshairs. It's absolutely fine.
This does look like a bit more of a coordinated effort from Heroic, though, because they go, oh, we haven't checked it. Existence, he has an advantage here. He's going to get one behind him as well. It was Snappy who just jumped into his point of view, unable to get 2. And now Twanu. Going to be left on that site. Heroic have hit the brakes though after that exchange. Existence just got them a little bit apprehensive, and now Mistu's going to extend that, even retrieving a rifle that's going to make defending this a whole lot easier. They come in a wave though. He's going to have to get this spray absolutely perfect, and it's not on. Nico Good crosshair placement from him, does take his head, and now it is going to be a 3v3. Arsenal strongly in favor of Heroic, and you can see the Molly has already forced Maniac out of position. He's forced to take this fight quite wide, and there's another one towards Fran, but they are doing damage. It's a 2v2, and health advantage does go towards the French side. Running out of time, as well as health, actually. Yogi, last man standing, he has to go for the plant, 5 seconds. He is in the smoke, but he getting pressured, and LDLC couldn't make it work in the second, but they do in the 7th.
Well, there it is. 5-7s P250s. At this point, Heroic trying to do the exact same round, but losing a couple of frags in the process there. Problem is, they only had 10 seconds when they committed to the bomb at that point. A lot of pressure, got quite frantic, and a couple of situations fell away from them. So it's going to be LDLC picking their first round there. Pretty decent one to do it with. Just 2 pistols then, managing to recover an AWP and an AK as well. So that helps balance the books and actually give them a really decent buy going forward. But Heroic, they'll be looking to give the full reset here. You can see 3 players beneath $1,000 here. So not out of the woods just yet. Yes, that's a successful round, but a lot more work to do here as we go to round number 8.
Have to follow it up with something. And you know what? Looks like Tony's going for exactly that. I thought he was going for an aggressive peek, but looked like a change of plan. Instead, hits the brakes and goes for a defensive flash just to slow down the T-Assault towards Fountain. But look at this again. Mistu and Maniac, the double M's getting info early. This can kind of instigate some form of early rotate. It has, in fact, from Alex. You can see he's already back over towards the A site, a 3-2 split now for the CTs.
This should be some sort of fully execution here. You can see 5 players actually heading towards the A side of the map. Smoke will be going down to take the vision away from the CTs here. Means they can get a bit closer to the bomb site, use the smoke towards bank, CT spawn area as well, but through the smoke, his existence, and he takes down Nico, and finally, the man advantage going towards LDLC at the beginning of the round here.
Was that entirely blind, or was there a gap? It looks very much like he just got a lucky spray, and that's going to be a huge step in the right direction.
You're using the wall as like a reference point, right? So you can see that's the straight line to fire down, so yeah, it works out for him.
Alex, this is aggressive, but he's unable to back up Tony. He has to get 2 here. It's not enough. Snappy does manage to keep the balance in favor of the T side here. In a 3 versus 3. Flashes are enabling them just to keep them at bay. But let's not forget the time was a bit of a factor last time. Snappy's not going to check his corners, and it costs him his life. Surely not a second. Yogi's low. He's dead. Bullet to his head. Maniac trying to find the 3rd one. There's 3 players hunting him down. There's no chance for Modi, and that will be a second. And LDLC needed that. A lot of problems would have arisen should they have conceded that and gone straight back to the Stone Age, but they're back and they're in this game.
Yeah, they kept 3 players alive there as well, so that's actually quite promising for them. Existence, like we said, maybe a little bit lucky in the shot through the smoke, but that seemed quite calculated from him. Once that smoke goes down, it's the cue for the Terror to try and get a bit closer to the bomb site, set up their set pieces, and he was having none of that. Got that first kill, and then Maniac doing a good job with the M4A4 there to almost close the round out, and we go to round number 9, and still going to be money available for Heroic after that fantastic start they had. It's going to be Yogi still on the AWP, and they'll be heading towards B this time, so they seem to be falling back to more of the tactical-based game instead of in the defaults for now.
Well, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it was working so well for Heroic at the start of this one. Now, as soon as they do meet some resistance, it's back to the drawing board, and this does look like to be some form of execute. They've got 3 Molotovs to invest towards the site. And clear out those predictable positions.
Don't give anything away just yet. They have got control of the B side of the map. 2 players towards short and monster tunnel as well. I can see another player in the form of Snappy actually hunting towards middle, just seeing if they've got anything flanking them there. He'll be coming to join his teammates though, so presumably this will be the execution towards B momentarily. There's going to be a Molotov in that position just there where Maniac's standing. Smokes towards the bomb site, one towards Heaven as well, and is trying to duel the players at close range.
By waiting so long though, it does look like LDLC may have cottoned on somewhat.
Well, the thing is that LDLC have got no information towards the other side of the map, so they can't really invest too much towards this side. But here we go, the execution comes in.
Nice for Maniac, does put the smoke down so he doesn't have to reposition so badly. Of course, still obscuring his vision. Modi is going to walk on in though. Alex is going to be the first to find, and that's going to be an easy headshot for him. Words are hard today, Henry. Not a second though. Instead, Nico gets it for him, and it does look good for Heroic. Now 4 versus 2. They're going to have to do something magical now from Toynu. And in fact, he's on the other side of the map. It's just going to be a question of keeping hold of that AWP. We know we can have a lot of impact with it, but the chances of him keeping it in this round are questionable. Snappy's already on the hunt. And it's just a question of just loop the loop. Nico's going to be making some noise as well. And now he knows exactly where he is. Yes, that's one, but does he know Snappy's from behind? He's really in limbo now as 3 players are all looking to take that weapon away from him.
What a nice shot there from
Toynu. Not bad.
Yeah, let's see whether he can stay alive. Spots another one, but now he is in a world of trouble. They know exactly where he is, and there's quite a lot of time to try and stay alive here as well. And you can see it's going to be Yogi as well, coming from the back and getting fully pinched here, and there was another shot, but it doesn't find the frag. And one player does go down with a bomb blast there, but unfortunately for LDLC, they will be buying up into this round. It won't be the best of buys. Maniac's down to $1,500, but there it is, Heroic back to their winning form here. The buy comes in. I'm going to have a look at how intense it will be. So a UMP is purchased for Alex. Existence, he's on the Famous here. I think Maniac must have been dropped a weapon by a teammate as well. So 2 UMPs in total. So a bit of a rough round here. It's certainly going to be Eco going forward if they're losing this one.
Well, they're prioritizing utility, which I'm sure will make you happy there, Henry. And here comes a big, quick play. Oh, but the flash is so good. 2 for Maniac very swiftly, and Mistu's there as well. They've been so repeatedly applying pressure to Monster, and this time the pressure came to them, and they relieve it. 3 quick frags, and another's going to burn. Yuggy's down as well. What a swift round. Stark contrast to the prior. And now Modi, 61 points of health and 3 to find. This is not what we'd have anticipated. Heroic, they tried to mix things up, but man, Maniac and Mistu were ready. They have been the B defense squad, and finally they got some action.
3 versus 1 now. Modi up against it. Doesn't really have much to work with here, but he's going to have the bomb towards short. Minute to play with as well. He's just hoping that the CTs lose track of him at this point, maybe separate themselves. You see Alex trying to get positioned towards middle as well, but Modi waiting for a mistake to be made here and see if he can get that bomb down.
This would be a start. No, nice evasive maneuvers. They back up and throw a molly as well. And now the question is this door going to be the end of him? I think he may have spotted him. Yes, Alex did get spotted. That gives Modi just a little bit more information for the round. But I mean, what do you do here? 35 seconds. They know exactly where you are. You just have to not overextend, and Toyney's doing just that. Modi, did you not see him?
Yeah, I think he almost certainly could. I think his teammates are saying something to him now. It's like...
That was a start. We'll get to 1, but he's so low now. This is just going to be the end as Alex comes to back him up with a long-range SMG play. And I mean, you can thank Maniac and Mistu for that round. 3 players down early, even a Molotov to round it all out. And that was, I mean, 4 players down in the first 25 seconds.
Yeah, those kind of rounds, you've got a mixture of like UMPs, a Famous, only a couple of M4 players. Those M4 players need to be hunting for frags, right? So that's why he's flashing over the monster tunnel, trying to get that 1 kill, but managed to get the double as well. His teammate Mistu joins in the fun. So we have got a force play here from Heroic now. Giving them a similar treatment in return, perhaps. 1 AK, UMP, and 3 Tech 9s. This normally suggests it will be a full set piece. You want to be using the smokes to actually give you more access to get towards the bomb site and have some close-range duels. But the CT's pushing off towards short themselves. Mistu, with his UMP, could find his first frag. Actually gets taken down by the Tech 9 there.
This is Maniac now trying to trade for his brother on B, and he does again. Double for Maniac, back-to-back rounds. Surely not a third long-range tag, and don't know why we pulled away from that. That's because, of course, the T's did progress over in towards the site. Alex and Maniac now kind of locked out, but they have the bomb. Advantage CTs, 100%.
Yeah, Maniac doing some big work here. Twanu to almost finish the round off. There's going to be a 4 versus 1, but Yugi, he's not going down without a fight, it seems. The bomb's still down on the site, but let's see whether he can find a few more kills there.
Start 1. Yuggy, the newest addition to Heroic. Lots of eyes have been on him, and he certainly will be if he can do any more damage. That's 3. Surely not. He's got a full set of utility, Maniac. He can just delay and stop the Dane from getting towards that bomb.
Very strange decision there from LDLC in total. They've got the bomb down towards short. Maniac's there, and they're rushing in, like knives out, trying to get out of that heaven position, giving an opportunity to Yugi. At least, like in this scenario, you can even allow him to have the bombs, cover the bomb sites there, make him make a commitment before he actually has to do anything.
Both players in this round have got 3 kills. Only one will end with 4. He knows exactly where he is. This could very well be the clutch. Yuggy knows exactly where Maniac is. The spray, the headshot, and the round. 4 kills for the newest addition to Heroic. What a debut.
Yeah. Seems like that signing was worth it after all. And yeah, like I said, Maniac gets 2 or 3 kills there towards shore. The bombs planted, bombs down, I should say.
Yeah.
And then at that point, why are the CTs rushing in and giving an opportunity for the terrorist team to get back into the round?
It's an easy mistake to make, right?
You can allow him to have the bomb, right? It should be. That's quite a basic Counter-Strike, like fundamental, like idea, really. The bomb's down. It's like 3 versus 1. Make him go towards a bomb site. Like, he has to plant the bomb. He's in 4 seconds to get that bomb down. Just have crossfires enabled on each side of the map, and you'll be absolutely fine. But they actually open up the window of opportunity, and it's going to be Yuggy, like you said, the new signing. Yeah, trying to do what he can once again. He's been really good so far, to be fair. Finds another headshot to open things up here. Modi going down to 16 HP, and Mistu. Seems like Heroic are more than happy to allow the CTs to push.
Did that smoke help him out? I think it's a bit off. I can see the idea behind it, though. It would enable him to get some aggressive positioning. But I like what they do on B. I like that Mistu Maniac play. Almost every round without fail, they're either getting information or positioning aggressively towards B/water. And Existence is back in his favorite little corner. We've seen him, well, succeed once out of the 2 times he's tried it. This will be his 3rd. Flashes do delay them, and here comes the first, but he's going to be full white. Surely
not again.
Not again. Check it this time. Oh, finally, Valdi may have heard us, turns around and does manage to get 1. The Maniac is not going to be getting his signature double kill. as he has in the 2 rounds prior. This time it looks like Nico's going to be doing that for him. And Heroic have the advantage, a rather strong one at that. Just a 5-7 and a P250 for Alex to make an impact, and oh, it's not looking good. Bomb will be going down, and Mistu's left with an impossible round ahead of him.
Yeah, the lucky Existing got so blinded at that,
right?
He countered that, and they didn't check that corner, but they get away with it just about. So now just Mistu, 4 versus 1. He's got the 5-7 to body armor here, but no kit. Obviously, no real chance of actually winning this round, but if you can upgrade to an AK-47, that'd be great. I just don't see it happening. Heroic don't need to do anything here. There's not really any reason to hunt him. You know he hasn't got a weapon, so just let him kind of save up and don't risk losing any utility or weaponry yourself.
Yeah, he's just going to be getting out of that one. I mean, the Kevlar and the 5-7 certainly will be valuable coming into the next one. And oh, hang on a second, there's a Modi just around the corner. Misty's definitely not going to be anticipating this one. But then again, neither is Modi. Could get a free UMP had he checked it. But oh well, that's kind of funny. Back to back, hanging out on the B-bomb site. And it will be 9-3.
Yeah, and nothing really to work with for LDLC.
Brutal.
This one, it's going to be full eco, I would say, across the board. A couple of 5-7s here where that previous weapon was saved, and we might take a tactical pause here. Good time to take it, I would say. All things considered, you know you're going to have money going to that next round if you full eco this one. They're a second stage loss bonus right now, so they're going to get $2,400 on top of the 2,000 they already have. Won't be enough for an AWP unless someone goes absolutely wild this round with the pistol, manages to get 2 frags, then it's a possibility. But this has been the war of attrition, really, for LDLC throughout this first half. They haven't really got rolling with the economy whatsoever. We discussed it at the start of the game. That second round force buy, it does set you up for a really difficult position going forward. As you get a string of rounds together, your money never really stabilizes. And even if you win rounds, there's so much pressure on you to win the subsequent one with a good amount of players alive as well. Otherwise, you're so limited in those resets.
And the thing that's so crazy is it took so long for the meta to shift away from that. I remember it was almost a guarantee not too long ago that that second round would involve some form of Kevlar and pistol.
Yeah, on the T side, it's a lot more viable.
Of course,
because the weaponry is like a lot easier to buy in that. It's only $2,700 for the AK, of course, and then you get the head armor. And then in terms of like the incendiaries, they're a lot more expensive on the CT side than the Molotov on the T side, and you don't need diffuse kits. So overall, you don't need as much money for the T side buys. That's why it's fine for T sides, and like if you force one the second round as well on the T side, you're very likely to get the bomb down. Like we talked about it before, these Tech 9s are crazy. Like you're normally going to get a couple of exchanges and trades. And
or just a cheeky smoke plant.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a lot more viable on the T side. We normally focus on the CT side when we discuss this idea right now. So CT's going to be paused at this point. It's certainly a CT-sided map, Alex. So you got your name right this time. I really thought about it. So the unpause comes in. It's a weird time to take a pause, right? Because you can't buy into this round. Maybe they're just kind of working out the future plan going forward. I would prefer to see how this round goes, and then see whether you've got any kills, maybe get the AWP out, and then you can kind of really base your pause around something that you know exactly what you have to work with here.
Well, let's see what Existence has been saying, see if he's got to come up with any magic to work with their what is essentially a P250, excuse me, and a 5.7. And last time Heroic knew they were going up against an eco, they played it very slow. And this looks like it's going to be quite contrast to that. They instead are going to stack up on long, take long-range fights. It's advisable, especially when you know there's going to be a lack of armor and they're going to be playing some sneaky corners. You go to the one place in the map where there's very few of them.
Well, here we go, towards long. Makes a lot of sense with the AK-47s, give those picks. They know it's going to be in the eco here. They can track the economy as well as we can. You don't need to have it on your screen. You just have a rough idea of where they're going to be sat at the moment. So you can see this kind of play suggests that you have 100% knowledge that it's going to be an eco. Walk into the bomb site, get as close as you can. It's like a contact play, you call this. So as soon as you get there, as soon as you get detected, that's when you strike. So now they've been spotted, they'll just get into that site. Molotov deployed as well. Bomb planted. Not really much to do about this.
Yeah, I mean, this is brutal. The bomb's going to be down and they're going to have to try and retake with no armor or weaponry. This is just going to be a shooting gallery. Just a USP for Toinu, and he's just going to be realizing that, well, he's got quite the opposite of where he stands, of course, bank. That's going to be well, it's one. Maniac still managed to do some form of economical damage. I don't know whether that was a rifle. I'm afraid I wasn't keeping track of that. He could maybe retrieve it. That's a UMP.
So still a viable
it's
weapon.
Something.
Yeah. 15 kills for Maniac, just to point out. I've never kind of had him as a really big fragging player for these teams. He's did it before, so this is a very good performance from him. Multiple frags and lots of rounds. The problem is, when you have 15 kills and your team only has 3 rounds, they're almost redundant at that point. You might be playing lights out. If the team's not performing with you, it doesn't really count for much, right? So someone else needs to be stepping up for them. You can see Twanu, 4 kills. He's supposed to be the superstar AWP for them. Not really working out. Existence as well, a legendary Counter-Strike player, having a really rough ride, 2 for 12. And now then, no kits, and one Famis as well, no AWPs. Another difficult one for LDLC.
I mean, you say that those 15 frags do kind of feel redundant. Let's not forget that the 2 times Heroic tried to make a hit onto B, Maniacs, the side Maniacs playing, they did win it. And therefore, Maniac just maybe needs to start trying to get those rotates early to back up his teammates who've been having a whole lot of trouble over on A. Either way, the round does look like it's going to be going Maniac's way again. 3-2 split for the CTs, and we are in eyes with Yuggy, the new addition who's already managed to get a cheeky clutch, and Mistu's down to half health already.
Yeah, he might have been wallbanged from T-spawns with that short, what do you call that?
Sandbags.
Yeah, towards that area, you can get wallbang for that at the start, and like, there are a lot of bullets on my right there. So yeah, that's exactly what happens. And looking like a B-sided execute coming in here, and why not? You know, the city's still limited, smoke's coming in, and we'll see what we drop the Molotov source barrels as well. Up to Alex now to defend, and the boost comes in towards the CT entrance.
I like that. They back away, they retract when the smokes do come in to boost up and just leave Alex to be the first. So I was going to say stop the defuse, but no, look, the bomb's going to go, and yes, he does his job. Mission complete for Alex, and he's going to get a bonus as well. That's Valdi down, and another 2 versus 4, this time in favor of none other than LDLC. Just Modi then, and that's a start, but he's not sure he's not going to get much more. He's tagged him up. Maniac, what is that? 2 now for Modi before Toinu gets into damage control. Ooh, I was getting a little nervous there. Still, that's going to be a necessary 4 for LDLC, and just 1 away from getting that 10-5 half. 16 now for Maniac. Spectacular work from him. Top of the scoreboard in the server.
Yeah. Good job. Well, it's Alex really who saves that round at the start.
Yes.
His teammates pull back. He decides to sit in the smoke there, finds 2, gets all the intel required, drops that bomb, and denies the plant as well. So very good stuff. And we'll see, he can still see LDLC struggling here. Just UMP and a FAMAS. They do get the AWP out, but it hasn't exactly been too prevalent so far on their CT side. I would say at this point, the way they're playing, they can get 10-5 here, still winnable. If it goes down to 11-4, I wouldn't really be believing right now.
Tony's been really, really apprehensive. He hasn't tried any aggressive peaks. Nothing party, nothing underpass, nothing monster. He's just been kind of taking long angles, maybe toilets, and then backing up. Not interested in getting any early aggression, and that's quite the opposite for his teammate Mistu. He pushes up, and that could very well be a second. No, Valdi's tagged and yet to be fragged. It's Nico, do excuse me, but still, 4-4. And that's a nice angle from Mistu to get a second. Getting pressured by Modi now, and manages to get away. Double, no, not falling for that trap of double smoking. Instead, they're just going to hang out on either side of those sandbags. Now, with the numbers favoring the CTs, this is where they can just hit the brakes a little bit. No need for any more of that aggression. You've done your job. See how this round does transpire.
Advantage for LDLC for now, but the bomb's heading in towards long. That's where Twanu will be waiting for them. That's a shot he has to hit. Luckily, he doesn't get punished for it, and he'll be able to recover, drop the air flashbang, and manage to get a decent position towards the APC now. Oh, scary moment for him, though.
Absolutely, but Modi is doing some reconnaissance on B. Mistu, however, this guy has been unrelenting in his defensive aggression. It does sound like an oxymoron, but I promise it makes sense.
Modi's actually going to be pivotal in this. He's towards the B side, call that's clear. But the problem is Mistu, he's already pushing the backtracks there. Yuggy goes down. That should be the round tied up at this point, considering his position and Modi being so far removed from this. But he could fall back and do something about it.
Mistu can hear him. There's no doubt about it. He gathers back to him as well. Mistu, this round is yours, my friend. 4 kills for him, and that will bring the 5th for LDLC. You said they needed it, and they have done so. We can have a competitive second half potentially on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a rough start for Heroic. The force by situation not working out in their favor, but good recovery towards the end. I was liking those aggressive pushes from Mistu and Co towards B. Sorry, what?
From LDLC.
LDLC, yes. You know what I mean. We're still warming up here.
We are.
But we're going to take a quick break while we can recalibrate ourselves as well. Do not go anywhere. This game looks like it's actually going to get really good.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back in business. Our second half of our second game. First map, it's overpass, and we are back in the driving seat with LDLC Heroic. Already, Maniac's drawn first blood. No real surprise given how strong he was over on the defensive side.
And they've headshot Valdi as well, so this is actually looking perfect for LDLC. Very impressive stuff there, and you can see with so much time remaining, they don't have to overcommit here. I think they've obviously got the information that Valdi's been headshot at this point as well. So just sit back and see whether any of the CTs will make a mistake. It's obviously a reaction-based game in the pistol. If you lose a player or some sort of strength towards one side of the map, you need to be hunting for information on the other side. So one smoke remaining, that's in the hands of existence. This is an idyllic situation for a terrorist side there. You've got the man advantage, you still have your utility, and you're waiting for the CTs to try and work out what's going on. The reaction from them, though, they're not hunting for information. They've gone for the boost instead. Give Valdi the position where he only is going to be having his head showing, so regardless if he gets headshot, the HP is not really a factor anymore. If he can nail his shots, he's still in business.
We certainly know he's capable of nailing shots. One of those very impressive up-and-comers we saw perform over at DreamHack. Winter backs away then. He's not interested in that fight anymore, but the T-side are just living the dream at this point. Free bomb-slide control. The bomb goes down. They've got numbers, and Valdi's got 0 health, really. 2 points of health to his name, and here they come, some form of retake. They have to hit shots and hit it quick. They haven't checked from behind them, but Mistu does get one, and the bodies just keep on dropping. It's all going LDLC's way. Snappy, the only one to find some respite, but it's just for a moment as Alex takes his head off as well. And LDLC, they needed that. They really needed that start.
Yeah, absolutely. That gets them right back into this game. It's Maniac once again to open things up. He gets the first kill with the Glock and a headshot coming into the second player as well. I assumed he pushed off towards short. So at that point, like we said, LDLC is holding up, waiting for the CTs to kind of sweat it out a little bit. Maybe they'll start hunting, getting a little bit agitated. But they do the boost, and that's the boost that has to work out for them. He needs to hit that first headshot. Doesn't get it. Bomb site's open, like you said. And once the plant comes in, almost impossible retake. And this is the more conservative approach from the CTs you can see. On this round, 3 players is getting upgraded pistols, 2 players getting body armor, but it's not a full investment as we go into round number 2 here. Looking at the terrorist buy as well, 3 rifles, 2 UMPs, very standard stuff. Gives you some range to work with there, and it's quite classic setup as well. Hunting for some map control towards connector, not towards long, but obviously so much time to work with there. But that smoke suggests they will be going towards B.
That does suggest they're going to be picking up the pace a little bit as well. And Valdi realizes that, does cock his CZ. Preparation for that flash, and oh, the flash was perfect, but the positioning just wasn't quite there. On the contrast to that, Modi, though, does heavily tag up one towards Monster. Not quite the Monster over towards short, though, as Valdi only gets 1, and it is going to be 3 versus 3. Good damage done by the CTs so far, managing to actually tag up Mistu as well. If he goes down, we're in a real problem. Existence has to get this kill and get it quickly. If not, he's wasting his time. Realizing his teammates may need some help to get that bomb down. The smoke will be dissipating relatively soon, and Mistu's going to use what remains of it to get that bomb down. Nico boosted up, I like this. Trying to catch him. Oh, if only a second longer on that smoke, but it doesn't matter. Mistu gets caught, body shot, but it's enough. And the CTs, they started with very little here, Henry. It was Kevlar, 2 Kevlar, that was it. And the body's just going to keep lining up. Maniac takes a heavy hit, and another. Nico, doesn't matter which one you are, you seem to be good with the deagle. And now Existence is left to go 1v3. He's been on short for so long. That's a start. That's one head. Nico down for that bomb. He has to be cautious of it, and Yuki's going to pick it up. Heroic just push LDLC right back in their place with a spectacular second round.
Yeah, looking very good there. The Desert Eagle for Nico, finding 3 frags in total. And Existence, like you said, they lost their first frag at the beginning of the round as well. A couple of players tagged up, and he gets the first kill, brings it down to a winnable situation for himself at least, but unfortunately he's going to get peppered down by that UMP. Diffuse comes in without a kid as well, and we go to round number 3, so like you said, that fantastic start for LDLC, quickly neutralized, and we go to round number 3 here. LV force buying themselves, Tech-9's UMP and a P250 here. We've got some smokes to work with, and like we said before, these kind of rounds normally suggest you want to do something more tactical, execution-based. It's very difficult to get the opening picks with Tech-9s. You want to be getting nice and close to the bomb site and using those smokes in your favor.
It's kind of funny as well, considering how Heroic did not choose to force buy in their second round on the CT side, and yet they find success where LDLC couldn't.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Either way, it does seem like we are going to be seeing some more boosting from the CT side. Nothing's going to be coming of it, but Nico has been slot up by his teammate for a nice POV over towards toilets. But nothing's going to be coming from that. Instead, Valdi's responsibility towards short continues, and talking about an execution, they're using an awful lot of their smokes now. It is because they're swarming in towards that B side, and that's going to be the first. Valdi draws first blood, but the trade should be there. It is. Mistu's Tech-9 just bring it back to a 4v4, but they're not taking the necessary fights here. There it is. Mistu head off Modi. Snappy, the last man to really try and make an impact, and he's gone as well. Mistu may have saved this round for the Frenchman. Has the boost again, but what? That looked on him. Alex couldn't quite do the necessary damage. Mistu's low, it may fall to Alex in a matter of seconds unless Mistu does something ridiculous in the smoke.
Yeah, it's quite a brawl of a round so far. 2-on-2 still though. Mistu, like I said, low HP. The bomb finally planted. Incendiary's dropped on the side as well. It's going to take some great teamwork here. I like this reaction. Perfect flashbang as well. Comes down to the 1v1. So it's low HP for both players. But Alex, he's able to finish the job off there. The UMP, and it came right down to the wire there. It wasn't clear who was going to run away with it. And it's back-to-back force buys that are successful for either side here. So Heroic surely can't force into this. It looks like they're getting head-on while they're going for it. All right, then 2M4, CZs, and not going to have a lot to work with. So they're going to have to be pushing off towards short potentially here, maybe up towards middle, using these M4s they've got to maybe try and find the first pick. The idea behind these force buys is you want to stop the opposition from having their bank accounts swell and getting a few rounds in a row. We'll see whether this works out for Heroic. Very unlikely, but we'll see whether they can do anything with it.
Whew, that was a chaotic round. I'm still kind of working out how on earth that 1v1 ended so chaotically, but still 11-7. And the Danes do hold the lead, but this is an investment that could very well bite them in the backside unless it does pay dividends. They went for some form of early aggression, but you can see they have already chose to recede back into the bomb site.
Indeed.
It's just like a little bit of an info play.
Yeah, well, they're getting something for it. That's the M4 is going to be pushing off towards short, but it looks like it will be LDLC now, making their way towards long. Haven't encountered any CTs whatsoever. They actually made it all the way around as well. This will be an A split coming in. Send those UMPs in first towards the bathroom area, see if they can find it a close range encounter. And the CTs with sort of positioning towards the B side of the map can actually justify sending 3 defending players towards A now.
Making my way down long.
Oh god, the songs are starting again.
And I'm homebound.
It's only a matter of time.
Alex is on his way, and that is going to be a smoke just to try and stop them. I don't think that's going to do anything, but the flash will. Valdi choosing to do that and go close with the CZ. He needs that, and he does get away, almost scot-free. Juggy, though, coming in with the M4 and actually brought down to 40 from a kind of foolish positioning, and that's still 2 from him, and there's another low. It's going to be 3. Juggy saves the day. It's a 4 in the round. Spectacular work from Heroic. And, I mean, Henry, the way you set the scene for that, you said that was a risky round, and that risk pays off.
Well, apparently you've got players like Juggy, who we didn't know too much about. He is
it Juggy? Juggy? Yugi?
He's Scandinavian, right? So we'll go with Juggy. I'm sure we're butchering it.
Oh,
but the fact that he's had like 2 or 3 massive rounds so far.
That was sick.
He's actually like shown himself to be a top talent. From what I've seen right now, I've been very impressed. Lovely stuff. Well then, another force buy. This is getting quite interesting now. I feel like Heroic are going to take this one though. Valor looking very confident towards short. Does spot one player, but thinks better of it and falls back here.
Now, just that one rifle for Alex, and he is going back towards long. He's been spotted as well. Information gathered from the CTs with just the use of their spacebar. Or mouse wheel up, I guess I probably should assume.
Yeah, they normally have both rounds,
yeah.
So it's fine.
Just making sure, just making sure. If Foon's watching. Still, Alex knows he's going to make a play with that M4, excuse me, that AK, and that's why he is going to be first support onto the side. That's going to be 2 quick frags. Nice work from Alex. Beautiful name and beautiful play.
Well, that should be round over at this point. You can see the CTs have no
awesome.
justification to actually get into it. It just takes one player with the AK-47. It's going to be Alex this time too. Brilliant shots there. That opens things right up. And Heroic now, looking at 6s and 7s, have to save their weaponry. UMPs and an M4. They've got a little bit of utility to save as well in a diffuse kit, so definitely worthwhile. I don't think they have any grounds to even attempt this one, but there it is. Everyone seems to be winning their force buys right now. 1 AK.
Yeah, what is this? It has been unusual Counter-Strike to witness. We've seen no armor pistols win. We've seen 1 rifle, no armor, well, no weapons win. It's just, it's back and forth for sure. And LDLC, they get that round gifted to them on a silver platter from Alex.
We have to remember, like, both of these teams right now, they've got new signings.
Yes,
one was like just only announced today. I'm sure they've been playing with Biggie for a few days now, maybe even a couple of weeks. And so it's announced, obviously, Maniacs has joined LDLC. So you're not going to see the cleanest of Counter-Strike right now. So
absolutely.
No one's really running away for it. You can see some flaws in either side, but it's still actually quite exciting to see this working out. And we do save weapons for Heroic, so if another buy comes in, 3 SMGs and 2 M4s. No one really getting stable as of yet, but it's going to be aggressive play towards Connector. Nico getting set up with his teammate Snappy towards the Connector position as well. Nice little boost up into the cabinets there. Actually, quite an aggressive stance from the CTs in general.
I like it. I mean, so the angle from Nico is like so hard to see from Party. You can barely make out the top of his head, and he can see your full body. It does just require quite an investment towards Connector to keep him safe, right? You have to keep that from being pushed, and Snappy has taken that responsibility upon himself. And talking of responsibility, Yuggy has a huge responsibility because of the positioning of his teammates. He has toilets and long to take care of. And he's going to have to perk up his ears, see if he does hear anything, or if the T's do invest any utility towards that area.
I like that position. Oh, okay, before I can even make my
Rest in peace.
Opens things up. Lovely shot there to take down Yuggy. And like I said, I like Val's position here, but it looks like he might be detected. Maybe a misthrown Molotov there.
That screwed everything up. That's going to be Maniac now forced to stop the push. He's going to have to get smoked out now by Heroic. And now as LDLC do progress up towards A, Snappy and Nico are going to try and cut this push in underpass short. In fact, so much so, Maniac, so embarrassed by his Molotov, has actually left the building completely, going straight through T-spawn, back to retrieve the bomb, and is hopefully going to support Alex over on towards toilets. He's caught Nico from behind in the meantime. Now, though, Snappy does catch his partner in crime from underpass, and we are back to a 3v3, weapons heavily favoring the T side. Heroic want to take these fights nice and close. It's a good flash. Nothing's going to be caught from that. In fact, now Moddy's caught from a T and still manages to make one of it. Just Snappy, no rifle, and Maniac's already on a 3K. Maniac has been instrumental in LDLC's success in this game, both on CT and now on the terrorist side as well.
Yeah, Maniac's looking very good indeed, and that should be the signal now for an EK to come in for Heroic, and we'll have a very close game on our hands here. So the aggressive play comes from Heroic. They actually get the first kill as well. So, like we said, not going to be the cleanest game of CS right now, and you can see there's been some mistakes made here, but Nico on that cabinet position, he gets the first kill, drops the bomb at that point, but Maniac coming in with swift recovery, manages to get a 3K, and it's pretty much full eco there. Actually, can't get more full eco than this, not a single dollar invested into this round.
A vanilla buy, you don't get them. Very rare to see, not even a flashbang or something invested, a decoy because you're an idiot. You know, none of that, none of that.
Well, normally you get like even a couple of PT50s.
Yeah,
it's very
of
rare
course,
to see this.
Or someone's got a little extra cash, they like to go for a deagle and see what, you know, see if they want to roll the dice with that. But no, LDLC, I mean, it's stark contrast on either side of the screen. You've got the full AK, full utility versus nothing. They are naked at this point, Heroic.
Yeah, if they win this round, that would be...
I mean, how often do you see that happen? It's once in a blue moon, really. Yeah. T-side would have to make some truly abysmal mistakes to concede a round like this, and that's Nico. Just make his whereabouts known. Just also acknowledging to existence that he has seen him and he does know what he's up to. But look at that. Look where the bomb's position is. Hang on, wait. What's happening with Mistu? Are they going slow because he's... Oh, he's actually deliberately holding that.
He's watching that real wide flank. So that's just making sure no one coming in for the backstab. The bomb's still down in T-spawn as well, so they're happy with this. They're getting map control on the other side of the map. He's watching the flanks as well, allows his teammates to feel a little bit safer about their situation. And now they've ascertained it's just USPs. They'll be striking soon. Don't really have to wait too long now.
If I died to Mistu, if I was playing a game and someone was in that position, I'd be like, you cheeky sod.
Yeah.
Still, LDLC don't want to lose a single rifle here. That would be just unnecessary economic damage. Two of them just holding hands over towards Optimus, and they are going to be falling. Ah, there you go. Snappy takes it away from Maniac. Surely not a second one, as there is the trade. Tonya, Mistu, they're all there and doing the necessary damage. Just the P2K and Valdi then left. There is some damage done, admittedly. Tonya 40, 48 for existence, but maybe just catching them on the exit, forcing them to stick around the bomb site a little longer would be his primary objective here.
Really much about what it can do here. 4-1, P2000, no grenades, no armor. Just going to be seeing if someone decides to make a bit of a blunder and run into his crosshair, but there it is. LDLC up against a full eco. Only using one frag, that's fine. It's Maniac, who's been very good so far. I've been pointing out, I think he's probably close to 22 kills after the first few interactions with those 4 spies seem to have come to an end now. We've actually got a full eco there, you know, so that's fine. They'll be able to bargain this one. I don't think they get the AWP, you know, because they... Oh, okay, so Snappy can buy what he wants. He's got 5,600, and he will indeed purchase that. So I'm sure he needs to be thrown over to Yuggy. He's been playing great so far, and he's just got a reasonable spawn towards B as well, so could work out for him.
I do hope to see some more aggression from him. Just keep your eyes on Yuggy and see if that is something he chooses to do. Of course, Toiny was very apprehensive with any of that, as we did discuss. Already it does look like Yuggy's going to be doing something a little different. Molotov is going to slow him down unless he wants to choose to go over it. What on earth? Down to 45, a huge sacrifice for very little. This position does mean he can catch them, though, as they are late to cross for the monster assault. Will LDLC expect this?
They are walking towards this position, so could actually get him a kill.
That's one. Okay, price may very well be paid off, but because he's just showed himself, they're going to pry them way towards monster, and now Yuggy is surely going to go down. Actually gets a second, that's okay. 2 kills for that Molotov damage, and he's not going to be complaining, nor are his teammates, assuming they can finish the job here. That's going to be a start. Snappy flashing over the sandbags, trying to help Nico there in, and Valdi's already done 1. Maniac continuing to do some form of damage every single round for LDLC, but it's not enough. And look at Mistu, stuck in a corner, no hope.
He should have no chance in this situation. He has to get the bomb, the plant out, and find 3 CT kills as well. LDLC should... Okay, there we go. They shouldn't find anything in that round.
You sounded a bit scared there, Henry.
Yeah, consider pushing it like that's normally back to the idea of saying, let's make him work for it, then we'll just have the crossfire set up there. But it's fine if they're all going to strike at the same time and have that good synergy going on. I mean, there's not really much you can do about it. There's 2 schools of thought for it. So Heroic pull 1 back, and it was down to that aggressive play from Yuki. You kind of doubted it, but to be fair, that Molotov's been designed to stop CD players pushing that position. And if you do take the risk and push through, yes, you take a lot of damage for it, but you're going to have the drop on the terrorist on the other side, right? So there's 2 ways of looking at it. Yes, he goes under 45, and if he doesn't get a kill for it, probably wasn't worth it. But he gets 2 in the end, so you can't really argue with the results too much, I guess.
Yeah, no fault there.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see when people are more than confident to run through fire and take more than like 60 damage. That's pretty interesting. Well then, we are back to round number 9, 13-10. Heroic now within touching distance of taking the first map. And Yogi a bit more passive this time towards long in the standard flower bed position.
Does it look like he's going to meet at least 1 member of LDLC evades the flash, and that's a tough shot to hit as they do duck and cover behind that boulder. 2 of them, in fact, having a mother's meeting, and actually as the flashes do expire, they start to move. Yogi choosing not to peek too aggressively, waiting for them to get some information. It was Nico who's going to provide some necessary calls. And actually get a necessary kill as well. Takes the head off Alex, but Existence needed that. Very quiet so far on the scoreboard, and he has just turned up with essentially 3. Maniac actually took 1 from away from him, but still. Now the numbers favor the T side. But Valdi, that's a molly that can at least keep them off from long, enabling his teammates to start setting up over towards the A site as they are going to assume that's where the bomb is going, but there's no pressure on LDLC to commit. 40 seconds left.
3 on 2. Heroic now in a very difficult spot. They're separated. Vald and Modi to try and find something here, but 30 seconds remaining. Problem is now, I was about to build up, maybe they could actually deny the plant. There's no one towards that A side whatsoever. They're sticking together, hoping for the best at this point, but the bomb will be planted, and that should be round over. We'll see where they decide to go for it. Modi has got the fuse kit there, but the money is in such dire straits. This is the full reset, Alex.
It's advisable to save, right?
Yeah, considering they're going to get $1,400 into the next round, they might as well try and save these 2 AKs. That's pretty much all they're going to have to work with next round. Double AWP setup now for LDLC, so that's quite rare to see on the overpass T side, but we'll see if it works out for them, if you can get them for free.
We saw what Alex could do for LDLC with 1 AK. Maybe they can do something similar with 2. And so they hold their breath and hold their angles and simply wait for the 11th to appear on the board for LDLC. The bomb taking faster and faster now, and it doesn't look like LDLC are too bothered about hunting for these rifles. More...
Well, sometimes the idea was like, NIP kind of started this philosophy of allowing your opposition to save a couple of weapons to actually tempt them into force buying. So the idea is they come into a very weak buy into the next round and they destroy their own money, right? So it's quite an interesting approach to allow them. If you don't want to go hunting and make them force buy, that could be quite a cool thing to do. Maybe whether Heroic will take the bait, I'm not so sure. They're going to be buying some CZ and PD-50s.
That's a safe bet.
Not fully committing. This is definitely the more conservative approach. And I guess when you have the advantage right now and you don't want to throw the game, if you're a bit desperate, you're really up against it, you might consider this. But they still have the lead for now, and they can see what the damage they can cause with the saved AK-47s. Apparently not too much, as Modi lost it straight away.
Oh, is that retrievable? I didn't quite see where that one went down.
He actually got taken out of Twanu, and he's towards the B side of the map, so presumably the CT pushed towards
That's going to cost him, but Yogi still does damage, even with an unarmored CZ. Molly's forcing him out flashbangs as well. They are just trying to take as few risks as possible, LDLC, as they are closing in on his location. They know where he is. He has no armor. There should not be a chance of a second kill here, and Existence does answer my prayers. A nice, easy, quick kill from him. Not forgetting that AK has been retrieved now, but no armor would mean the aim punch would be brutal. And here goes Valdi. He is the one rocking a Kevlar vest as well. Nice flashbang should enable him to pick 1. That's a big frag 20. That's the AWP out of play. And imagine if that gets into the hands of Snappy. Suddenly you've got yourself a 3v3. And with good weaponry as well. And Existence falls as well. Valdi expecting that presence from long through toilets. And they actually have the numbers now. An AWP retrieve for Snappy. This round is crumbling in front of LDLC. But Mistu starts to claw things back. The bomb will go down, and they should have the necessary positioning and utility to keep the CTs at bay.
Yeah, Snappy and Valdi now coming in from separate positions. Comes down to Valdi, I would say, for anything to be possible this round. Maniac with great position here, not really much he can do against Snappy. He can't really afford to waste time. He's got no defuse get here, run in, hope for the best, and that's going to be round over at this point, unless Valdi somehow finds his 2 kills in the next like 5 or 6 seconds as it gets a 10 seconds defuse, and he gets a kill in the way. But yeah, just has no information to work with there. And round recovered by LDLC. It was looking pretty grim at one point.
It certainly was, and I think Heroic are going to be relatively happy with the damage they did with 2 rifles. It didn't look great, seeing Modi just kind of jump into the lion's mouth, but 13 to 12.
Yeah, I was going to say, they should probably consider taking a pause at this point, because now LDLC are going to tie things up. You could have bought into this round. Maybe there's a chance to kind of recalibrate yourself, to work out what's going to be going forward for you, but they're going for just the pistols, 5.7 CZs and a Deagle as well, a smoke and a flashbang. Not going to be necessarily committing to a particular side of the map. Molly and Valdi towards B, and Yogi and Nico towards A. And we've got the little floating player in the form of Snappy. But you can see now LDLC on the minimap not giving anything away at the start here, just treating this like the most conservative sort of round you could possibly present, and actually to go towards long.
Yeah, it's quite reminiscent of how Heroic were approaching these kind of anti-ecos. Just real slow, methodical, just burning through their utility, clearing out all those scary tight spots where a Deagle or a CZ, we've seen what Yogi can do with that, could be lying. But I like what the CTs are doing here. I mean, if you look at it, you can see it on the mini-map, there's just a stack of blue. 2B, 3A. None of that overextension, none of that audacious maneuver. Instead, that's the audacious maneuver. I like that positioning from Valdi. It's actually very hard to hit. Just the tip of his head showing, but chooses to back away.
This will be the round to tie things up. LDLC, after getting a huge deficit at the start of the game, have done a very good job now to make this a realistic situation for them, actually picking up the first map here after going 6, I think it was 7-0 down. So, Heroic, they'll be a bit gutted at this point.
Oh, that's a good damage from Yogi. Takes down Alex on the assault, but now the question does remain, what on earth can you do when the bomb goes elsewhere? It's been a perfectly sold assault on towards A when they beat the bomb, and the majority of LDLC head towards B. Valdi, you're a little late to the party there, buddy. Bomb down, they just have to hold this. He has managed to make his way towards the ramp, and no one's watching that? No one's watching that. That's 1. If only he had a better weapon, that would have been 2. Opts for a fresh magazine, and surely not going to get any more. Nico's got 1 with the AK. A retake that they have no right to win, and all of a sudden with that door swinging open, they've got info as well. Valdi knows where Existence is coming from. Toinu's low. Toinu's so low, he's 6 foot under, and Heroic, out of nothing, win the 14th round. A retake, barely any armor, barely any weaponry. And it's going to be 14.
Yeah, and we were saying LDLC were doing all the right things at that point. They did it very slow at the start of the round, got some map control, but they went towards B. And like you said, that key player towards the B ramp there at that stage, just holding in, and no one's checking it. No one's considering that as a possibility. And he finds 1 kill, does damage to a second as well. And at that point, Heroic strike in. Existence too far removed from the situation, and looking at this buy, I just saw a Nova purchase.
Yeah, me too.
So a misbuy as well to make things even worse.
I mean, Alex has got a Tech 9. You'd be rude not to just grab the Nova as well. I mean, it's lying on the floor. Come on, you never know.
Rush B, boys.
Rush B, no stop. LDLC, they're furious, and Modi's not going to have no time to prepare for that one. Is this really going to be the rebuttal? Nice patience from Yogi. Didn't pull the trigger too quickly, and Valdi and everyone is filling up the kill feed. LDLC are melting. Such a risk so late in the game after what was a sterling T-side comeback. And I mean,
that's it now.
That's it. Yeah, 15 now for Heroic, and that should be a very poor buy. They're down to 2.5k. An intriguing call from someone like Existence, who you usually feel has a great deal of restraint and thoughtfulness to his calls.
Backs to the wall. You've got nothing really to work with there.
Rush B.
Rush B, boys. They did a couple of Molotovs and smokes on the way, but it's like the Hail Mary, right? It could work out, it could go horribly wrong, unfortunately for them. They get the first kill, but then it all falls apart. Very well handled by Heroic, and this is what I would speculate to be the very last round now. Tech 9s, PG50s, 1 SMG in the hands of Existence. They have a little bit of utility, but Heroic know they're going to be very limited indeed. They won't be giving anything away at this point. I mean, this was connected up. Oh, that's a head for the door. Okay, it doesn't do too much damage, but it's quite cool. It's like double wall bang and headshot. No, okay, there it is. It's back.
What? Oh my god, he's going to get a second one. Valdi! Who needs aim when you've got spray straight through the wall? Fantastic work from him. And LDLC, they're not out of this one just yet. Valdi's got himself a third. And he's flashing, he's going hungry. He wants to go for the full 5. End this one. The cherry on top, the ace. And I think he's actually asking for a boost here. Down to 11 points of health. I don't think that's going to stop him. In fact, no, he chooses to be the platform this time in the tower.
GG.
And that indeed. 2 letters I think LDLC are all too familiar with. The GG is going to be coming out if Toynu can't do something magical. Does flash behind him as he tries to make the play and get a different weapon in his hands, but no, the angle was wrong, and Snappy brings home the game. That will be it. Heroic do take the map. Overpass is Heroic.
You've got to feel bad a little bit there for LDLC. They did so well to get back into it. Let's just remind ourselves, 7-0 down after the economic decisions at the start of the game. Maniac posting a really strong performance as well, something I wasn't expecting, and it's just that round towards the very end. They get fully ecoed against, and then at that point, Heroic just ran away with it. The force buy, the rush B, you can see it got a bit desperate there. Yeah. And Heroic, I would say they'd be the anticipated victors going into this one, but LDLC certainly showed some great mental fortitude being able to bounce back from that huge deficit.
Yeah, and I mean, getting a 3rd win on the board in the Pro League, that's important. Sitting at 2-2 and getting a 3rd could very well be a 4th. I mean, LDLC's comeback, it looked so promising, and I don't know, I'm definitely not existence, but that rush B call was hard to watch, just seeing it melt away.
After you get fully ecoed against like that, you're always going to be a little bit tilted. Obviously, we don't have 4 pauses, usually you get 1 per game, and it just felt like, yeah, it's just like, okay, we haven't tried this yet, should we try the rush B? Could work out. They actually got the first kill. It was just very well handled by Valde, and to finish things off there as well, the double wallbang. That's quite rare to see, Alex. Like, you don't see those kind of kills every single day in CSGO. Obviously, 1.6 is a lot more prevalent. Sure. But then he gets like the initial wallbang and does like 25 damage. Like, oh wow, that's really cool. Double wallbang to get a headshot, and then he gets 2 kills.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Anyway, we should go head over to our analyst desk. I'm sure they're ready to break this down. Chad, Seda, what are you saying?
Are you done talking? Thank God. I was wondering when that was going to happen.
Some good points then, though.
So they were good points. They were good.
The wallbang thing with where Valde was, Zibnix is really good at that as well. And then you've got Dupree, another Dane, who's really good at hitting that jump shot there. So the Danish are really good at that part of the map. Just that
Dupree normally hits it in reverse. He normally hits it T-side when he walks through short.
He loves that.
And spots up over top of the wall. Heroic, they mentioned they get their 3rd win. Could easily be a 4th. We'll see. That's yet to be determined. It is very early in the season, but we're seeing already some interesting names among the top of the standings as a result of just getting good starts. Yeah. So it all counts. It all matters. This is how they got a decent start and nearly made playoffs last year.
Yeah, that's the thing that's very interesting about this. Any of these teams who you consider should be coming at the bottom of the league, or you wouldn't consider like a top contender, they grind away at these games, and then they upset the top teams who have just come back from a big event, or they haven't prepared as properly as they should have, and that's how they sneak into the playoffs. And that's what you have to watch out for here. I think it was a good little debut from Yugi. He had a couple of nice little moments there. He had a 1v4. His AWPing seemed a bit shaky. His decision making, it wasn't quite there. It'd be interesting to see how it evolves, like as he feels more comfortable in the team, if they build around him, what they do with him as a player. But Valde, he started pretty strong, and then he cooled off in the middle period and then finished to close it out. It just seemed like it just seemed like they took their foot off the gas a little bit. They lost a few rounds they shouldn't have, Heroic there, and then winning, I think it was 2 ecos or 2 pistol buys in that second half when they were on the CT side.
And Valde ends up on 28 kills in total. Madi was quiet. He's normally someone that we talk about being, I wouldn't say the star, but among the
I think
the
he has better LAN performances, right? Because he's one of the veterans. Yeah. He always tends to stand up in that environment. So for these 2 teams, we didn't touch on this before, but they actually both had the same placing at Leipzig. They both came 3rd, 4th. So they both made it to the semis.
Actually, yep.
Instead of going head-to-head now, both with roster changes. So many roster changes. How are we meant to keep up with all this stuff?
We aren't, Alex. One thing that usually helps keep up is rest. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll get into our last match of the evening between the same 2 teams you just said. Don't go anywhere.
We play for the legacy. We play for the prestige. We play for the glory. We play for one goal.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL Two headshots in a row. EnVyUs about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, EnVyUs!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
I'm the king of the castle, and you're the dirty rascal. We go back to Cobblestone, Alex.
You call me Alex again.
Why am I?
You did that twice. You ended the segment with it, and now you've continued it. So either you know you're doing it, and you're trolling me, or you're delirious.
I think it's pretty obvious I'm delirious at this
I'll
point.
go with that one. But you know, I do like Cobble. It's my favorite map.
I almost called you Henry at that time, too.
Just do it. I don't care. I keep getting things.
It's your favorite map. Carry on.
Yeah, it's my favorite map.
That's an interesting statement because a lot of teams still don't necessarily enjoy it.
Yeah, I don't know why. I just, you know, I don't like Mirage, or a lot of teams like Mirage. It's just weird things like that, you know. But for me, I find it's a map that is pretty diverse in the way you can approach it. I think there's a lot of different strategies that you can do. We're just getting a couple of these highlights from last game here. I think, you know, you were saying Moddy was quiet. I don't know if that's like was too indicative of the way the game went. I think they didn't really go towards him too much on the
A side. He seemed to be T side was where he was mostly involved in the action on takes of the sites, which they took.
Yes.
Times, Alex.
Again.
Don't know where I was going. Holy. Oh my God!
Don't give me a name. We won't refer to me as a name. But maybe you're getting confused because Alex plays for LDLC.
It's
and we're
good
about to
point.
see him again on Cobblestone.
We are. Okay, look, go back to Cobblestone. Continue talking about why it's your favorite.
I was just saying, I think
expect.
it's like a really diverse map for the way that you can approach it on the T side. You can do set executes. Rushing is very viable.
Do you not find, though, so Henry G, for example, some other lad that has a name, he thinks that he actually, the cash overpass maps he likes because they can get aggressive on the CT side.
Yeah.
He thinks that it's a little bit static and too static for CTs.
I think if you want to be aggressive on the CT side on Cobble, you need to be very inventive in the way that you approach it. So like SK, for example, doing like the long Molotovs and the deep smoke at B to be able to get that long control. NIP also had a similar strategy at that point where they completely firebombed it. I think they had 3 Molotovs in that position. There's a couple of different things you can talk about. Anders and I were talking about an idea of, as you're running down the mid-ramp, potentially run boosting a player so he can get into that middle trap section and make his way out the door quicker to the Dragon Lore connector. See if you can beat the T's. A couple of different ideas like that you can play with.
You could do that run boost pretty quick, too, because if the guy's like a couple steps ahead of you, you don't have to stop to set it up. He goes down the ramp, you jump off the wall.
Precisely.
And you're there. I think they should make it so you could surf down the right side wall at mid from the CT side.
Actually, that's not a bad suggestion
because it's
either.
slanted and you can't surf it. Because that would do it alone. You could surf it and be there.
We'll give Gabe a call after this and...
he doesn't like me.
Get it on it. Oh, he doesn't answer your calls?
No, he
answers
tries.
mine.
Really? Why?
I don't know. Maybe it's my hair.
Not tonight.
It's fried. Just like us. And as we talk about other things that are fried, so are LDLC's chances.
How so?
No, I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. No, I definitely do.
I'm wondering where you're going with that too.
The French team's usually pretty good on Cobble, right? Like G2 and EnVyUs in the past have been good Cobble teams. But this is normally, I feel like for some reason, that Heroic, they tend to not be bad on this map. So it's going to be interesting to see how Yugi subs on into this one. I know that Frizz was just like was a more of a passive opper, which we already touched on, but he looked like he wanted to be more of an aggressive opper.
Well, and that's interesting. I think it could give them something they didn't have before.
Running through Molotovs and stuff, getting himself down to 40 HP just to find 1 kill, so getting the work done.
I do that, except I don't get 1 kill. Speaking of people who don't get many kills, we've got to send it over to our casters.
Who is it?
It's Henry and Chad.
Oh, I get it, because he called Chad Alex, or Chad called Matt Alex, I think it was.
Yes. Well, Matt, I'm always doing it as well.
Heroic LDLC! I'm in the casting seat for the first time in a while, and we're, of course, resting Matt's vocal cords. He's got a lot of shouting about games to be doing just around the corner, and so we've got to rest those beautiful cords of his.
And get you back into casting form.
Yeah, exactly. It's been so long. I really do enjoy it. I just got to remember how to do it. That's the question.
I've got a feeling you might return to an event soon.
Yeah, you got a tingling?
Yeah, I've got a feeling it might happen for machine fans out there.
All 4 of them.
Yeah, they've been waiting for a while, and she might be coming back soon. You never know.
Who knows?
Well then, moving to Cobblestone. I agree with the guys. Heroic. This is actually it's a very good Danish map in general.
I was going to say.
I think they do
North
have the
as
advantage
well,
going
right?
this one. Yeah, like North, like when they were Dignitas, this is when they really became on everyone's radar. This was their best map. They're one of the best teams on the world in this map in particular. They were really, really good on it. And Heroic are no different, really. They have a very similar play style. The T side's normally very good for these Danish sides. And we are getting into it, it seems.
It does look like we're jumping into that pistol round. As you can see, the Frenchmen are going to be starting on the T side. Say French, of course. Correction. We do have a Swiss.
Well, there's only 1 French player in there now, I think.
Well, LDLC?
Maybe 2?
No,
they're all
French,
Alex is
aren't
British.
they? Well, Alex is fake British.
Existence is Belgium.
Existence is Belgian. Okay, fine, you're right. The French roster, because they do speak French, that is the language by which they communicate. And we have seen a completely zero utility CT buy. That's right, they're going for just those pistols and Kevlar. And Not quite the same for the T-side. Existence has got himself a flash, and Alex, that's a rewarding start. Just takes Nico off, and that's going to be the contact play we needed as they all start swarming in, and Modi is going to be overwhelmed. How is he still alive? What is that? Finally, LDLC do the necessary damage as the CTs do fall, but Valdi just been sleeping. He's going to go ahead and wake up with 2 swift frags from Coop. That's a huge start, but Toynu's low as well. This isn't impossible. It's far from it for Snappy. Full health.
Lost track of him as well. He could get this kill. Oh, okay. If he was a little bit more patient, they could have worked out in his favor.
Needed that one quickly, and they're lining up. He just has to take one headshot, but no, Mistu does it for him. And that will be the first for LDLC. Got a little sloppy towards the end there, but all the same, the T's do strike with their first round on the board. Good start for LDLC, looking to go ahead and level this series out. Let's not forget, the first one did go the way of Heroic. After a couple of trips and stumbles, Heroic did manage to close it out on the second half, and we did get a great start from them in the first map. Let's see if they can kind of replicate that.
Yeah, well, LDLC, touch and go at one point,
4
chicken
SMGs.
coop. And here we go then, towards Woody, absolutely right. Straight up rush here, interesting approach. Normally A is a safe bet, to be fair. Most teams will be stacking B in the second round. There's 2 towards long, and Alex is going to get past undetected for now, and Snappy should be punished for this one, but somehow fully blind, managed to get that first kill. It's going to be an equal exchange for now, though, 3 on 3.
Check your corners, Snappy, teaching them a valuable lesson. LDLC, however, have stabilized, and that's big thanks to none other than Alex and Maniac. The 2 of them have come together to do necessary damage, and it's Nico's Deagle again. This is not the Bosnian Bulldozer, but same name. It does seem to be playing the same game with the Desert Eagle. Maniac and Existence. Maniac's going to give him the challenge, but the smoke does just make it a little too difficult. Vision obscured and time ticking away. No kit, no hope. Unless Maniac continues to feed him opportunities, and that's exactly what we're talking about. What is that? Maniac tries to take the fight, and now Existence is trying to catch him on the cross. Fortunately, his positioning is strong, hiding behind that staircase.
At this point, LDLC can just throw the Mac-10s in towards drop down, get some positional control in that manner, and I think they're about to do that. So 2 towards chicken coop. So something to work with there. The idea is one player will face and die, and then hopefully they won't check it again, and maybe you can strike and get a couple of frags.
That is the name of the game, and these are the aforementioned Mac-10s. It'll be Mistu and Alex, who are going to likely spread themselves through drop. Mistu, 1 towards drop, Alex towards platform. They're going to push together. You can see in perfect synchronicity they approach. Molotov to clear out that staircase, something that Alex was unwilling to do with the Mac-10, and now the push can begin. Flashed in, that's 1 down. Valdi caught with his back turned, anticipating a push towards drop, and there is certainly presence there, but now Nico just inspecting the flower pot, making sure it's all... Oh, never mind, it's been destroyed. He's furious. And this should be the end of the round. Does he expect the second one? This is what Henry was talking about.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. It's going to be the wallbang from Existence, just going to be mopping things up. And it's a flawless round from LDLC. That will be the 3rd, and now Heroic can actually put some weapons in their palms.
Yeah, could have got a little bit interesting there, but Existence, he's
Smart.
aware. Yes, he knows exactly what's going on. And the 3-0 comes in for LDLC, and the buy is coming for Yugi. You can see he didn't force buy in that previous round, so he actually gets the AWP going into number 4 here. Still got Mac 10 though, and a UMP. This is what we call the bonus round, Alex. If you've not been listening to my cast recently, that's what we call it. Taking the first gun round, you take the lesser weaponry. And try to do a rush, see what we can do.
I thought it was called the...
Yeah, we changed it.
No, you changed it?
Yeah.
Not named after Matt's
No, we actually
QT
changed
dog?
it. We said, if you have 5 SMGs going to the first gun round, we call that a Jaden. I said you can have that.
You're allowed, he's allowed to have that one.
Yeah.
All right, well, here they come. Nice aggressive work from Alex, but he's not anticipating Nico in our, well, newly changed cubby here on that B site. Valdi trying to slow them down with flashbangs, and those flashes have managed to deter them. T-side, after conceding Alex, are going to meet Snappy. He's hearing footsteps, he's making the call. In fact, the rotate from Yuki on the other side of the map is coming in as well. And now Snappy, he knows they're on their way. That's 1 called, and then should be a frag. Nice stabilizes, didn't choose for the spray. And his restraint is rewarded as he gets another.
Yeah, good job by him so far. It's going to be a 5 on 3, and maybe going to pick up Existence, but unfortunately gets his head blown off in return. So now LDLC pulling something back. They managed to get some long range control as well. Maniac by himself needs to be very careful here. He knows he needs to make something happen. Can't land that shot though, and Yugi will reposition with the AWP.
This is where that AWP and saving in the prior round could very well be rewarded. This is a site you can hold very well with the AWP as long as your teammates don't let them close in towards APC. And hang on a second, Modi, that's your job, and he's gone. Now Yogi's in trouble because they can close in on his right and on his flank. Goes up. Nico needs to stop this push from happening, and they don't seem to be doing a particularly good job about it. Nico, though, does come in, and LDLC then are left alone. Mistu, relatively smart here, has managed to go ahead and just quickly get that bomb down on B. I presume he's going to be given the plant for free. There's no way LDLC can stop that in time, get himself onto statue.
Yeah, he can actually still win this, considering he has a Molotov as well.
Okay.
If it just takes 1 mistake from one of these 3 remaining CTs, Molotov goes in maybe a bit premature for my liking. We'll see what he can do.
does mean that he can just focus his attention towards drop for the opening. And choosing to back away. Relatively predictable. Heroic, he does need to get some damage done early. There's an AWP as well in play. He can't take those long fights. Instead, he's just going to dart in between. They're going to be pushing as a unit. This is nice from Heroic, sticking together as a pack. Now they know exactly where he is, and 3 eyes are drawn towards him. Actually 6, Alex. We all have 2 eyes. They're not Cyclops. Yeah. The Danish Cyclops, known as Heroic.
Well then, there it is. It's going to be NiKo with 3 kills in total, and they will be saving over the AWP and AK-47 as well. The problem is, LDLC, like we said, that was that bonus round. They've got a plethora of cash. Look at that, 10K on Alex. So they've got lots and lots of money to work with. So they're fine by that. They've got the bomb plant down, and they managed to limit the CTs going forward as well. You can see there's 2 UMPs purchased into it, but that saved AWP. Should be able to maybe go aggressive to start around. A lot of players like to go down towards middle. He won't be doing that. He actually heads towards B.
Yeah, and those UMPs are bought out of necessity. Make no mistake, this is not a decision they've made. It is something that's been forced upon them by LDLC. I like the aggressive approach from him. It's actually something we saw just last weekend. Taco being rewarded ridiculous amounts of frags just from that one rush. Relatively spawn-based, though. And so the 3-2 split. Nice and slow. This is what we saw from LDLC over on overpass as well. They take their time, apart from the occasional rush B call.
Apart from that.
Apart from that, which I'm going to try and forget about.
Yeah, well, for now, they do have a huge advantage here. Just trying to bleed out the CTs of any utility they may have here. He's still going to be aggressive. He knows he needs to find that first pick to give them a solid chance of winning this round. If a full execution comes in, they have a really rough time of holding this off. Looking at the map right now, you can see Maniac, he's on the other side towards A. Not necessarily showing a great amount of presence right now, but he's taking a lot of vision away from the CTs. As they start to set up towards B, LDLC still connects to you. Only 1 smoke remaining, to be fair. So that smoke I've used towards connector, flash over, hope for the best. And Twane with the AWP about to do battle with
I love these duels. Because, I mean, Yogi, you'd think had the advantage. Unless a flash is put in, there could be a pre-fire from Twanu, that's for sure. It's predictable. But, oh, he's only going to tag him. It actually may very well be in the wall that saved Twanu's life there. Backing away towards statue. It's a powerful position, and Valdi's there to babysit as well. Eyes on drop. Now Yogi looking towards platform, and he does put Twanu in the ground. A nice trade as well from Valdi's everywhere. He's a rash on the B site. Alex, fortunately, has managed to keep his team alive and kicking for now, but there are 3 people hunting his location. It's a matter of time, and a third for Valdi is secured, even recovering the AWP as well to put that back in his brother Yogi's hands.
Brother?
Brother in arms.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you.
And, well, the AWP doing some great work there. Like I said, he had to go a little bit more aggressive to try and find that first frag. He doesn't get the initial kill, but he gets a lot of information. The tongue's running down. He legs one of them, repositions Valdi, protecting him as he gets into a new position as well, and then starts to use that information to nail the AWP shots required. And now looking to buy 2 AKs, 3 pistols, a little bit of utility to work with there, and a default round with Maniac with the bomb back towards those mid doors, trying to get some positional control here. That smoke will be taking any vision away from an AWP at the top and middle. And we'll see whether they decide to do anything with this. Could be a decent grenade. No one's committing from the T side just yet.
Yeah, that patience has stopped any damage being done by that HE. And especially when you're rocking pistols, that is a big step in the right direction. Snappy, though, he's going to do some damage here. The splash is gone, and so are the majority of LDLC. Sprays a little off, and it does cost him his life. Toyne does damage with the Tech 9, but quickly the pieces are picked back up by LDLC. Existence stabilizing, but it did cost him a great deal of his health. He's going to try and get back into that power spot. We saw him win the 1v1 in earlier. Now Mistu caught on the flank. And this is as good as over. Valdi does secure it as well, and another for Heroic. This has been 3 back-to-back now. LDLC, yes, they got the initial 3, but as soon as the weapons start coming into the Danes' hands, they have had no problems of dealing with the LDLC push.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. Well, no bomb plants either in the last 2 rounds. They will be on to a partial buy here. The loss bonus is starting to accumulate, so $2,100 to the next round, so they can keep the money around the 2K mark, a little bit less by the looks of things. But they've got PT50s, Tech 9s, a couple of smokes, and we'll see what they decide to do. The Desert Eagles holding a nice tight angle here, trying to blow off the head of Snappy. He has committed towards long A, and he could find some trouble here, but it does significant damage towards Existence, and there it is. The Deagle headshot comes in. I'm not sure that commitment's worthwhile. You know they've got pistols at that point, and you're by yourself. Desert Eagles, all it takes is 1 bullet to the head, and you go down. So in terms of risk-reward, I don't really necessarily think that's worth it, but 5 and 4 for now.
Sure, I mean, and as well as that, just to add insult to injury, they've got the M4 now as well. On top of all of those prior problems, now you've also got Alex fully equipped with an M4, and Yagi, you're going to have to do something special here. He does pull his Molotov out, but that's wasting time. He realizes that he's backed away, but there's so many closing in on him. There's only going to be 1 surely before he's taken down. The no-scope's not going to land, and LDLC, this round should surely be in the bag unless NiKo and Modi can cobble together something rather magic. Cobble, appropriate word to be using here, and now just Nico. They are slightly low, but wow, this round has just been a complete bloodbath. LDLC swarming after that one mistake.
Yeah, it just didn't really make sense to me. As soon as you spot them and you're by yourself as well, why allow them to even get close to you? Well, not even necessarily close. Why allow them to even have an opportunity to get that first frag on you? If they do get it, they can rush like they did, like you said. They pick up the M4, and all of a sudden they have a big chance of actually winning that round. He spots the information and just fall back there. Okay, they've got pistols, PD-50s and Deagles. Let's just get the crossfires. I'll come back up the AWP.
Sure.
Give him some more space to work with there and defend him from any ensuing terrorists that will be trying to get close range at that point. But LDLC, they still won away after losing 3 in a row. It's a partial buy. It wasn't even the forced buy. They were looking to buy into the next one. They ended up winning the round, and look at all the weaponry they've accumulated as well. AWP, AK-47, an M4, and a cheeky little UMP there as well.
Well, that's a lot of successful scavenging for LDLC, and it does mean they can build up some form of a bank.
Yeah.
Look how little is being spent by the majority of them.
Yeah.
Quite the contrast over on the CT side, as it's going to be, yeah, down to the pennies for them.
Maniac, who had such an amazing first map. He's having quite one so far. To be fair, there's only been 7 rounds played, 1 for 6. And we go into round number 8 here. We'll see what happens as Yogi is back on towards the AWP. Not going to be going towards middle at all. Focusing towards B most of the time, it seems. And here comes Mistu using that smoke to take away CT vision. He'll be molotoving towards the steps position. And he might actually commit towards this one. All 5 players on this side of the map.
This is a quick one as well, and you can see how they're avoiding Yogi's gaze, at least just for a moment, because there comes just one, and it is back and forth down to a 3v3, and that's a tag. Nico lucky to be alive at this point, but it's enough to hold him back. And oh no, the fire seals his fate. And talking of fire, Mistu's in trouble too. His teammates pushing him back out of what was a very powerful position towards doors. Snappy now closing in, and he actually knows where he is because he heard that molly tick. Now 2-2. His teammates potentially costing Mistu not only his life, will it be the round? They have got a crossfire established, and presuming Twanu hits his shots here, this should be a locked down round for LDLC. Snappy has to cross, he knows that. The nade's only going to tickle him. He doesn't care, holding the only angle he has to. And what was that? Maniac strafes out from Coop, from his safety. And now all onto Modi. Twanu's not going to be caught by the Molotov, but still does take a bullet to the brain, and now 1 versus 1. Time becoming a factor here. Modi's not anticipating Maniac's reposition. It's 2. You mentioned him. You said he was quiet, but this was a loud roar from the top of his lungs.
Yeah.
And that will be 5-3.
Good work from Maniac to finish things off there. Got a little bit sloppy, we said.
Where did the sloppiness arrive from you?
When the Molotov landed
yeah.
in your teammate's feet, and he has to reposition and dies as well. Comes down to a 2-on-2.
Pretty brutal.
Where's the communication there? Like I'm by the connected doors, boys. I've got this
safe.
locked down. Okay, I'll back you up. Here's a Molotov on your foot.
Oh, you look quite cold. You look quite cold. Let me throw down a little campfire.
Yeah, well, it's going to be Heroic now onto Nico. PT50 CZs, and should be a pretty clean round for LDLC. You see them readjusting at the back 10s, and actually going to be going against him is Valdi with the CZ. And they'll try and boost up to pick up the dropped weapon here. Not going to do too much for them. Mac 10 against head armor. It's not.
You saw him
really
as well, but
effective.
Valdi pushes. Okay, I guess it was an all or nothing maneuver. Either drop back down with that Mac 10 or try and make it a 4v3. 5v3, excuse me. Snappy does get caught by Twanu as well. Full blind and now put into the ground. Existence, spectacular work with this AK so far, and they are just making this round look easy, as it should be.
Indeed. Well, Yogi, he's towards the A side of the map with the USP. Bomb will be planted.
There are some rounds that they say are done before it's actually over, and I mean, these are this is the primest of examples.
Yeah, Vald manages to get the opening kill there, but the boost actually working against them. As soon as you get the Mac 10 in your hands and you've got head armored players in front of you, very difficult to find a kill there. He gets mowed down, and as soon as that happens, LDC use it as a cue. Okay, let's get in there. We know one player, the player that boosted him up, he's going to be towards drop down. We'll commit towards the upper platform, and this could be round over at that point. Nothing really given away, and Alex tries to hunt down the final kill there. It doesn't really matter because Twanu's got an SMG as well, so in terms of the kill reward, which is doubled with the SMG, he managed to pick up another $600 there. So going forward, Money's still not in a great place here. We get the AWP out once again. You can see Valda, he's only got 3,900 remaining, so he'll be getting the UMP. They do have some smokes to work with there. Only 1 kit though, so Alex with the Mac 10 can actually do some work here, considering that Yogi and Nico do not have head armor.
And so the fray begins once more. And there's an AWP on either side, and Existence has fallen in a very early exchange from Snappy. It must have been through the doors.
Yeah, he actually like peeked towards mid doors and then got the wall bang as well, so did a ton of damage somehow.
Somehow, some way, he's got a very early aggressive CT frag. It's not necessarily something you see outside of the AWP all too often. very early in the round, and already LDLC working from a disadvantage. They are starting to move their forces towards long, and this time Twanu versus Yuggy again. Yuggy does win out on this one. The last time these two teams met, it was or rather the two players met, it was that leg shot.
Not really much to see these have to do at this point. They have to 5-on-3. Snappy, though, he's committed to the boost position as well. A player walks past him and picks up the bomb. So that's fine, though. He can hear that and call for the rotation towards B. Molly can hear it as well now. So they can actually just say, you know what, it's definitely going to be a B-side attack. But for some reason, Val's just not aware that could be a possibility at all.
Interesting. That's for certain. A nice control from Nico. Surely not going to get another. They knew exactly where he was, and he did go for that wide peak. Now, though, it's going to be the boost from LDLC. This could be game-changing. One to Snappy. The molly as well is going to force him out from Rock. You would assume. No, it's a little short, and that enables Yuggy to go ahead and... Oh, I say it's a little short. It spreads. And Maniac nearly thrust into a 1v2. Unable to complete it, though. Molly quick on the flank.
It was interesting from Val. Like I said, they actually had that player boosted up as well. They
Yeah.
had him run off. They had another player run off towards B as well. And at that point, Dropdown's not being watched, and Valdi's standing in the open with his back towards Dropdown. And now look what that's cost him. Yes, they win the round, but it comes down to a 1v1. It's the LDLC, ton of cash there, 4 AKs in the AWP. CT's not so much. It needs to be a little bit smarter in these tense situations, in these big rounds. Winning them is not necessarily enough. You need to keep the manpower up, and 3 UMPs, no orb, as we go into round number 11 now.
All right. 3 UMPs. This is where you really are either going to see the power of the incredibly cheap SMG, or you're going to see it fall flat on its face if they're kept at range. Twanu already making good progress on long. He's going to be approaching it with caution given the previous aggressions from Snappy. But no information plays being made at B, and therefore it will just be Yuggy and Snappy left to defend this pending assault from LDLC. Gathering ground. Alex is going to be checking towards danger as well. Flashes by his teammate as well. Everything's being very much reducing the margin for error. You flash yourselves in, you molly the corners, and then you prepare for the assault. You can see Alex has got an abundance of utility, likely implementing that into this peak. That's a great flash. Stop forces the AWP off and does mean they can gather ground unless Snappy stops them in their tracks. Or a Molotov, even better.
Yeah, it's perfect.
They can rotate now. And so the execute does come in. Existence is going to be doing his very best to take down one. It's actually Maniac to draw blood. He needed the second there, Yuggy. Now the pressure is getting a little too much. Valdi on APC. He can't watch both angles at once. His teammates have to help him, and they can't do too much. Fortunately, Molly steps up. It's 2. And now the aforementioned number does remain for LDLC. It's just Mistu and Twanu. Nice work as well. Now levels the playing field, and surely not a second. There's just the tip of his head, but here comes the flank. Mistu, he's been biding his time, and Nico just 180s him. Now Twanu's left in a very sticky situation with you. That's a flick and a half. Now 1 left. There's only 5 seconds, and it's going to be Yuggy to save it. What was this round, Henry? Help me.
I really can't break that one down for you. What an absolute manic round that was.
There was flanks, there was 180s.
There's so many interesting decisions in terms of, like, you know where this AWP is. He's got 5 seconds remaining. You have a player at the back of the site. That round's done. He's locked in, and he takes the challenge, brings it out to 1v1. Still the round secure, but as I mentioned before, the CT economic situation is very poor right now. They need to be a little smarter.
Every weapon counts.
Yeah, when there's 5 seconds remaining, you know exactly where this guy is, and you have a player at the back of the side as well. Like, he can't win that round. There's no way. You gave him an opportunity, but is this a force buy from the terrorist? It looks like it. So Tech-9's PD-50s, 1 UMP, and head armor as well. They do have the execution potential. Here come the Molotovs. They want to be striking on those thrown Molotov cocktails, because at this point...
Strike while the molly is hot.
Yes.
And there they go. Smoke's raining out. The flashes will be there as well. He's calling the fake, and indeed they are turning tail and running. Existence is going to use drop room, currently vacant, to try and forge some form of flank. And here they come. The Snappy's going to get the info, but what is that spray? 20 bullets invested and just 1 kill out of it. Trying to get the trade. Mistu, Tech-9, not quite the necessary arsenal. And now what have you got? Maniac and Alex. The bomb loose as well. This is one of those tough rounds where the idea was perfect execution, not quite so. tried to make the most out of that utility. I mean, you throw everything at B and then turn tail and run, Henry. That's an all or nothing play.
Yeah, well, they didn't necessarily go back towards A. They wanted to focus towards the drop down / window area and trying to segregate CTs at that point. Obviously, a lot of them are going to be looking towards the B bomb site. If you can run through those connected doors and find CTs who have nades out, could get another interesting here. But Alex putting on a bit of a show. He gets 1 kill there, but unfortunately, he'll be taken down in the end, and that ties it up. It's going to be 6-6 now, and that force buy does not lead to a bomb plant either. So another eco here for LDLC. Heroic should be able to stabilize at this point. They can't really afford much more than maybe some PT50s, a couple of Tech 9s perhaps. Okay, they're going all in. They're all in. Alex?
You do any of that in Vegas, Henry?
Actually, okay, maybe I jumped the gun a little bit. This tactic right now, this is fine. One player getting an AK means if they don't win it, they still have 4 AKs, 1 player on the Tech 9, that's fine. But if Alex can do something with the AK-47, get an opportunity, something to work with.
See, NIP do this a lot. They like to just throw an AK in Forest's hands and see what happens.
Yeah, and I did go all in a few times. Didn't work out.
No?
No.
You had a good time,
I came back a very broken man from Vegas.
In many ways.
Yeah.
In many different ways. But you had a good time, and that's what's important.
Yeah. It's all fine.
You said that with such conviction. Okay, Alex, what have you got for me? Sounds like I'm talking to myself in third person.
It's for your favour, isn't it?
You can talk.
Ooh. Sassy.
What's Henry having on the menu today? He said that today, in case your viewers are wondering. Right, either way, Yuggy, under pressure, is going to just catch the leg of Alex through the wall. That's solid. Now just needs to try and convert it into a kill mod. He's done that for him. And for a second as well, does behead Twano, and this is it. This is the round over. They're counting on the AK of Alex to do damage, and between the 2 members of Heroic, the job was done, as is the round.
Yeah, absolutely. So nothing really picked up at all for LDLC there. Didn't find a single frag, no bomb planted, of course. And the AK-47 doesn't work out there. So Alex will be extremely limited. His teammates could drop over at UMP, so I'll take a pause here as well. So then, we'll have a look at the mid area. It's looking nice. We do this, of course, because for anyone wondering, online games, there is a possibility that you could log onto the stream and work out what kind of buy you're up against. All that
I'm glad you're explaining this.
So it makes sense, right? We do want to make sure we eradicate any sort of tells that someone, not necessarily suggesting anyone would, but just eradicate any potential.
Well, it stops the paranoia, doesn't it?
So that's why we do that in online games. It was something that was actually a bit of a problem in 2015. No one really considered that. I think we were working at PGL, and I said to them, guys, like,
this is actually
we had like
a
a 6-minute pause, and I was like, you've just shown this buys is up on screen for like 6 minutes now. Like anyone could just message and say, oh, this is what they've got.
Just so you know.
Just so you know, yeah. But this will be the tactical pause. So I'll have a look at the money for LDLC.
What's it at?
They can definitely buy. So it's 5K on 4 players. Alex is on just shy of 3,000. So pretty much as we kind of built up in that situation, he'll be down to either a UMP or a Tech 9 and have 4 AKs going with it. They could get an AWP if they really wanted to, but it would be the glass cannon for sure.
So what do you make of Cobble in terms of the bias at this point in time? Because it's been such a fun discussion to have.
It was really looking like a T-sided map until...
For a long time.
For a long time, until those steps came into it. And when people realized how to actually utilize that correctly, and now the AWPers have a lot more options. Instead of having to fully commit with a jump up to the upper platform, they can actually get up there now a lot easier and take advantageous duels.
No boosting involved.
Exactly. Now you can flash over and then peek and get positional control of that area. A lot of teams now are starting to show us very strong CT halves, and it's good to see. It was a map that was almost boring to watch at one point because the T side just looked so easy. Every team could just do the same thing. Bit of map control, execute towards B. CT's had a real rough time holding it off. So it was a good adjustment, and it took a little bit of time, but we've got to a nice kind of even playing field, I would say, right now. In terms of, like, depends on the matchup. This one's always going to be a little bit difficult to predict because, obviously, we talk about these new signings and all that sort of stuff, but still, it's been a pretty close game.
But you're right. I mean, this is one of those beautiful maps, more so than most, where you actually, it does depend on the team. Some teams just have this real proficiency for the CT side of Cobble, and they get double digits, and you're all, all gravy, baby, and sometimes teams really struggle to kind of build a cohesive defense and actually make a really good attack. Still, LDLC are gathering up, and once again, Maniac's given the responsibility of, I wouldn't even say selling the fake, but just kind of holding the flank, lurking, potentially, if there's any aggression shown. And oof, Twano wasn't far off, whistles a bullet straight past the ear of Valde towards drop. And this is exactly what Henry was talking about. Prime example, the flash and peek for some map control and some information gathered, and at very little cost. Throws 200 towards them, and gets a good bulk of information. You can't put a price on that.
It's 4 towards B, and Maniac, once again, we saw this in the earlier stage.
Yes, I'm saying, right?
Yeah. See what he can do.
Just hangs out.
And he'll be going towards danger, and going to be smoked out for now. So whether his teammates hold up until he has a chance to do something, is yet to be seen. There it is.
That's the start. First blood drawn. Heroic get the first, and LDLC are desperate to try and change it. And Valdi's in his same old corner. Has been caught off a couple of times there. Now Yuggy typically gets one, and again is shut down. But the numbers are level. The bomb will be going down, and oh, that looked so close. Yet so far, pressure mounting, and a second miss from Chani. That's going to cost him his life. Snappy closing in now. Alex has to go clutch, and that's a stop. But he's so low, needs to find cover. He's not going to expect the side strafe from Snappy. Words increasingly difficult as time does go on.
We're getting there.
We are.
Snappy there with 3 kills. And to be fair, Maniac's played towards an A site. He had to find more than just dying straight away. It was so obvious as to what he's doing. He's done it a couple of times already. He goes towards long A, he dies, nothing else there. That's almost signaling to Heroic, get ready for a B-side of the attack. And Yuggy, he gets 1 kill, but the trade's working in Heroic's favor. Comes down to the 1v1, but like you said, Alex, already such, not you, Alex, the other Alex. He's such low HP, he can't really do anything about that situation. I'll call you Matt if I'm talking to you. Just listen out for the word Matt.
Just call me Matt. Yeah, deal. That's fine. Either way, like a little for Mistu. It's not the worst price to pay for full utility and everything else alongside your teammates. Let's see if that is going to be any form of factor, as this is, of course, the determining round.
To note as well, that's 5 rounds in a row for Heroic, so they've done a very good job of getting back into it and forcing LDLC into a lot of clutches, to be fair, but Heroic have been picking the majority of them up, and that's why they can buy into this last round. They get $3,400, and it's going to be 4 AKs and a Galil. And Maniac, once again, showing something towards long A. That smoke will allow him to take the vision away towards that side of the map, allow him to flashbang in, see if he can go and find a kill here.
So 6 rounds in a row. However, 3 of those 6 ended with just 1 person alive. That's what we're talking about when we say clutches. It's been very close, right down to the wire, right down to a 1 versus 1 duel. And now Heroic are looking for the knife. This is going to be Existence. A spectacular play from him. Catches Valdi, who's been very successfully holding drop prior to this. And now aggressive from Nico. Catches the back turn of Alex. He's been their top fragger from LDLC, and so that is the head of the snake gone. Nade's going to be just tickling Nico. Backs away. Why are you giggling?
I'm just childish. Don't worry.
Oh, come on. Come on. Lots of damage done by Snappy, but none converted into a kill. Look at LDLC's health bars. They're running out of color in the health, but they still have a chance. And by they, I do mean Heroic, because this CZ just ripped through Mistu's remaining health bar, and actually Tano in trouble on Statue. If Existence falls now, we're in real trouble. That's great work. And no trade from Existence, because Moddy's drawn his attention with the noise at the top of drop. Solid work, though. His attention was drawn for a reason, and that's his 3rd in the round. Bomb ticking away. Surely not, Yuggy. Surely not. What is this? Newest addition. He's still doing damage. He's clutched once on overpass. And now, unfortunately, Maniac's positioning is just a little too good for the Dane. And this is going to be an 8-7 half.
Yeah, back and forth there. Like you said, a lot of clutches, some high octane CS, a few misplays as well. But I've enjoyed the half so far. It's been quite an exciting game. Can't really tell who's going to run away with this one. It will be 8-7 in favor of Heroic. And I guess this calls for time for a little break, Alex. So we'll do that, and we'll be right back with the second half.
It's Cobblestone, Heroic LDLC. We've already seen the Danes take Overpass, and now into the second half, we'll see if they can make it 2-0 for the day and 4-2 in the standings here for the ESL Pro League Season 5. I'm casting for some reason, joined by Henry G.
Hello.
Hey.
Oh, the pistol's beginning straight away, Alan.
Absolutely
so
it is. We're kicking off.
Don't got to ramble on for too long. It's going to be 5 sets of armor for LDLC, 3 for Heroic, and they've got a Tech 9 in their mix as well. This will be a fast B execution straight away.
Get some hype music as well. It's going to be Misty to start things off. The Frank movie is started, and that's just going to be one for him. But look at Twanu in that new cubby has once again net him a kill. Players still forgetting to check it or choosing not to. Either way, we are going to be seeing the T-side hold the advantage, not only in positioning, but in numbers. And now it is down to Maniac and Existence. They have to check this, and Existence does a swift headshot into Snappy, makes this possible. Surely not a second. Existence is back, baby. He knows Valdi's going to be around Coop. He already anticipated it, at least. Eyes were drawn towards it, but that Tech 9, he has been given that. You don't like the word raid boss. What do I call it? It's going to be a clutch from Nico.
Superman.
You call it Superman?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's more appropriate.
Yeah.
I don't want World of Warcraft references anywhere near my game.
Okay.
So,
oh,
you know.
That's such an Alliance thing to say.
Is it? Okay. Well, regardless, it was the A-sided execution there from Heroic. Nice and fast as well. Most teams doing that these days. I explained this recently in Vegas. You do that smoke tools connect to you, flashing over. And this time with the Superman buy, it means Nico with the Tech 9 do a great job to finish the round off there. And when I say Superman, for anyone who's not aware,
yes.
Tech 9, you drop that weapon and you buy up armor yourself. It means in those clutch situations, you're very powerful, very mobile, and cause a lot of damage.
Yeah, very hard for those little P2Ks to shred through unless they've got that precision, which it can be difficult to do. 2 players gunning him down, but Nico unfazed. Now, 4 players from Heroic do continue to just gather in those halls. It's very typical to see. But look at Maniac. He's at T-Spawn. He's going for a whirlwind adventure, but it feels like Nico's anticipating this. Yep. This is going to be agonizing for Maniac. He's like, oh, I've got him here. He's got the Jaws theme tune in his head, and he's just going to lose it. See you later.
Yeah, he thought he'd done something amazing, but Nico was ready for it. And you can see, look at the positional control Heroic have got right now. The bomb's down. They've already found, they can almost 100% guarantee that A-side's going to be open. It'll play like that. Him pushing all the way to T-spawn, he's going to think, well, A's open, boys.
Sure.
Get ready in B, it's coming. And Connect is already on lockdown. They're waiting for the flank to come in for T-spawn as well. Round over. This team might as well try and save what they have, but Alex doing a decent job there with the 5-7, but the hunt has begun. And it's going to be Valdi and Yugi to finish things off and find double digits as well.
Brutal, and of course, something that is noteworthy is the fact that Heroic did maintain the majority of their weapons. Just one member of the squad is going to have to rebuy, and therefore the money will be getting Kushti, assuming that they win this round in an equal fashion.
They should do, considering as a force buy in the second round.
It should be a nice, solid eco.
Nothing, not a single dollar invested into round number 3 here. So yeah, this is almost a guarantee for Heroic. And this will be another bonus round going forward. That's if they keep all 3 UMPs up. That means that normally signals for something very fast in that number 4 round, because you know they don't necessarily have head armor, they won't have the AWP. I think I saw 5 sets of armor for LDLC in that force buy in the second, so they can't get the orb out unless someone gets a couple
some
of wild
mad kills.
So, yeah.
Okay, well, let's keep our eyes on it.
Twanu, to be fair, didn't investigate. I think he only got P250, so he could actually get the orb, which wouldn't be a fantastic buy.
Look at that. Valdi's just going to push off of his own flash and start shredding through these unarmored CTs. There shouldn't be too much of note here, other than Existence once again doing damage on this drop retake. He's been doing that, I think, 3 rounds back-to-back now, but that will be all that we can acknowledge for LDLC in this round. This should be the 11th. Just Maniac hoping to maybe, I mean, sinking a knife into the back of a Heroic member would have been the perfect reward they were looking for, but no, not going to happen. Instead, it goes 11-7.
Yeah, so there it is. Twanu with $5,000. So if you're not aware, it costs $4,750 to buy an AWP, and then you can see right now on your screen, he can't buy armor with that. That's actually kind of a big deal against the saved UMPs. They will just mow through him, so he needs to be very careful here when he decides to go. To be fair, he can go to like his chicken coop or the statue and be quite safe in that respect, but this is looking quite fast for Heroic. Those T-spawn smokes normally are indicative to a B-side of attack. Here it comes.
Well, he did his best, but missed you. Nico did not miss you. Twanu has got this passive position, and that's exactly what the Doctor ordered, keeping his range, keeping his distance from those UMPs that can shred through him. Valder emerges from drop and catches one, but quickly traded by Alex, and a second through the smoke. This guy has been playing out of his mind. 20 frags now, as we do just kick off our second half. Yugi, I mean, he has been proving his worth already on this roster. A couple of clutches and even one very close 1v4. And that's a start. Takes down Twanu. Surely not again. That's a smoke towards doors. Can he retrieve that bomb? It is close enough for it to be within his grasp.
Yeah.
They're going to boost on that smoke. Just imagine what could happen if he gets that spray. They can see straight over it. That's solid work, but it is going to be a little too premature. Don't hit the shot, and therefore he can go for a plant safely. Where's their nades at? They've just got a smoke.
He's got a smoke as well, so he actually eradicates a bit of risk there. And now they don't know whether he's crossed over to the platform. This could get interesting.
Backs away. LDLC forced to play, process of elimination here. He could be on statue, and he's choosing to keep his position unknown for the longest time. Now needs to hit this headshot quickly. Not necessarily good enough, but Maniac's gone. Yugi, surely not again. This man is playing sensational Counter-Strike at the moment, and you can see why Heroic wanted him. Another clutch, and Yugi making a name for himself here in this game. 3 kills, and another round on the board for Heroic.
And another eco as well for LDLC. That was very well played. I always love that smoke to the right-hand side of the bomb. So when you have those sort of clutches.
When it's done properly.
Yeah, we saw that. Was it Vegas that happened?
Yeah, or I think Pro League first week.
Okay, yeah, I think it might have happened in Vegas as well. Chad and I were talking about it.
Yeah.
So, oh, that's such a sick play. Then there's a massive gap in the smoke.
Yeah.
But when you get that smoke correct, and it means you can cross over or just stay on the site, and they have to kind of work out where you are. They lose track of you, and that's when you actually have a big chance to win the round. And like you said, ooh, okay, ball mistakes being made here. That's fine.
They're just so excited, so cheering for Yugi.
He's been great so far, has he not? This is the first time I've ever casted him, and I've actually been very impressed. He seems like a really talented Counter-Strike player.
And what's so fun is that, you know, he was identified from essentially a T3, if not T4. I mean, Trick, they've proven their worth. I think T3, I don't want to go too hard on them.
Yeah.
But, yeah, he identified and immediately starts putting up good numbers and good Counter-Strike as well. It's not necessarily mindless fragging. The guy's got a brain on him as well.
Okay, well, we've only got P250s and Deagles here. Very likely to be 37, a difficult procedure going forward for LDLC. Maybe they can do some damage here with the pistols. We have seen that in this matchup so far.
Yeah.
A lot of full eco wins and such, so we'll see whether this works out. But Modi getting towards long. Maniac in a decent position for 1 kill. Gotta nail those shots though, mate.
Painful. P250 can be a cool mistress at times. Powerful weapon, 1 bullet to the head, can dispatch of someone. Kevlar or not, but not today. So now Twanu and Mistu just left to their own devices. I mean, Mistu, you can take some risks with that Deagle. Twanu's just going to hold on to his rifle and Kevlar, but Mistu maybe just try and do a little bit of economical damage. Would it even be significant at this point?
We'll have a look. Well, it's $10,000 for Yugi, so no, not really. They have saved an AK though, so the terrorists might want to hunt that down and deny that being saved in the hands of Twanu for now. Mistu though, coming in, fancies something. Might as well. He's only got the Deagle, no armor, and oh, lovely shot there from Modi. And here we go, the aforementioned Twanu. He's towards the window, and they are going to be hunting for him, but they don't seem to be aware that he could be in towards that connected position.
I mean, impressive work in hide and seek department from Twanu. Somehow, with 4 people all hunting him down, he manages to find a safe space. The safest of spaces.
Is that your favorite area?
13-7.
Okay, 5-0. It's looking positive for Heroic so far, and we'll see what happens here. Finally, the AWP comes out once again. This time, it's got some armor and some smokes and incendiary skill with it. So, I don't know if there's a chance to get back into the game. This should be it. Back towards B we go. All 5 players committing from Heroic. Smoke comes in, crossing towards the steps as well. And see where they commit to this. Actually, going to be sending all 5 players this side of the map. The reason I say early commitment, because if you have nothing towards A, you can lose track of the flanking CTs. That's why you need to go very quickly when you decide to do this.
And there they go. Molotovs do rain now. It's going to clear the platform, but Mistu's got his nose pressed right against the concrete, hoping to catch someone. But no, look at this. They choose to back away after what the big, heavy investment, just throwing fire everywhere. What's caused this turn of... No, Aldi comes from behind. He's only going to get the first. But they chose to back away, and this is confusing me. Alex is not so confused, though. Takes another. It's Modi down. And the bomb's on its way towards A. Henry, I'm confused.
Oh, we can break it all down afterwards.
Absolutely we can, because at the moment we are going to be seeing Existence get just the perfect position for the cross. And it looks like Maniac. Oh, he's just shooting ducks. Solid work, 2 down. Now Yugi. No, I'm not even going to start the dialogue for another 1v3. Yes, you've been instrumental, and yes, you have utility, but surely LDLC will not fall for your handiwork. Again, Existence is causing enough damage. That's in it. That will be LDLC picking up their 9th, but I mean, back and forth.
Yeah, interesting round there. You can see them actually almost deciding to commit towards the B site with throwing the Molotovs and flashbangs as well. They've got a little bit apprehensive. They've got Valdi towards the drop-down position. He finds 1 kill. That's actually perfect, all things considered. They try and strike towards A after that. But Maniac, he's had a really quiet game here on combo. He was great on Overpass, but he finally steps up with a couple of big frags there and manages to secure the round for LDLC. So tactical pause comes in for Heroic, it would seem, at this point. And they have a ton of cash here. They got 13-8 up, and we'll see whether they decide to maybe just go back to the basics, the defaults. Like we said, the Danish Counter-Strike, normally known for heading towards A at the start, using the smokes to deny CTs pushing or finding those first frags. Get that, then you fall back towards B, or you commit towards fully commitment towards that A side itself. Can you hear the weird noise?
Yeah, okay. I was just wondering if you could. It sounds like, is there a helicopter on Cobble?
Yeah, it's the new edition.
Got 7 kills, called in a helicopter. Hashtag COD.
More Call of Duty references?
More?
Is that the first one?
It's the first one.
Okay.
I'm sure there'll be many more. Either way, 13-8. Heroic are closing in on that 16 marker, and they do have the money and the buy necessary to convert this into the 14th, but as do LDLC to defend so. I've been relatively underwhelmed by Twanu. In contrast to Yuggy especially, I don't feel like either on the defensive or the attacking side, he's really been making too much of an impact early, something an AWPer is kind of a proficient AWPer can do on the regular. Instead, though, we do see Heroic starting their offensive.
This is the classic Danish approach now. Go towards long A, 3 players, find those kills, push the CDs back towards the bomb side. Then you don't have to necessarily go towards A. You can go back towards B, leave 1 player there. We saw LDLC trying to flirt with that idea, but they're only sending Maniac by himself. They didn't show a lot of presence there. He was just trying to strike and try and get a couple of kills. Didn't really work out as well.
This is big progress from Valdi. He's not a fake by any stretch of the imagination, but that's the problem. If you all push ramp at the same time, you will do the flashbang dance at the same time. Nice from Maniac. No, it didn't convert it into a kill. They're right there in the smoke. You can see the trace of fire, but still he falls. Existence going to try and go ahead and avenge his fallen comrade, and that's a step in the right direction. Heroic are falling apart at the seams in this round. LDLC a solid defense. And now Modi is almost certainly out of this round. No health, no hope. Maybe take 1 rifle away, but you'd have to have some very precise aim. 1 bullet and he is gone, and there's 2 to peak. It's Alex to find his 3rd kill of the round. He is a essential cog in the LDLC machine. 25 frags. Whew.
Yeah, it's actually quite impressive. Kind of slipped under the radar there. So Heroic take that tactical pause, and they go towards the A-sided execution at that stage, and didn't really get too much for it, but they still have a lot of money to work with here. So 3 AK so far, the AWP, it's just Nico who's limited to the UMP. And we'll see whether Yugi is great so far, to be fair. He's got 23 kills. We'll see whether he can open things up with this AWP.
All right, then. So they try A once, and immediately they feel a little scorned by that, flashing themselves to enable some form of map control towards B long, and here's going to be this kind of partnership play. 2 towards drop, 2 towards B long. Mollies are out to try and force Alex, and actually they know exactly where he is. That molly tick was heard, and thus the retreat is on. Twanu, though, does catch Modi. That's a start, and now Heroic at a disadvantage, where they're unable to trade. Some confidence from Twanu, even go for a wallbang into drop. That's how confident he is with that smoke in place. Still, Valdi's just going to be left to his own devices and drop. But this is always interesting when you do see one player basically just, he's barely going to move for the majority of this round. 30 seconds will pass, they'll start progressing through A, and then he'll try and catch them as they rotate.
Yeah, exactly that. We'll see whether he can do anything with this, but Maniac, Existence, Alex, ready to go towards the A side of the map. Smoke comes in, and they're looking to challenge here as well.
Maniac, just on the other side of that smoke lies the entirety of the opposition, and he does necessary damage. 2 heads roll towards ramp. And Valdi is going to have to spring to life, but only for a moment before Twanu catches him. Another for LDLC, and this game is getting very close. What was, yes, 6 consecutive rounds from Heroic has been responded to with 3 of their own for LDLC, and now the money is starting to get stingy. This is looking like they're going to be a kind of a buy to 2K quasi-buy scenario.
Similar scenes to what we saw in Overpass.
It is,
so
you're right.
Yeah, they're getting really close to taking it, then LDLC grinding it back in, and Desert Eagles, Tech9s, a couple of smokes here to work with. That's about it for Heroic. Almost certainly going to be 13-11. And we'll see Twanu now back on the AWP. He'll just be defensive towards the back of the B bomb site. Maniac, though, could get caught, but he manages to get the first frag. Maybe overcommit to this point. Does some damage, but taken down.
Almost forced to take that fight by the speed at which they tried to trade. But still, that's an M4. I mean, this is the scenario we almost saw before from Snappy. You give them early control of long and you concede your weapon. You never know how much damage can happen.
Good news is for the Maniac, he at least gets one kill before he goes down. Before, like, it was a clean kill. Give the 5 terrorists on the side of the map something to work with there, but they're not going to be striking straight away. Similar approach to what we saw in the previous round. This time it's Modi. He's towards the A side of the map. He's towards Danger. And Alex and Existence, they still believe there could be an A side of the attack.
Understandable. The only real presence they have seen is towards A. However, it has gone awfully quiet on that A site as of late. Twanu's still repeatedly peeking towards B long, and eventually he's going to actually be greeted by some Danes. 3 of which are progressing towards drop room. But look at Modi. The more, if he gets a kill here, it's perfect, because that will really cement LDLC's feet on that A site. But here they come, and oh, it's a double. His patience is rewarded, and LDLC fill the kill feed. Heroic melting. Snappy, he's not even going to make it through as Twanu and his bullet go through that smoke. Perfect work from him, 13-11. Still feel like I'm butchering the pronunciation of that name.
No, it's all right. It's good.
Twanu?
Twanu, yeah.
I'm butchering it.
It's fine.
Twanu?
And it's going to be a collateral kill
Missed you.
From Heroic, from LDLC. You're distracting me.
Am I?
Yes.
Terribly sorry.
But that wasn't really much for Heroic to work with there. Maniac gets taken down early on. They have a rifle, try to do what they can, but they walk into the scope of Twanu. And he's been boosted up towards drop down now with the AWP, trying to find the opening pick once again. You wouldn't necessarily overcommit with this one. You stay at this angle, take the first shot. He's jumping up though, spots a player, hoping they jump once again. This could actually be a possibility.
I mean, he's seen him as well, right? Valdi, he probably even saw the AWP. He knows what weapon he's holding. That's very, very audacious. Valdi's like, okay, there's an AWP up there. Let's see what you got, Twanu. Gives him a chance for a free kill, but also gathering information at a cost, or what could have been a very costly maneuver still. While I start making weird sounds, we are almost ready to see some form of execute from Heroic. Again, they gather towards A. Valdi left towards B this time. He hasn't even made as much progress as he had prior. Previously was locked in drop. This time he's actually going to be backing up his teammates, his comrades, a little later to the party. 50 seconds on the clock, and therefore they have got plenty of time to just use their utility, clear out the corners, and look at Maniac. He's on Titanic, and indeed it is rather romantic. 3 swift kills. And now just Nico and Yagi. Maniac, solid work from him. Very impressed by his performance at this entire, and during both of these maps actually.
That boost
Control from the boost.
The boost is not that common anymore. We don't really see it in Tier 1 games too much these days. But when it's thrown in, the idea is when you're boosted up, your teammate needs to be with you. He needs to be focusing either towards the middle or long A. You both can't be watching the same thing, right? That boost is very vulnerable. But they time it to perfection. They're looking towards middle as the terrorists running through, and you saw it, Maniac doing a great job from that position. And they could tie things up here, almost certainly going to, considering it's just Tech9s and a B rush coming in.
Oh, there it is. This is so reminiscent of Overpass, but vice versa.
Yeah.
This was the call LDLC made. And let's see if it does hit a brick wall like it did previously. And Twanu is awake. Big frags from him. Nearly getting a third. Mistu's doing a lot of damage for him and can't quite seem to connect onto Valdi. His life is much more valuable than that frag he could pick up. Save the AWP, and he is going to go ahead and do it in the end. Closes it out, puts a bow on it. 3 for him in the round. And LDLC shut down Heroic's dreams of the Tech9 rush. We're back to a level playing field, and it's going to be buy time.
We were 5-0 for Heroic, and now it's going to be 6 rounds now for LDLC. So
is it 6 back-to-back or 5? No. Okay, 5 for one and 6 for the other. Damn.
So they've actually bounced back from a 5-0 deficit. Pretty cool stuff from them. LDLC looking to take the second map. You're just joining us. It was Heroic for another close game on Overpass. It started off in very similar fashion. Heroic with a massive lead, and it's starting to fall apart. But Yagi now, he finds the opening kill towards Mistu, and actually maybe they can slow things down and try and work the map a little bit more here. Was that the AWP drop? Okay, so he must have had a very good spawn. Yeah, and so he picked up the AWP roll for that round, but unfortunately he loses it. Now it's a chance for Heroic to take the lead once again.
It's looking so difficult for Alex here, because not only does the molly stop him from having a positional advantage, he's going to get flashed following that. Nice from Valda. Twanu blind, but so is his teammate, or rather his opponent. Valdi's going to get that one. It's a bit chaotic here, but Heroic have managed to completely resuscitate their chances of winning this round. Looking very good at the moment. Snappy's just going to clear out statue. Bomb goes down. And you can see Maniac and Existence are just going to go for a lovely romantic stroll up towards the statue. The boy with the fish.
The boy with the fish.
That's the official name of the statue.
Fair enough.
Like in those titles where it's just like water. They don't really try with their titles.
Well,
These
here we go.
pretentious
Here's a
art
close-up.
exhibits. There it is.
I'm glad he's got a little leaf there as well.
Yeah, very considerate. I just hate these construction companies ruining the beautiful, beautiful settings. And you can just see a big crane in the background. Where's the local Cobble Council? That's my question.
Well, we'll look into it for you.
Thank you, Henry.
I'll write a letter.
Strongly worded, I hope.
Yeah, in a classic British manner.
Would you roll it up and seal it with a little wax seal and a ring? Like old school style.
No, that might be much.
But you wear rings, you could do that.
Yeah, but maybe I
could have a little seal. You've got that one there. Scarab beetle.
We'll do that. That'll be my signature move.
Well, we've made some good plans, and LDLC have got plenty of money to make plans of their own. Look at that. Some of them going to be still in 10K margins, or at least close to it.
Yeah, really good round there for Heroic. Getting that upper platform kill, falling back. Valdi doing a good job. Once again, he's kind of lurking towards drop down, finds 2 kills. Twanu, close range of the AWP, couldn't take him down, and it's Heroic to take the lead once again. In terms of money, pretty decent for either side. So this round won't secure a victory just yet, and it's a fast mid approach, you know, in Existence caught out with a flashbang in his hand.
Not ideal by any stretch of the imagination. And now here comes the pressure. What? Snappy, that was a guaranteed kill onto Maniac. Instead, though, he's going to be breathing with 15 points of health. But the bomb is down, and Heroic, they are conceding kills left and right because Alex is just on a mission. So good in this game. That's going to be, what is that now? 28 for Alex. 20's got another, and now forced Modi into a 1 versus 2. This looks so good for Heroic. Bomb down, numbers as well. He's forced to actually step on the Molly just to avoid the impending doom that is 2 people peeking him. And look at that, back turned. He didn't know what to expect. Noise everywhere, and LDLC, that's a huge win for them. That's going to put Heroic's money back in the dumps as well.
Yeah, somehow Maniac, I'm not sure how he got the kill there, to be fair. His teammate Existence goes down towards top of the middle with the flashbang in his hand. Maniac, he gets spotted as well.
They knew
exactly he was there, and they take him on 15 HP. He dies afterwards, but he did enough. He gave LDLC a platform to work with there, just that 1 frag. Alex, like he said, has been lights out so far and manages to get his 28th frag and tie things up once more. 14-14, we are going the full distance here as we enter round number 14 in this half. AWP is up for Twano, of course. Same story for Juggy. Juggy.
Well, he has been quite the juggernaut. I'll give him that. Juggy-naut.
Juggy-naut.
That's going to be the name of his first Frank movie. Either way. Same rinse and repeat maneuver from the tees. They molly out. It's the aggressive peak from drop, and instead just drop down. Valdi then progresses through it. He's definitely got this kind of routine down. But this time Alex is standing in his way. The flashbang catches him, and now he's going to get hunted down. But oh, while blind, still gets the frag, and Mistu returns to what was a tagged up opponent to try and finish him off. But Twanu is having no problem holding platform, looking for the third, but his teammates might do it for him. No, Modi is left in an almost impossible scenario. It's Existence to close it out, and now LDLC are in full control, my friends. 15-14, and the money is crippled. Could this really be a spectacular comeback? How many rounds has this really been? I mean, it was 6 initially, and following that another 2 back to back.
They've actually done a really good job here towards the end of it. Twanu's been stepping up. Alex in that big clutch scenario as well.
Yeah.
Looking fantastic. And now Heroic find themselves really up against it. 3 Tech 9s, a Desert Eagle, and Modi, he's only got the UMP. He's doing another sort of rush B here. I would say probably want to slow things down with the smokes, but Alex, wide to receive. He's going to get the first kill and fall back as well.
That was very, very swift. Just executing Heroic now as they swarm onto the site. Nico took a long time to get that kill.
There it is.
And his teammates have fallen. This is it, unless Yogi can do something magical. He has got a deagle, but I truly do not believe. Bombs loose. 1 minute 20, Yogi, you don't you dare. He has been a force to be reckoned with. In LDLC, you can see the paranoia. Just hitting the brakes, and Existence spots him. Twan is surely going to peek from Coop. He knows he's there, but the patience and restraint is being rewarded for the French side, and that's it. Existence closes it out.
That's how you should be handling those situations. We saw a lot of mistakes here today where players were maybe overcommitting those scenarios, allowing the teams to actually get a window of opportunity. But LDLC, they come back up. They're going 5-0 down. They get 6 rounds themselves on the CT side, actually looking very efficient. Alex has been great tonight. Twanu started to really come to life towards the end there with the AWP. So they're going to split the series 1-1. I'd say that's a fair showing for either side. We saw some moments of glory. To be fair, Yuggy, you seem to be impressed by him.
Yeah, very impressed. I mean, for me, this is his debut. I haven't seen him play before. I'd heard a lot of positive things from both players and community alike. And seeing him escape what is essentially contract drama and get into a roster that really does have a good chance of breaking into the scene, I'm happy to see a big top-fragging performance.
Well, I'm glad you're happy, Alex. I'm glad we made it through the broadcast.
We survived.
And we're going to throw it over for one last segment with Matthew and Chad. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Alex and Henry. Yes, I am here with Chad. Funny thing is, I was going to do that on purpose and be backwards, and I got it right. So maybe I should have done that the whole time.
Nice.
We now have 4 games complete and our second week underway. What are your thoughts?
That was a closer game than I thought it was going to be. There was some really questionable decisions by Heroic, I think, on their CT side. Henry pointed out Snappy pushing aggressively at A-Long versus the Pistols. He got taken out by Existence Deagle. It was kind of an unnecessary duel. There were some other points in the game where, like, Yugi, he looked really uncomfortable with the AWP. The same thing on Overpass, actually. Like, he was in positions where he just wouldn't sit still. He was pulling out grenades, and then he got caught off guard. I think he looked really good with the rifle, made some really good clutches once again, same as he did on Overpass. I'm excited to see what he can bring further, but I think Heroic are going to be kicking themselves because if they had just hadn't got eco'd in that first half, the CT side would have been much stronger and they probably would have closed it out.
Voldemort was good. He was holding it down. Hogwarts is, of course, the school of magic, and that's what Cobblestone is actually modeled after.
Yeah, we called a place on that map, Hogwarts. Where
Really?
the big banners are, yeah. Where you come out Dragon Law, there's these big banners on the wall. Yeah, we
that's
called that Hogwarts, yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Could you call that Gandalf Tower then at the back instead of Rapunzel Tower?
Probably could. Solid
New
discussion about the naming of Cobble.
There's lots of things to discuss. One of which is our results for the evening. It was only the 4 matches tonight. No secondary stream. A lot of teams still on the way back from LV. I was going to say LA, but it's the city of sin. 16-10. Good start, I have to say, but then 16-7. HellRaisers beat EnVy in return by a slightly better score. It doesn't matter. They go 1 for 1 on the night. And that's how it goes in the bottom end. So everyone winning and everyone losing.
That's good. Everyone gets a little bit of the action. Everyone walks away smiling.
We all break even. It does mean that the early starts and more games played now from Team EnVy puts them on top at 4-2. Great start, all things considered. You know,
you'd almost think
they're the
that's upside
secondary
down,
team.
right?
You would. Look at NIP, 0-4. They play, I think, tomorrow night. They absolutely have to win. And who do they play? Well, it's Fnatic. G2, and Fnatic also need to win. G2, 0-2, got beat by EnVy. So massive start for EnVy to pick up wins against them. And then Na'Vi at the bottom, Astralis at the bottom versus Pro, but a lot of those guys haven't played a lot, so we do have to wait for that.
Here's everyone's favorite region.
Everyone's favorite region. It's the rest. We call it Europe and the rest because that's where everyone else plays. Liquid Energy to start things off, and Luminosity, Cloud9. I would say there's some favorites in both those games. Sorry, that is CLG. You're right. I am definitely still asleep. That is CLG. Cloud9, I think, plays tomorrow night.
I think you might be right, actually.
Yeah, I think they do. They play twice this week. I do know that. So, and then tomorrow for us, we've got some interesting matches.
Some bangers.
North Na'Vi, I think, is going to be very good. I think online, North is more than capable of winning that. I think even on land they are right now, but we know they need a little bit of polish. Fnatic went out in groups at the Masters. Well, they've got to recover, and they do it against a team who's been sitting back at home, hopefully practicing and putting in some time as a new team during the Masters. So G2, we get to finally see the French super team again and see if they really are super. Remember, Fnatic did win that exchange the first time by kind of its qualifiers.
Lots of tweets out of the French camp lately. They said that they didn't call themselves a super team, which they didn't, right? That's what
no, that was a title put on it by every. I think
they're just another team in their mind, which is true.
I've always said that I don't like the super. I think they're a dream team. They're not a super team.
That's a much better way to phrase it, I think.
Yeah, I think everyone, it was their dream roster, dream lineup. But it's not what a super team is. A super team has to win a bunch. It has to be like a dynasty level team for me. That's a super team.
Cool.
Any final thoughts from you, Chad?
I have a lot of specifics I should have talked about when we just did the post game.
Would you like to? I'll give you one chance.
That's okay. That's okay. It's all right. We'll save them for another night.
Well, with that said, another night means I potentially get to have some sleep in that time. I hope you do too. With that said, don't forget to join North America tonight for the Pro League, and we'll see you guys tomorrow, night 2, week 2. Bye-bye.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL Two shots in a row. EnVyUs about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
We play for the legacy. We play for the prestige. We play for the glory. We play for one